Duya, a person who transmigrated to ancient times, acquired a special system called the System of Escaping the Fallen Kingdom. The requirement for Duya is that as long as he causes the Qian dynasty to fall, he can immediately return to the modern era. However, due to a strange combination of circumstances, he did not realize that he was gradually pushing Qian Kingdom, a nation on the brink of destruction, onto the path of becoming stronger. If you want to know how the story unfolds, please stay tuned. Otherworld, the Great Qian Dynasty, the imperial capital. Emperor Qianyuan, Du Tianjun, has passed away. His fourth son, Duya, has ascended the throne. However, Duya was not the crown prince designated by Du Tianjun. He was ignorant, incompetent, and immoral, known as a disgrace, yet he inherited the throne due to support from schemers. But at this moment, Duya is no longer that useless prince. Someone else has transmigrated into his body. He dumbly looked at the scene before him and wondered, was that useless emperor they were talking about? Are they talking about me? Not long before this, he was a modern man who spent his days watching his sister dance on his computer, admiring beauties while commanding kingdoms in some game. Suddenly, Duya noticed something. A question appeared on his computer screen. If you could go back to ancient times, which dynasty would you most want to transmigrate to? After reading it, Duya scoffed at the question. But needless to say, with the construction of his delusional empire, he was so obsessed, he could spend hours furiously typing out his thoughts. Duya quickly typed his response. What is good about ancient times? Are there any 40% off shocking discounts in ancient times? Are there any beautiful dancing girls? Time traveling back there means risking death in various ways, and you might not even become an emperor with a harem of 3,000 beauties, so being born in this era is the best. You should be grateful. Cheers. Confidently, he hit the send button. But as soon as he sent it, he never expected that this answer would actually cause him to be transported to the Great Qian Dynasty. Sitting on the throne, Duya was still in a daze. His face darkened, inwardly cursing, "Are you messing with me? Displeased with me calling time travel stupid, so you send me to this bizarre Great Qian Dynasty and create such a trashy starting setup?" While Duya was at a loss, the bracelet on his wrist made a sound. The nation escape system has been activated. "Hello, host, I am your AI assistant bracelet, you can call me Dai-Ban." Duya was scared out of his wits, hearing the bracelet's voice. He felt like he was turned to stone, and cursed inwardly. What the hell is this Dai-Ban? And what the heck is a nation escape? Are you playing with me? Duya muttered inwardly, but to his surprise, the bracelet seemed to read his thoughts and responded. This system was born from the host's desires. Simply put, as long as you bring down the Qian dynasty, you can return to reality. Good luck. I will fully support you. Everyone else time travels and builds a powerful nation, reigning over all under heaven. But who would have thought Duya has to bring down the Qian dynasty to return to reality? This is the first time he's heard of such a bizarre setup. While Duya was still stunned by this incomprehensible task, the beauty next to him looked at him with bewildered eyes. Wondering, why is this useless Prince Duya suddenly zoning out? Before, whenever he saw me, he would show a lewd smile, but today something feels off. Suddenly, Duya whipped his head around, staring intently at the woman's face, startling her. Duya looked at the woman next to him with surprise. There was no information about her in the original owner's memory. At that moment, the system took over, starting to disseminate knowledge. This woman is Zhao Mei, the adopted daughter of Zhao Zhe. Zhao Zhe gave her to Duya as a concubine in the harem to better monitor him. Not only did Duya receive information about Zhao Mei, but all her related stats were displayed just like in a game. Her stats are as follows: Martial Arts 32, Flexibility 45, Cunning 71, Charm 90, Conquest 35, and Valor 44. This is a heartwarming support feature that Dai-Ban provided to the host. For any significant character entangled with the downfall of the kingdom, the host can retrieve their stats and information at any time, knowing the enemy and oneself, achieving victory in every battle. Zhao Mei had been in the palace for a long time, but this was the first time Duya's gaze startled her. She secretly observed in amazement, was that just my imagination? For a moment, in His Majesty's eyes as he looked at me, there seemed to be a flicker of light. There was a hint of allure from a man, yet he seemed more sober than usual, not as lost as before. After receiving the information from the Daibon system, Dia understood why this beautiful woman was here. It was because Zhao Zhe had planted her to monitor him. Meanwhile, Zhao Mei suddenly feared. The acting skills I once prided myself on seem to have been seen through by His Highness. It's undeniable that Zhao Mei has a great allure. Her charm stat of 90 made Dia unable to look away. At that moment, the servant next to him noticed something strange about Dia. He carefully stepped forward and spoke, "Your Majesty. I noticed that you seemed absent-minded just now. As if something was troubling you?" Dia glanced at the two servants beside him and thought to himself, "These two must be the traitorous officials mentioned at the beginning. So, I should be able to see their profiles as well." Very quickly, Daibon transmitted the information about these two. First was Li Tianyuan, the right Prime Minister of the Qian dynasty, a brother-in-arms with Zhao Zhe. He sees Dia as a puppet he can control, plotting to support Dia in ascending the throne as the Qin Emperor. The system displayed his stats: Authority 94, Scheming 90, Martial Prowess 51, Conquest 41, Charisma 65, Betrayal 76. The gluttonous one here is Zhao Zhe, the left Prime Minister of the Qin Court, a brother-in-arms with Li Tianyuan. He also sees Dia as a puppet he can control, plotting to support Dia in ascending the throne as the Qin Emperor. His stats are Authority 82, Scheming 79, Martial Prowess 66, Conquest 65, Charisma 70, Betrayal 100. After going through the profiles of these two, Dia was shocked and thought to himself, "Oh, Li Tianyuan's authority and scheming stats are truly extraordinary. Zhao Zhe's stats are slightly lower, but still, nothing is lacking. He can be considered well-rounded." Zhao Mei, sitting beside him, for the first time saw Dia deep in thought with such a serious expression, and his cold gaze was terrifying, yet it made her a little excited. At that moment, Zhao Zhe had finished gnawing on a large pork leg. He pointed the bone in his hand towards Dia and called out to his brother. "Lai, could it be that His Highness is worried about not being able to secure the throne?" He spoke with a knowing smile. Dia regained his composure, raised a full cup of wine, drank it, and responded coldly, "No, I resent not being able to secure the throne sooner to hasten the fall of the kingdom." Zhao Mei suddenly looked at Dia differently, facing such a brazen provocation from his foster father without showing any emotion. Since when has His Highness become so inscrutable? After hearing Dia's answer, Zhao Zhe stood up, pacing thoughtfully in the hall, and said, "Anyway, the imperial edict before the late emperor's passing was to have the crown prince, who is leading troops outside Du Su, to be the successor." At this moment Dia realized, so the crown prince appointed by the previous emperor is Du Su. It seems that he is not in the capital right now, but is leading troops outside. No wonder these two dare to be so arrogant in the capital. Zhao Zhe continued speaking, "Now, we are defying the imperial edict, preparing to support your highness to ascend the throne. Although he won't open the coffin to kill us, Du Su is not so certain." As he spoke, the old man Zhao Zhe slapped the late emperor's coffin forcefully. He slowly walked up to Dia and said, "Anyway, the news of the late emperor's death hasn't been spread yet. The imperial seal is in our hands now. Why don't we strike first, issue an imperial decree, and have Du Su buried with the late emperor?" Each word from Zhao Zhe was filled with scheming desire. He targeted Dia, who was weak and easily convinced, in hopes of killing Crown Prince Du Su. But Zhao Zhe didn't expect that Dia was very different now. After hearing his words, Dia had already calculated, if I follow his plan and issue the decree to kill Du Su, I can secure the throne, but I might not quickly achieve the goal of conquering the kingdom, but also become like a puppet played by them. Right after the emperor's death, the two ministers he trusted most in life went against his dying wish, plotting to support a useless crown prince to ascend the throne, becoming a puppet for them to control the empire. Having transmigrated here, and not even being able to watch the show, without a sister to admire, and still being toyed with by these two old men. This kind of life, Dia doesn't want it even for a second. In his mind, he had no intention of following Zhao Zhe's plan, but he also didn't know how to reverse the situation. The rebellious Zhao Zhe handed the imperial seal in front of him. Suddenly, Dia grabbed the imperial seal, wanting them to kill him right then and end it all. Seeing Dia snatch the imperial seal from his hand, Zhao Zhe angrily shouted, "Dia, what are you doing? Dia, what do you mean by this?" The old man kept shouting, while Dia tightly held the imperial seal, thinking, as long as Dia dies, it would mean the downfall of the Qian kingdom. And this plan would end perfectly. Come on, kill me now! Zhao Zhe was afraid Dia would ruin things, so he immediately reached out to grab the imperial seal. Dia held the seal in one hand and pushed Zhao Zhe away with the other, shouting, I am the emperor now. From now on, the seal will be kept by me. Who lives and who dies will be decided by me. Dia had never dared to oppose Zhao Zhe before, let alone speak so loudly. Witnessing this, Zhao Mei thought in shock, so the prince has always been a man who dares to face his foster father head-on. Like this? These are truly domineering words. Dia's voice was loud and decisive. Who agrees? Who betrays? His face was full of emotion, surprising even Zhao Zhe. His body language was full of weight. What a bold man he is. As demonstrated in this moment by Dia, Zhao Mei gradually became fearful, so all those acts of uselessness by the prince before were all an act. Only now does she realize. And now, with the seal in his hand, he finally has the role most suited to his performance. On the contrary, now even the foster father can't be taken seriously anymore. Zhao Zhe, unable to seize the seal, began to threaten, Brat, you're already arrogant before even ascending the throne. I had the power to help you rise, and I have the power to kill you. Dia held the seal with a provocative look and replied, Then do it, kill me now. He wasn't afraid of Zhao Zhe because the old man was just a man with a martial value of 77. Hearing Dia's provocation, Zhao Zhe angrily rushed forward. Fine, let's see how I crush you. Seeing the situation was getting out of control, Zhao Mei quickly ran over to pull Zhao Zhe back. Godfather, please calm down. The three of them quarreled, one provoked, one cursed, one tried to stop it. After a while, Li Tianyuan approached and softly advised, You two, please stop making noise. We all have the same goal, let's calm down, okay? Dia's plan to create chaos was suddenly interrupted, making him feel a bit uneasy. Li Tianyuan, you're quite good at staying calm. Well, looks like I need to add some extra heat. So right in front of Li Tianyuan, just as he was about to speak, Dia let the imperial seal fall freely. Li Tianyuan widened his eyes in shock. Dia acted as if he accidentally dropped the imperial seal, softly exclaiming as if he were careless. Seeing the imperial seal fall to the ground made Zhao Zhe's heart sink. He was terrified, his eyes almost popping out. Dia put on an innocent face and said, Sorry, my hand slipped. This imperial seal represents the destiny and authority of the Great Khan. It is also a token for the emperor to command his ministers, ruling over the world. The heavenly army of Qin Khan, from then on, he was titled Qin Gwin Emperor, implying that the Qian dynasty could last forever. Breaking the imperial seal is a crime punishable by death. Provoking to this extent, Dia didn't believe those two could endure it. Like this, would you immediately kill me to complete the mission of a fallen nation? Dia thought. Just as he planned, the dropping of the seal made Zhao Zhe furious, pointing a finger at his face. Seeing Dia's indifferent face only made him angrier. In a split second, he wanted to rush over and strangle him. But Li Tianyuan was very clear-headed. He used his hand to stop Zhao Zhe and then lowered his voice. Your Highness, no, Your Majesty, you must be joking. The entire world belongs to you. Let alone a mere jade seal. It's already broken, it's not a big deal. It's getting late, Your Majesty, you should rest early. We can discuss other matters tomorrow. Li Tianyuan's words left Dia extremely disappointed. His first plan had completely failed. Li Tianyuan calmly bowed to Dia before leaving. He pulled Zhao Zhe along as they left, ignoring Dia's calls for them to stay. Dia helplessly shouted at the two old men, Isn't it said that when the emperor commits a crime, he should be punished like a commoner? Why don't you kill me? His words were completely meaningless. The two old men still left without looking back, and the palace returned to its silence. Zhao Zhe stormed out in anger, repeatedly muttering, Eliminate, we must find a way to eliminate Dia. Li Tianyuan looked at Zhao Zhe with impatience and asked, Minister Zhao, do you know the consequences of eliminating Dia? Zhao Zhe, still foolish, angrily replied. What consequences could there be? You have no backbone, and you even call that brat Your Majesty. Li Tianyuan stomped his foot forcefully and said, Absurd. Now Crown Prince Du Su is leading troops outside. If the late emperor dies under unclear circumstances in the capital, do you think you and I, the two powerful ministers during the late emperor's reign, wouldn't be the first ones Du Su would hold accountable? Dia broke the imperial seal, causing us to lose a bargaining chip against Du Su. We can only rely on him, the one who is about to ascend the throne. Therefore, we can't eliminate him just yet. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhi began to understand some reasoning. He asked again, "Wait, are you saying Dia intentionally didn't let me kill Dia just to break the imperial seal?" Tian Yuan nodded. "That's right. Du Su was originally an obstacle on Dia's path to the throne, but now that Dia is about to ascend, he has to reconsider his relationship with Du Su. In the otherworldly continent, the nations are vying for dominance, with countless lives lost. In the end, the Qian dynasty unified the northern continent. Aside from Du Su, who holds military power, the only other person who can make people act with caution in the court is Dia. If we push Dia too hard, he might let Du Su enter the capital, leading to a situation where both sides are destroyed. And we can't take that risk. Dia might even use the complex relationships among the three sides to control us." After hearing what Li Tianyuan said, Zhao Zhi felt that his brother was overthinking again. He waved his hand and said, "Tianyuan, you're overthinking it? Do you really think that kid is capable of such calculated planning?" Li Tianyuan slowly explained, "Even if the emperor commits a crime, he is punished like a commoner." "Do you know whose words those are?" "Those words came from the mouth of the Qian Kingdom's Chancellor of Justice 100 years ago. Back then, he was highly trusted by King Qian, and he promoted a new system with immense power, second only to the king. But because of that, he lost the king's trust and was executed by dismemberment. And now, Dia suddenly brings up these words, which makes Li Tianyuan very wary. But Zhao Zhi didn't think so. He said, "I'm not that Chancellor of Justice, and I will never bow to that kid. He's just relying on Du Su's military power. If he doesn't issue an order, I'll send someone to kill him myself, and then blame it all on him. The result will be the same." Li Tianyuan said nothing more, his mind beginning to devise a plan. Previously, he chose to support Dia because, among the many heirs of the late emperor, Dia was the easiest to control. But now, it seems, Dia is not as simple and easy to manipulate as he had thought. Who knows what Li Tianyuan is thinking, laughing like that. "Ha, Your Majesty! Your descendants are truly amusing," Li Tianyuan thought to himself. They all returned to Dia's residence in the palace. The sun has been up for a while, shining into the room, yet Dia is still sound asleep, tongue hanging out. After sleeping like the world is ending, Dia suddenly wakes up and yells, "This is so boring. Food's not good, games aren't fun. I still have to read those reports, but I can't understand any of it. This is missing, that is missing, this era is truly boring." Dia sits clutching his head, screaming, "No phone, no laptop, I'm going to die." At this moment, a shadow gently pushes the door open. Dia was surprised when the person who entered was Zhao Mei, the adopted daughter of Zhao Zhi. She was wearing a thin dress, intentionally letting it slide off her shoulders seductively. She shyly spoke, "Your Majesty, I want to serve you tonight." Dia was a bit displeased, his face darkened, showing little interest. But as a young man, full of energy, he was quickly enchanted by Zhao Mei's allure. The dismal thoughts he had earlier vanished as he began to indulge in physical pleasures. The next morning, the palace echoed with the joyful sounds of the young couple. Dia's usual boring morning was filled with the enthusiasm and vigor of Zhao Mei. Although he knew the girl lying in his arms was planted by Zhao Zhi, Dia couldn't control himself, completely overwhelmed by her immense allure. After an intense night, Dia stepped off the bed, feeling a lingering sense of pleasure. However, he didn't forget the main purpose of his time-traveling mission. To complete it, he would have to trouble Zhao Mei. Dia noticed a large hairpin on Zhao Mei's head. Who would have thought that today, it could become the key tool for Dia to complete his mission and return to the modern world? In his mind, Dia quickly imagined a scene of a deadly struggle, using the hairpin to kill just like in a palace drama. He thought he could use Zhao Mei to accomplish this. All he needed was to provoke her into anger or guilt, and the deed would be done. Dia took a sip of wine and called out Zhao Mei's name. Then, in a cold and threatening tone, he said, "Actually, you're the spy that Zhao Zhi sent to me, aren't you?" Zhao Mei was shocked. "Exposed? Impossible. She tried to suppress her worry and responded, Your Majesty, what are you saying? I don't understand. Dia softly continued, Don't worry, I don't care about you and Zhao Zhe colluding, he said, then raised his glass to drink. After that, he quietly glanced at Zhao Mei with a mysterious look. He planted you here to monitor and control me, didn't he? What's the matter? Got exposed on the spot so you're in a rush now. I really enjoy playing this game with him, otherwise being an emperor would be too boring. Every word Dia spoke frightened Zhao Mei, leaving her speechless. In her panicked mind, she thought, did my foster father go through so much trouble to put me by his side? And he just sees it as a game? He's being open with me. Does that mean he's bored with the game now? As she thought this, Zhao Mei's hand nervously gripped the bedsheet. Seeing the girl in front of him scared, Dia knew he had succeeded in the first step. He continued to pour himself a large glass of wine, drinking while sighing, This wine is a bit strong. After a few glasses, he pretended to collapse on the table as if drunk, intentionally creating an opportunity for Zhao Mei to strike him down, hoping she would act quickly and not hesitate. On Zhao Mei's side, after seeing Dia collapse on the table, she silently pulled out the hairpin from her hair, thinking that her identity was exposed, and she had lost her value to her foster father. So the only method to save yourself now is... She holds the hairpin in her hand, slowly approaching Dia, preparing to carry out the assassination. Dia knows exactly what she's doing, but this is exactly what he wants. He doesn't even try to hide the smile in his heart. While he's vaguely waiting for Zhao Mei's attack, Dia suddenly hears Dai Ban's voice in his ear. The Fallen Nation system has completed its update. Dai Ban will continue to assist in serving the host. Hearing Dai Ban's announcement, Dia blankly asks, What the hell is this update? I'm about to complete the mission and return, so this update is meaningless. Dai Ban continues, To make the host's objective clearer, this update adds a national PowerPoint system, which integrates the indices of the Qian nation's politics, military, economy, and culture. With national PowerPoints, the host only needs to reduce the national PowerPoints to 1 to complete the Fallen Nation mission. By the way, current national PowerPoints stand at 1,000. Dia suddenly feels he's been tricked. He thinks, wait a minute, does this mean that even if I get executed now, as long as the national PowerPoints don't drop to 0, it's considered a mission failure? Dai Ban responds, with the host's current status, even death won't bring the points to 0. In his heart, Dia screams in panic, Damn it! Why didn't you tell me this earlier? And why is my life so worthless? At this moment, Zhao Mei has already closed in from behind, her eyes filled with killing intent. She stabs the hairpin straight at the back of Dia's neck, thinking, His Majesty might be testing me again, but I have no way out now. This time, you can only bet 50-50, the hairpin thrusts forward with no way back. Dia suddenly turned to dodge the hairpin coming at him. He grabbed Zhao Mei's wrist holding the hairpin, stopping the attack. Zhao Mei panicked, her eyes wide open and filled with tears, looking at Dia. At this moment, she was very scared, realizing that she had been played by His Majesty's acting again. She couldn't successfully attack. Meanwhile, Dia sighed in relief. Thankful he had quickly stopped the danger, as Dai Ban had warned him that a delay would have been fatal. Zhao Mei's true identity was exposed, and she bit her lip. Her hand struggled to break free from Dia's grip. Once again, she wanted to attack. As long as there was a chance, she was determined to stab Dia. But what no one expected was that she suddenly lost her footing. Zhao Mei's face was filled with fear at this moment. Her entire body involuntarily fell backward. At this time, Zhao Mei's expression was full of unwillingness, and tears fell down her cheeks. Dia looked at her with disdain, as a person with only a 55 martial arts rating. Your sister failed to steal and even tried to kill someone? That's a bit reckless. He snatched the hairpin and pointed it back at Zhao Mei, saying, You were too hasty. Just a few of my words stirred up your killing intent. You're not a qualified spy at all. Dia shade as he grabbed Zhao Mei's chin. Zhao Mei was speechless, her tears continued to fall. Her assassination plan had failed, and now she was about to face death. In her panic, the scene suddenly changed. Where is this place? Could it be that she was silenced by His Majesty, and has now descended to the afterlife? In this moment of panic, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Zhao Mei, have you taken care of the matter I asked you to handle? She startled and turned around, her eyes filled with fear as she saw her adoptive father appear. Zhao Zhi looked at her with bloodshot eyes, his voice hissing through gritted teeth with rage. You couldn't even handle this small matter? I must punish you! Zhao Mei screamed in fear. No, please, ah! As she screamed, she woke up, realizing she was still lying in bed with Duya. Her scream didn't bother Duya at all. Instead, he turned to ask with concern, What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Zhao Mei couldn't believe what had just happened was a dream. She wrapped herself tightly in the blanket and stammered, Your Majesty, are you going to kill me? Duya got out of bed and stretched comfortably as he replied, I told you, this is just a game. Not only will I not kill you, but I'll also pretend to know nothing and let you continue passing the messages. Anyway, this makes the game even more interesting, he said as he walked over to the table and began taking out paper and a brush. He started writing something with the brush. His expression was both intense and swift. Now he wanted to come up with a really interesting imperial edict. Zhao Mei had never seen such a terrifying expression on Duya's face before, and she started to feel scared of him. Duya's face became more intense with every moment. His teeth clenched, his breathing quickened. Zhao Mei thought that this time, he was definitely preparing to take action against her adoptive father, Zhao Zhi. But the truth wasn't that serious. Duya was struggling to write with the brush, and for a first-time user, it was agonizing, his eyes turning red as he cursed inwardly. Damn it, writing with a brush is really hard. After finishing the imperial edict, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Mei also thought that her days were numbered. Unexpectedly, Duya turned to her and said, Zhao Mei, help me write this. Zhao Mei was surprised, her mouth agape. Before she could understand, Duya grabbed her hand and pulled her to the chair. Seeing Duya's insistence, Zhao Mei had no choice but to comply and asked, I don't know what decree your majesty wants to write. Duya leaned close to her ear and whispered, Write that all descendants of the Du clan, including Du Su, are to have their surname removed and be demoted to commoners. Zhao Mei was terrified, sweat started pouring down like rain. She thought to herself, what does His Majesty mean by abolishing all his relatives? I don't understand? She hesitated to write and softly asked, Your Majesty, if I may be bold to ask, why do you want me to write such a decree? In fact, earlier, Duya had asked the system. Weakening the influence of the Du royal clan was the simplest way to reduce the current points. Turning the Du clan's descendants into commoners not only reduces points but also creates an image of a brutal tyrant for himself to the outside world. This plan was truly perfect. When coming up with this plan, Duya even praised himself. To think of such a method truly makes me a genius among tyrants. When Zhao Mei asked the reason, he put on a cold face. Why are you asking me? Zhao Mei saw Duya's icy expression and fearfully lowered her head, stammering an apology. It's my fault for speaking out of turn, please forgive me, Your Majesty. Duya gave a mysterious smile and whispered, Of course, it's to make the game more challenging. He reached out and caressed Zhao Mei's beautiful face, continuing, With this decree, not only will I become an isolated person without my family's support, but I'll also be branded a cold-blooded tyrant. I had you write the decree. You should tell Zhao Zhi this good news. He will surely be delighted, won't he? Consider this intelligence as a gift from me. Every word Duya shade, Zhao Mei listened closely, and suddenly a thought flashed in her mind. A gift for me? I've never received a gift in my life. She knew clearly that His Majesty was deceiving her, but why was she so happy about it? After helping Duya finish writing the decree, Zhao Mei went to Zhao Zhi's residence. She walks alone in silence, stands at the door, and knocks gently. Zhao Zhi steps out to open the door, and upon seeing Zhao Mei, he irritably asks, Why are you just arriving now? Zhao Mei enters the room and says, This time I came, bringing important intelligence. She slowly says each word. Duya issued a decree to demote the entire royal family to commoners. Zhao Zhi is shocked and can't believe his ears. Li Tianyuan is also very shocked after hearing the news. It seems both of them never thought something like this would happen. Zhao Zhi, full of concern, says, Old Li, you just plan to establish a new king among the descendants of the royal family. That brat is obviously targeting us. Li Tianyuan doesn't respond to Zhao Zhi. Instead, he turns to ask Zhao Mei, How did you know such important intelligence? Is it reliable? Zhao Mei stammered and responded, Your Majesty wants me to personally write this imperial decree. Zhao Zhi was shocked, his eyes wide and bloodshot. He suddenly rushed forward, delivering a thunderous slap to his adopted child's face, cursing, Wretch! Was it you who revealed our secret? Zhao Mei clutched her stinging face, tears streaming down, desperately denying, Godfather, Zhao Mei did not. Zhao Zhi angrily pointed at her, shouting, Don't act for me. If you weren't infatuated with that fair-faced man and helped him against us, how could he let you write the decree? As he was about to strike again, Zhao Zhi was stopped by Li Tianyuan. He patted Zhao Zhi's shoulder and said, Lord Zhao, calm down. If Zhao Mei had leaked it, how could we have known about the decree being issued? This is Diya's scheme to sow discord and remind us not to act rashly in establishing a new ruler. Zhao Zhi angrily looked at Zhao Mei, his eyes clearly full of defiance. But after hearing Li Tianyuan's explanation, he couldn't think of any other reason. Lowering his voice, he approached and helped his foster daughter, Zhao Mei, up, trying to appear concerned as he said, Zhao, just now your godfather wrongly accused you. You won't hold it against me, will you? Zhao Mei replied, I wouldn't dare. Zhao Zhi let out a sigh and said to Li Tianyuan, Old Li, it seems your plan to establish a new monarch has no place to play out. Let's stick with my strategy. I'll incite the ministers. On his first day in court, I'll do my best to humiliate him in front of everyone. Let him know who really holds power in this court. Li Tianyuan wasn't very enthusiastic about Zhao Zhi's plan, if not outright thinking it was childish. He hesitated and said, Lord Zhao, I feel your plan is a bit. Li Tianyuan was about to dismiss Zhao Zhi's plan, but he couldn't find any reason or alternative plan to offer, so he said nothing further. After all, in Li Tianyuan's mind, Zhao Zhi was never someone who could accomplish great things. He no longer opposed Zhao Zhi's plan, but silently devised his own scheme. Leaving Zhao Zhi's residence, we returned to the imperial palace. Dia is sitting in his room, rereading his imperial decree. It's ready now, just waiting for the right time to announce it, though it's still far from reducing the points to 0. He rests his chin on his hand, thinking, if I think carefully, there should be quite a few ways to reduce the national power points. Digging deep into his limited knowledge, Dia comes up with an idea, right, those tyrant kings in history, aside from keeping close to their treacherous officials. They ignored state affairs, forcibly took common women, filled their harems, and so on. The most despised acts of tyrant kings that Dia thinks of amuse him greatly, so he decides, let's do it. The late emperor's bones are not yet cold, and I'm already issuing a decree to forcibly take the women of all the court officials into the palace. This will absolutely break their hearts. This way, not only can I reduce a large amount of points, but I can also gain some benefits for myself. Truly, I am brilliant to think of such a wicked plan. As he thinks this, Dia's face twists into a vile grin, making the eunuch beside him afraid that he might turn and bite him. Dia loudly commands, I want to summon Zhao Zhi and Li Tianyuan, have them come to the imperial study at once. After some time, Zhao Zhi and Li Tianyuan hurry to the imperial palace, heading together to the emperor's study. When Dia sees the two, he beams with joy, eagerly welcoming them. My dear subjects, no need for formality, please sit, make yourselves at home. Zhao Zhi lifted his chin, not bothering to bow to Dia. He just quietly hummed, found a seat, while Li Tianyuan, still knowing his place, bowed and thanked His Majesty. After Zhao Zhi sat down, he put on an annoyed expression and said to Dia, I say, Your Majesty, now that you've ascended the throne, shouldn't you attend court tomorrow to get acquainted with the ministers? It sounded like Zhao Zhi was concerned about state affairs, but inside, he was secretly laughing. I'll go negotiate with the Zhao faction ministers later. Tomorrow, we must unite and make you lose face. After hearing Zhao Zhi's words, Dia thought to himself, diligence in state affairs should be a point-earning matter, right? I'd be a fool to attend court right after ascending the throne. Of course, to reduce points, Dia would create the image of a lazy tyrant. He stretched lazily and replied, attending court is such a hassle. I've just ascended the throne and don't have any experience. In any case, I trust you two dearly. I'll leave the affairs of the court to you two. As he spoke, Dia glanced at the two people below. Li Tianyuan had expected this response. He thought to himself, as expected, His Majesty refused Zhao Zhi's request for him to attend court. Not only did he predict that Zhao Zhi wanted to suppress him at court, but he also used the excuse of trusting his ministers, leaving others with no room to argue. Zhao Zhi's crude plot was completely disregarded by him. After rejecting the idea of attending court, Dia thought it was time to implement his plan to reduce points by expanding the harem. So, he spoke to the other two. Ahem, let's set aside the court affairs for now. The real reason I called you here today is to discuss something. He put on a greedy expression and continued, I am now the emperor, yet the harem only has Zhao Mei. Honestly, it's a bit embarrassing, so I've decided to search for beauties to fill the harem. Zhao Zhi was shocked, thinking, the late emperor has just been buried, and he's already thinking about his lower half? I've never seen someone so shameless. Li Tianyuan was also quite surprised. He didn't think Dia would specifically summon the two of them just to discuss something unrelated to state affairs. He couldn't figure out what kind of strategy this harem expansion was. But Dia didn't stop there. He urged them to hurry up, hoping to quickly bring the national power points down to 0. The two old men were silent, still a bit bewildered by Dia's sudden intention. After a long while, Zhao Zhi wiped the sweat off his face and said, Your Majesty wants me to search for the beauties of the world, and I support that, but the time is pressing. Dia didn't let him finish. He immediately interrupted. I understand. In this urgent situation, we can't find the world's beauties, so let's search within the capital. Hearing this, Zhao Zhi was shocked and thought that Dia was so impatient that he couldn't wait any longer and had to find women within the country. Li Tianyuan wasn't as easily convinced by Dia. He silently reminded himself, Li Tianyuan, don't let His Majesty use the search for beauties as a ruse to fool yourself. He just mentioned the capital, that might be the real focus. Not done with his plan, Dia continued, I've thought of a way to save time and effort. We can choose from the daughters of the court officials. This statement made Li Tianyuan widen his eyes in surprise. He certainly hadn't considered this idea. After discussing the matter of adding more women to the harem, Dia dismissed the two of them. On the way back, Zhao Zhi said to Li Tianyuan, that Dia doesn't care about state affairs and is recruiting for the harem. This is clearly the behavior of a foolish ruler. But this kid is digging his own grave from the emperor's position, which saves us a lot of effort. Li Tianyuan hadn't responded to Zhao Zhi's words so far, but hearing the old man nagging endlessly, he had to stop. Li Tianyuan shouted at Zhao Zhi, enough. If you continue to underestimate His Majesty, the fate that awaits us will be the extermination of our entire clan. Zhao Zhi obviously didn't understand Li Tianyuan's meaning, judging by his dumbfounded expression. Just now, Li Tianyuan had raised his voice in anger. He quickly looked around to see if anyone nearby might have heard. Realizing he had spoken too loudly, he softly apologized to Zhao Zhi. Sorry, Lord Zhao, I lost my temper earlier. But His Majesty's actions are all part of a grand, deeply meaningful plan. Zhao Zhi asked blankly, a grand plan? How come I can't see it? Li Tianyuan replied in a deep voice, You just made a plan to humiliate him in court, but he easily thwarted it, proving that he knows our intentions like the back of his hand. Zhao Zhi said in confusion, But that plan was just decided, and we were summoned to the palace immediately. There's no way the information could have leaked out. Li Tianyuan, with eyes full of depth, replied, This proves that he anticipated it already. This is what's truly terrifying. Not only that, besides avoiding court sessions, he's also recruiting women into his harem. These actions seem indulgent, but they're aimed at us, a chain of strategies forming a unified whole. The two old men slowly walked out of the palace, feeling a growing sense of unease. After hearing Li Tianyuan's analysis, Zhao Zhi also started feeling uneasy, but still didn't understand. He asked again, a chain of strategies? What do you mean? Li Tianyuan replied confidently. He doesn't need to attend court because he's confident that he can control the government without doing so. Li Tianyuan's expression suddenly changed. He continued, because by bringing the female relatives of officials into the harem, he can, through marriage alliances, directly win over the ministers and undermine our influence in the court. Indeed, Li Tianyuan's analysis was very reasonable. After hearing it, Zhao Zhi was also frightened. He muttered, then what do we do now? Li Tianyuan began to formulate a plan in his heart. He smiled mysteriously and replied, What else can we do? Now he is the emperor, it's only natural to ensure the continuation of the royal bloodline. and expand the harem. After saying that, he turned to look at Zhao Zhe. His gaze at that moment suggested that he had come up with a plan to counter Duya. He said, "We are his subjects, of course. We must also ensure his satisfaction." A few days later at the palace of Emperor's Palace, Li Tianyuan had returned to the palace to report, "Your Majesty, a few days ago, as per your instructions, all descendants of the Du clan have been reduced to commoners. Except for the eldest prince, Du Su, who is stationed outside. The decree has yet to reach him." Dia waved his hand and replied, "Those matters are not important, we can discuss them later." He then shifted the topic to his harem and asked, "Have you already made the selections for the harem?" Li Tianyuan bowed and replied, "Your servant did not neglect the duty, but the time was short. I beg your Majesty for forgiveness." After finishing his words, he clapped his hands to signal, "Everyone, come out here for His Majesty to see." Dia seemed very pleased with Li Tianyuan's preparations, his face flushed with excitement. In front of him was a lineup of beauties, each not only beautiful but also perfectly shaped. Dia's eyes sparkled like stars as he looked at the women, unable to stop himself from thinking, "Is this the paradise of ultimate bliss?" The group quickly lined up neatly in front of Dia, then bowed one by one. "Your servant greets your Majesty." Dia hurriedly wiped away the drool, scratching his head awkwardly and telling them to rise. Dia walked over to Li Tianyuan, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "Lai, my dear advisor, among the beauties and the beauties you've recruited this time, is there anyone particularly skilled?" Li Tianyuan asked in confusion, "I don't quite understand what your Majesty means by particularly skilled." Dia pouted and thought to himself, "This old man Li Tianyuan is pretending to be upright. Even if he hadn't heard of such skills before, as a man, shouldn't he at least grasp the idea from the context?" He was referring to someone who knows many unique positions, but Li Tianyuan thought Dia was being suspicious and probing. This time, the concubines Li Tianyuan brought were mostly selected from noble women without significant power. On the surface, everything seemed reasonable, without any issues. Except for two women. Fan Tao Zhu and Zhuge Sha were somewhat special. More than 10 years ago, two prestigious families of Qian dynasty, the Fan family and the Zhuge family, angered the former emperor and were executed. At that time, Li Tianyuan was in charge of the execution and, moved by compassion, secretly saved these two children. Over the past 10 years, he concealed their identities and raised them by his side. Unexpectedly, they inherited the talents of their families and became important pawns in his hands. Recalling the night before sending them into the palace, Li Tianyuan summoned them to his private room. He told them, "Du Tianquan, the Qian emperor who killed your families, is dead. But you can't personally take revenge. Are you willing to accept that?" Of course, this blow from Li Tianyuan hit the weak spot of the two girls, immediately stirring up their hatred. He also said, "Now, there is an opportunity to destroy the city right before you, but this is extremely dangerous. The new emperor Du Ye is not only deeply scheming but also cruel and tyrannical. Even more so than Du Tianjun. You could say it's a matter of life and death." Upon hearing this, Fan Tao Zhu was not afraid but instead felt a surge of extreme resentment in her heart. She replied, "As long as I can take revenge, I will not fear death." Zhuge Sha beside her also loudly responded, "I has long been ready to sacrifice herself." The spirit of these two girls was exactly what Li Tianyuan wanted. He took advantage of the right moment during this selection of concubines, arranging for the two to be placed by Du Ye's side without anyone noticing. After a period of observation, Du Ye's eyes, bright as headlights, fell upon the two beautiful sisters. None other than Fan Tao Zhu and Zhuge Sha, who had been sent in by Li Tianyuan. Du Ye's special attention to the two girls made Li Tianyuan anxious, fearing that his spies had been noticed as soon as they were inserted. In fact, Du Ye was using the Daibon system to check the information on the two girls. First was Zhuge Sha, daughter of the great magician Zhuge leader during the reign of Emperor Du Tianquan. The sole survivor after Emperor Du Tianquan wiped out the Zhuge family, raised by Li Tianyuan, approaching the host to seek revenge and destroy the nation. The respective stats are martial arts 32, scheming 90, rebelliousness 96, sorcery 83, conquest 35, courage 20. The second person is Fan Tao Zhu, granddaughter of a nobleman during the Qingwen Emperor's reign. She is the sole survivor after the emperor wiped out the Fan family, and was raised by Li Tian. Yuan. She approached the host with the goal of avenging her family and destroying the nation. Her martial arts score is 37, cunning 96, betrayal 95, charm 26, conquest 66, and valor 82. After reading the information about the two beautiful women, Dia realized that these two ladies were actually spies planted by Li Tianyuan. He nodded in approval. Very good, venomous beauties causing chaos in the harem perfectly match his standard as a tyrant who would ruin the nation. He pretended not to know anything and approached the two women to probe. The two ladies have great qualities. What are your names? Fan Tao Shu answered first. Your Majesty, this servant's name is Ah Zhu. Zhuge Sha also followed with the name Ah Sha. Dia glanced at Ah Sha and said, Lady Ah Sha, you seem very tense. Li Tianyuan was inwardly terrified. This is bad. Ah Sha has an introverted personality. Under Duya's oppressive aura, she might slip up. Seeing that Ah Sha didn't respond, Dia gently lifted her chin and whispered, There's no need to be afraid, I'm really quite approachable. After saying that, he smiled like a true scoundrel. Unexpectedly, Ah Sha's face suddenly flushed, tears and snot started flowing, as if she wasn't used to interacting with the opposite sex. The die-bound system announced, an unrecorded hidden attribute of Zhuge Sha has not been documented in the system. When under stress and touched by the opposite sex on sensitive areas, including the chin, she will faint from embarrassment. Fan Tao Shu felt extremely tense seeing his companion faint. Dia was also shocked after hearing the die-bound announcement. He never thought someone could faint from sheer embarrassment just by having their chin touched lightly. Li Tianyuan was utterly terrified upon witnessing this. Dia's anxiety grew stronger. He clearly intended to show affection to her to reassure Li Tianyuan, but Zhuge Sha's low tolerance ruined the performance he had prepared. Ah Sha lay on the ground with her eyes rolled back, uncertain when she would wake up. In this situation, Li Tianyuan would fear her identity being exposed, and would certainly seek to withdraw her. Just as Dia feared, after seeing Ah Sha faint, Li Tianyuan hurriedly knelt down to confess, saying, Your Majesty, it was my negligence in supervision, choosing an unsuitable person. This woman has disgraced herself before your Majesty. This humble servant deserves death. This servant will bring the lady. Knowing that the old man was about to take Ah Sha away, Dia hastily shouted, No need. In your plan, you need both of these women to create chaos in the harem. So this play must continue, even if reluctantly. In front of everyone, Dia lifted Asa up and said, I like the type that can't resist teasing like this. Li Aichang, your choice truly pleases me. Ah Zhu, feeling better than Asa, couldn't help but curse inwardly after hearing Dia's words. This tyrant is indeed a pervert. Seeing that Dia was still fond of Asa, Li Tianyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the beads of sweat on his forehead, and said, Thank you, your Majesty. Dia carried Asa back to the study, with Ah Zhu walking beside him. He announced to everyone, I've decided, tonight Miss Ah Sha will attend to me. Ah Zhu rolled her eyes, thinking, Tyrant, sooner or later I'll kill you. Ah Zhu's strange gaze startled Dia, making him turn back to look. He whispered, Why are you looking at me with such dissatisfaction? Could it be that Miss Ah Zhu also wants to attend to me? Dia's eyes turned sinister. How about tonight we play landlord with 3 people? Ah Zhu was startled by Dia's words. Perhaps she hadn't thought that tonight she would be sharing a bed with her enemy and also be with her sister at the same time. Very soon after, Dia took both beauties back to his room. In the dim light, he slowly walked towards the bed. His coat casually revealed his 6-pack abs in the light, his eyes fixed on the 2 beauties, thinking to himself, among all the concubines tonight, indeed these 2 ladies are the most proper. Just look, who wouldn't desire these 2 ladies with such enticing figures? Through the system display, Dia had already learned that the 2 of them approached him to destroy the nation, and he could take advantage of this. After all, since Li Tianyuan secretly raised them and deliberately gifted them to him, they must have some exceptional qualities. The only regret Dia had was that the system only displayed their ability stats and basic information. He was still unclear about what nation-ruining skills they possessed. Seeing Dia step up to the bed but not pouncing on the 2 sisters right away, instead just standing there in a daze, Ah Zhu wanted to ask, What is that tyrant thinking? Ah Zhu and Ah Sha exchanged glances. Before coming here they thought, we were clearly prepared to sacrifice ourselves To be humiliated by all kinds of tricks. After the humiliation, there would surely be coercion. Surrendering under the tyrant's debauchery. Whether Ah Sha or Ah Zhu, both would become his playthings. But in the current situation, these two beautiful sisters, dressed provocatively in front of Dia, were met with such indifference. His eyes were not lustful as they had imagined. They thought Dia didn't care about them at all, which terrified them. I recall what Li Tianyuan told me earlier. He said, "Don't worry about your identities, I have already forged them, ensuring that he won't find out." But Dia is cunning and deep-minded. Though he's lustful, it's difficult to entice him with beauty. Moreover, Zhao Zhe has already presented Zhao Mei to him. She is both your ally and your competitor. Ah Sha and Ah Zhu bowed their heads, listening intently. Li Tianyuan carefully advised, "You must gain Dia's trust and show him your value beyond just your appearance. I'm sure you know how to demonstrate your worth, right?" While Ah Sha and Ah Zhu were deep in thought, Dia approached and asked, "What are you two ladies thinking about so absent-mindedly?" He asked without genuine interest in their reasons and instead asked another question. "Just now, I asked if you have any skills or talents?" Ah Sha and Ah Zhu suddenly grew worried. Indeed, the thing they feared most had come. To avoid revealing her identity, Ah Sha carefully replied, "I have a talent for fortune-telling, observing celestial phenomena, and deciphering characters. Talismans, feng shui, health cultivation, medical arts, alchemy." Hearing Ah Sha list her abilities, Dia couldn't help but marvel. Is this the true power of the daughter of a great sorcerer? When she mentioned the last ability, Ah Sha blushed and said, "There's also the art of the bedchamber." Ah Zhu, sitting next to her, sighed inwardly. "With your body that loses control the moment a man touches you, you dare claim to know the art of the bedchamber?" After hearing Ah Sha's answer, Dia continued with Ah Zhu, asking, "And you, young lady?" Ah Zhu, seeing Dia's expression, guessed, judging by that tyrant's face. He seems unsatisfied with Ah Sha's answer. "I come from a merchant family. From a young age, I followed my grandfather to various trading places. Gradually, I not only became skilled at calculating goods but also at reading people's hearts. But when my ancestor faced disaster, I realized that having these two skills would easily make those above me suspicious. The premise of revenge is to protect oneself first, while simultaneously showing value, disguising oneself as a harmless figure. Being skilled at calculating goods and understanding people should never be revealed." So, she pretended to have nothing and responded, "I am just a weak woman. How could I have any special talents? Although I am of noble birth, my parents have passed away. The only thing I have is a fortune worth millions." As she spoke, she thought, is there any image more perfect than that of a weak woman with no one to rely on, yet possessing a fortune worth millions? Ah Zhu's response seemed to surprise Dia greatly. All the information in his mind could be summed up as, "My superpower is being rich, just like Batman. Parents gone. With a fortune worth millions, isn't this the otherworldly version of Batman?" But thinking that way, the two ladies could contribute to the grand cause of destroying the nation. Thinking so, Dia waved his hand and said to Ah Zhu, "I am the king of a nation, why would I covet your fortune, Lady Ah Zhu? On the contrary, would Lady Ah Zhu be willing to manage the national treasury for me?" Ah Zhu was still pretending to be shy. Upon hearing that Dia intended to put her in charge of the national treasury, her face became utterly astonished. Dia calculated, Fan Tao Shu comes from a merchant family, so she must be very skilled at falsifying records and embezzling public funds. Assigning her the task of draining the national treasury and collapsing the economy is the best choice. As for Zhuge Sha, who comes from a lineage of scholars and is obsessed with cultivating the Tao and alchemy, she perfectly embodies the historical archetype of a foolish ruler. Dia assigned Ah Sha to another position, telling her, "Lady Ah Sha, since you are so talented and versatile, I shall appoint you as the female national advisor and put you in charge of the Imperial Medical Academy, responsible for concocting elixirs to prolong my life." Ah Sha was horrified. Who would have thought that on the very first night, before offering anything to this foolish ruler, she would be entrusted with managing an entire Imperial Medical Academy? So now Dia can rest easy, entrusting the task of draining my vitality to Lady Ah Sha. Suddenly, Dia thought of something else and exclaimed, "That's right. I almost forgot something important. Since Ah Sha is now the female national advisor." Ah Sha widened her eyes. waiting for the foolish ruler to say something even more absurd. In the future, when you see me, wear a Taoist robe. Dia shade gleefully, clearly wanting his harem to indulge in some cosplay. Ah Shah was startled, and his thoughts began to freeze. Dia imagined the concubines in the harem wearing provocative cosplay outfits, causing a nosebleed that wouldn't stop. If they were going to cosplay, he wanted to go all out. At that time, the harem was not only full of beautiful women but also extremely alluring in their cute outfits. Just thinking about it made Dia very excited. Having the harem frequently engage in cosplay would be quite fun. The scene shifts to the study of the Zhao mansion. Inside, Zhao was busy writing. What he was writing on was paper used for imperial decrees that only the king could issue. He was forging a fake imperial decree. The jade seal that Dia had damaged the other day was replaced with a new one. After finishing the decree, he picked up the jade seal to prepare for stamping. Thinking, if that brat Dia doesn't want to issue this decree, then I'll do it myself. As for this jade seal, as long as I, the great official, desire it, I can make it any time. Though Du Su is skilled in commanding troops, his greatest flaw is blind loyalty. Even if the emperor commanded him to commit suicide immediately, he would follow through without hesitation. Once Du Su is eliminated, Dia will have no reinforcements. Wouldn't it be easy for me to manipulate him then? After completing the necessary formalities, Zhao Zhi loudly called the soldiers outside to enter. Immediately, someone came inside to receive orders. This person was Zhao Zhi's general, named Zhao Xian. As he stepped into the room, he bowed and waited for instructions. Master, please give your orders. Zhao Zhi handed him the fake imperial decree he had just written and said, You are to go immediately to the northern district of Lindong's city and deliver this decree to Commander Du Su of the northern garrison. You must personally witness Du Su commit suicide, and then bring back his head. I want to present a gift to congratulate His Majesty. As Zhao Zhi spoke, his face was lit with a sinister and evil expression. After receiving the items, Zhao Xian set off to carry out the mission. But little did they know, this action was witnessed entirely by a mysterious figure hiding on the rooftop. This person immediately wrote a letter, tucked it into the eagle's leg, and promptly sent it to a certain Lord Jiao. After finishing, the mysterious person released the bird. The eagle flew off into the quiet night. The scene transitions to a large forest. In the dark, under the dim moonlight, an army is marching through. This army is unaware they are walking into an ambush set by a group of people in black. A female character in black, with a black eagle perched on her shoulder, silently signals when she sees the army entering her team's ambush. She steps on a tree branch, preparing to leap out and attack. Suddenly, she stepped on something and stumbled, losing her balance. Caught off guard, she fell forward. Her whole body tumbled into the bushes below. The two masked men standing beside her earlier were not surprised at all. They shook their heads and said, Lord Lung's passive skill of bad luck has been activated again. The other replied, Forget it, we're used to it. The woman who had fallen into the bushes yelled at the stunned onlookers, What are you standing there for? Attack! The leader of the approaching group started to feel uneasy. He glanced around and noticed something unusual. There was a rope stretched across the path. He immediately pulled the reins, hoping to slow down the horse. But not everyone was as sharp-eyed as him. Many people behind didn't notice and stumbled over the rope, falling backward. The horse broke its leg and couldn't stand. Only the men could slowly get back up. But before they could straighten up, they were attacked. Many dark figures appeared, jumping from high branches, emerging from the bushes. The group of black-clad figures began launching concealed weapons. The soldiers who were quick to draw their swords managed to deflect a few. The black-clad figures, upon landing, also drew their swords from their belts, saying to each other, Lord Jiao has ordered, we must not let anyone escape, stop him. The leader of the soldiers shouted, How dare a mere rebel obstruct the imperial decree? So it turns out these soldiers were Zhao Zhi's men, and the one leading them was Zhao Xian, who delivered the decree earlier. The men in black didn't retreat. In fact, their eyes became even more determined. For these insolent soldiers, the black-clad group sent them straight to the afterlife in an instant. In his final moments, Zhao Xian could see the silhouette of a person with giant wings appearing. He was on horseback, sword in hand, silently descending from the sky. His eyes couldn't hide his terror. The woman in black pressed a dagger against his throat. Zhao Xian was just seconds away from death. His heart trembling, Zhao Xian muttered, "Are you Kun Wei?" The moment the voice escaped his throat, it was immediately silenced. The short sword ensured that Zhao Xian would remain silent forever. At this moment, the group of men in black began searching and quickly found the important item. This wooden box was brought before the one called Lord Jiao, and a woman's voice rang out, "As expected, we found the imperial edict on this man." Indeed, that foolish emperor ordered Crown Prince Du Su to commit suicide. Lord Jiao is the woman in black with a butterfly mask on her face from earlier. The subordinate holding the imperial edict suddenly spoke up, "Lord Jiao, if this is an imperial edict from His Majesty, then our actions tonight might be overstepping our authority." As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light crossed his face, startling him in fear. Lord Jiao, who had just acted to discipline him, pointed directly at his face and said, "After only a few days of peace, have you already forgotten the original mission of the Khan Guard? Light follows shadow. Only by going through chaos can we create order. We, the Khan Guard, operate in the dark to protect the late Emperor King Win. We can act ruthlessly, even bloodthirsty. But we must not forget that our loyal subject is the late Emperor. The reason the black-clad forces fight day and night is because of this." Master Jiao loudly declared, "While alive, the late Emperor made Du Su the Crown Prince. Now that the Emperor has passed, we must, of course, follow his last wish and support Du Su. Now, not only has Du usurped the throne, but he also wants to assassinate the Crown Prince." As she spoke, Master Jiao clenched her fist, and within a second, the imperial edict in her hand was torn to shreds. The people under her command stared wide-eyed, not daring to utter another word. She continued, "Duya is the enemy that the imperial guards must eliminate. Take care of everything here. Don't let any information leak out." After speaking, she and part of her team left. At this time, Crown Prince Du Su is in the northern region, and even if he doesn't stop, it will still take 4 days to return to the capital. In these 4 days, Dia will temporarily not notice anything unusual about the imperial edict. Before that, Lord Jiao vowed to personally kill him. She was determined to eliminate that tyrant Duya. Perhaps due to a special grudge, Lord Jiao was particularly furious at Duya, causing him to sense someone was talking about him in the palace, and he sneezed repeatedly. At that moment, he was playing cards with Ah Sha and Ah Zhu. After sneezing, he rubbed his nose and said, "Is some beauty thinking about me again? It's been 5 days since the fake imperial edict that Zhao Zhi delivered. But this old man is completely unaware that his subordinates were eliminated long ago." He paced around in his mansion waiting for news, mumbling, "That fool Zhao Xian. It's been 5 days, and still no news." While this old man was worrying, Li Tianyuan walked in through the door and asked, "Lord Zhao, what are you waiting for?" Zhao Zhi was startled, too afraid to say anything, awkwardly replying, "No, I'm not waiting for anything." "Why are you here so late?" Li Tianyuan, with a cheerful expression, said, "I've come to bring good news to Lord Zhao. And along with it, some bad news." Zhao Zhi didn't care about the good news, but as soon as he heard there was bad news, he immediately showed concern, wanting to know what bad news could affect him. Li Tianyuan slightly smirked. He spoke in a calm voice, "The plan to forge the imperial edict and kill Du Su has failed." Hearing the word failed made Zhao Zhi's narrow eyes widen in shock. Angrily, he rushed over, grabbed Li Tianyuan by the collar, and shouted, You're lying." Li Tianyuan pushed Zhao Zhi's arm away and continued, "Lord Zhao, we are on the same side, you don't need to deny it. Zhao Xian was killed outside the city 5 days ago, and the one who did it was none other than the leader of the Qinhuai Guards." Zhao Zhi stared at Li Tianyuan, his expression showing disbelief at the old man's words. Zhao Zhi stammered, The Qinhuai Guards? The shadow army directly controlled by the late emperor? How could they? Seeing Zhao Zhi so shocked, Li Tianyuan tried to calm him down, saying, "Let's not dwell on this for now, Lord Zhao, you should listen to the good news. Although Jiao killed Zhao Xian, she mistakenly thought that the decree was issued by Duya. Her next target is none other than Duya." Zhao Zhi instantly switched from sadness to joy, laughing, "Excellent, how satisfying." But just as he finished speaking, he became extremely tense again. The old man suspiciously questioned Li Tianyuan, "Wait, the Imperial Guards have always acted alone. How do you know about something so secretive?" Li Tianyuan responded nonchalantly, "I have my own ways, Lord Zhao, there's no need for you to worry. As he spoke, the old man walked closer to the window, gazing at the night sky as he said, Lord Zhao's fortune isn't bad this time, one could even say there's a blessing in disguise. We can take advantage of this opportunity to break the balance that His Majesty created between Du Su you and me. Today, His Majesty is hosting a banquet for the harem at Qianyuan Palace. It's a complicated gathering with many people. This is the perfect time for those cunning imperial guards to execute their plan. Just as Li Tianyuan said, if Qiao intends to act against His Majesty, tonight would be the best opportunity. So the old man will intervene a little to ensure the imperial guards let their guard down tonight. Right now, the Kuan Guard, led by Jiao on behalf of Du Su, is taking the lead. So, whether the assassination succeeds or fails, Du Su will inevitably bear the infamous title of regicide. Li Tianyuan, with a scheming expression, gave a sinister smile and continued in a low voice, someone who has lost his title and the moral high ground, like him, even with an army in hand, will no longer be a threat. After hearing Li Tianyuan's plan, Zhao Zhi found it to be truly perfect, a plan that requires no effort yet allows one to reap the rewards. He laughed and said, Old Li, you're good. This method really kills two birds with one stone. Not only does it take out Duya, but it also leaves Du Su with a tarnished reputation. When it comes to cunning, no one can beat you. Li Tianyuan replied, but what I just mentioned is only the most ideal scenario. The final outcome still depends on fate. Zhao Zhi, who had been pleased with the flawless plan, felt uneasy when he heard Li Tianyuan say that it also depends on fate. He frowned and asked with displeasure, Old Li, what do you mean by that? I think the plan is completely sound. What could possibly go wrong? I only came to greet Lord Zhao. Please excuse me for leaving early. Li Tianyuan did not answer Zhao Zhi's question and quietly turned to leave after bidding farewell. He walked down the steps with large strides. As he walked, he thought of the remaining half of the plan. In this entire scheme, the only thing I cannot control is His Majesty. Logically speaking, Zhu and Sha hate the capital to the bone. Tonight, in the Qian's Imperial Hall, they will act according to the situation, taking advantage of the chaos to strike at His Majesty. However, although they are smart and quick, can they really be a match for His Majesty in terms of scheming? I really hope this is just my own suspicion, that the two women who have been meticulously planted will flawlessly execute the assassination plan. In the Qian's Imperial at this moment, the cosplay of the harem that Dia always finds troublesome has finally been organized. Everyone is wearing outfits they've never worn before, praising each other. Oh sister, you look so stunning today, truly captivating. The other responds, what are you saying? No matter how well I dress, I can't surpass you. With how alluring you look tonight, the king will definitely summon you. The first one shyly laughs and says, Why are you being so modest, sister? For a long time, the harem has been a battlefield for power and status among the noble women. These brainless women keep exchanging flattering words, but the real masters of the harem are not so idle. To them, these brainless women are like hibiscus flowers, colorful but without fragrance, gaudy and foolish, thinking that dressing beautifully and adorably would catch His Majesty's eye. Such thoughts are too naive. Some with more cunning minds think they are wearing outfits that reveal too little, while others are convinced they will be the ones His Majesty chooses tonight. In the harem, no one truly treats each other well, there's only silent scheming. Among these harem women, there is one special individual, a woman with an anklet, completely barefoot. She is none other than the unguarded Lin Jiao, cosplaying to enter the party, walking into a room full of beautiful women. She couldn't help but express her disgust towards Dia. This tyrant Dia is truly debauched, with no limits to their attire. But what surprised her even more was that the people present at this cosplay banquet had no martial arts cultivation. Yet they could emit a killing intent that sent shivers down her spine. Lin Jiao, who was used to battlefields and killing as easily as eating, was startled by this murderous aura. She couldn't help but think that the harem of a tyrant was indeed terrifying. Lin Jiao's appearance caught the attention of a few women, who instead of praising her, mocked her outfit. Who is she? Dressed so seductively. Never seen her before. Must be some palace maid gone mad trying to change her fate. Little did they know that every word they casually spoke was overheard by Lin Jiao. One of them even boldly approached Lin Jiao and sarcastically complimented her. Little sister, your outfit is very creative, but mixing in the harem without power or background is useless. After that, the group of women laughed even louder with ridicule. Normally, Lin Jiao would have drawn her sword and given each of them a slash, but though she was seething with anger, she forced herself to hold back and comforted herself. Calm down. Focus on the main task. You can't strike anyone other than the target. Shortly after, the announcement of the emperor's arrival echoed, and Lin Jiao immediately turned towards the grand entrance. Dia appeared with Ah Sha and Ah Zhu by his side, dressed in shorts paired with a loose robe. Exuding an energy like a true partygoer, he raised both hands high and cheerfully shouted, "Hello everyone!" Not only that, he also raised his hand to his mouth and blew a loud kiss. Then threw the kiss towards his crowded harem, saying, "Love you all!" The women immediately acted as if they were under a spell, screaming like crazy, Your Majesty, I love you too. I want to bear your children." In the crowd, Dia noticed a mysterious beauty. It was Lin Jiao in disguise, and Dai Ban quickly updated Dia about her: martial arts 41, arrogance 80, charm 85, conquest 85, courage 93, scheming 65, Jiao. The leader of the Khan Guard was a bodyguard of the late Emperor Du Tianquan, specialized in ambush, theft, assassination, and is loyal to Crown Prince Du Su. She plans to kill Dia to help Du Su ascend the throne. Sensing Dia's peculiar gaze on her, Lin Jiao felt a bit uneasy, wondering to herself, what does that tyrant's look mean? Did he notice me? She fumbled for the dagger she had prepared. Her eyes fixed on Dia as she said, "Tyrant, die." Dia seemed a bit surprised. He probably didn't think Lin Jiao would dare call him a tyrant in front of so many people. Lin Jiao had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Currently, with so many people around, she didn't dare act rashly. She just held the short knife tightly in her hand, waiting for an opportunity to approach the tyrant. The concubines didn't understand what was happening. They were displeased when they heard Lin Jiao call their prince a tyrant, and scolded, "How dare you say such treasonous words in front of His Majesty?" After scolding her, they wondered if this was the essence of cosplay that they hadn't fully understood. Recalling 5 days earlier at the Kingguin Palace, Dia had gathered his concubines to announce, "My beloveds, I have decided to hold a cosplay banquet in the harem 5 days from now." It was the first time these people from ancient times had heard the concept of cosplay, and they were completely puzzled by it, asking, "Your Majesty, we are ignorant, what is a cosplay party?" Dia smiled brightly and took out a school uniform as an example, replying, "Cosplay means playing a role. My beloveds, at that time, you just need to wear the most beautiful costumes, play different characters, and have fun with me." The women, upon hearing this, looked confused, simplifying the concept of cosplay to dressing up as someone else. When they accidentally heard Lin Jiao call His Majesty a tyrant, they were astonished, thinking this was the essence of cosplay. The uniqueness lies in the characters interesting and stimulating. Nature. Dare to say and do things one has never done before. Lin Jiao found this misunderstanding very advantageous. In front of the entire harem, she wielded a short sword and rushed toward Dia, lightly saying as if she were embodying a character, "I'm here to stab you." Dia feigned innocence, laughing delightfully, and cried out, "Oh, no, please." The harem members witnessing this scene were visibly angry, gritting their teeth. That woman is playing an assassin, a character full of danger that easily ignites a man's conquering nature. She is indeed cunning. However, in this harem, if discovered, the struggle will not allow Lin Jiao to succeed as she wishes. Quickly, the first sheep rushed to join the assassin game. A girl in a bikini darted out in front of Lin Jiao and shouted, "Your Majesty, I will catch this assassin for you." This girl was no match for Lin Jiao. As soon as she reached out, her hands were tightly grasped by Lin Jiao's. Within half a second, her whole body was slammed down at lightning speed, leaving her in shock and without time to regret. Lin Jiao looked at the woman who had just attacked her, her eyes showing surprise, thinking to herself, "Is this woman crazy? Clearly, she has no skills at all." Thinking back on the talk about cosplay, about dressing up, it was only later that Lin Jiao vaguely realized that this banquet with strange costumes was actually a character role-playing event. The first woman who Lin Jiao subdued was not enough to intimidate the other concubines in the harem. Instead, they became even more frenzied. None of them would allow Lin Jiao to steal the spotlight and win the emperor's favor. Wanting to use such heretical means to attract the Emperor's attention? No way! Does this little girl understand the rules if she wants to compete for attention? Did she ask for our opinion? In this harem, there's an order to follow. She should wait her turn. One by one, the women began to surround Lin Jiao, their resentment deepening. The group of women aggressively charged at the most formidable enemy, using the cosplay event as an excuse to protect the Emperor, aiming to capture this assassin and prevent her from approaching him. If you want to kill the Emperor, you'll have to go through me first. Lin Jiao didn't expect that this debauched tyrant would be willingly protected by the harem's concubines. She couldn't understand what was so good about him. Anger surged within her, and her face darkened. If these women were willing to risk their lives to protect that tyrant, then since they've made their choice, Lin Jiao wouldn't show mercy. The dagger in her hand was ready to take the life of anyone who came at her. Duya was terrified. At first, he wanted to act realistically and let the assassin give him a slash, but who knew these concubines would get so enthusiastic? Scaring him. This isn't good. These concubines are crucial to my role as the tyrant, and essential for my mission to ruin the country. Just as Lin Jiao was about to slash down with her short sword, Dia shouted in time, "Stop, release those women." Lin Jiao sneered inwardly. Not only does this foolish king not seize the chance to escape, but he even dares to stop me? He does have some courage. She released the women, stood tall, and spoke to Dia. "Oh, are you willing to die in their place? If you exchange your life for theirs, I'll happily spare a few lives." The women, unaware of the situation, began to act out. "Your Majesty, we're not afraid to die. As long as you remember our names, that's enough." "How moving, Your Majesty. Facing an assassin for our sake. This chaotic mix of truth and lies is not good." If Lin Jiao, in a fit of rage, slaughters the entire harem, Dia's plan to be a foolish king will be ruined. He thought to himself, "No, I can't die before I've exhausted the nation's power, or the mission to destroy the country will fail." So Dia stood boldly in front of Lin Jiao and said, "Sorry, but now is not the time for me to die." Lin Jiao sneered. As expected, all talk and no action. Dia slowly approached Lin Jiao, saying, "However, I can negotiate by abdicating in favor of Du Su. Isn't the reason you came to assassinate me to help Du Su ascend the throne, Jiao?" Lin Jiao was startled. "What? He knows everything about my identity, and even my purpose. Could this be a trap?" She never expected Dia to call her name so clearly and confidently. She no longer had a reason to hide her identity, so she began questioning Dia. "Who are you, and what exactly is your purpose?" Dia smiled faintly. He casually said, "Let's lay our cards on the table. I won't pretend anymore. My purpose? Honestly, I just want to be a tyrant who eats and waits to die. How can ruling compare to enjoying beauties in the harem? If I have no talent for governing the country, and no desire to be an emperor, why not hand it over to someone capable?" The crowded harem was stunned and bewildered after hearing Dia's confession. At this moment, Dia noticed Dai Ban was notifying him. The system announced, "The host's actions have suddenly triggered the Qiu Qiao Rebellion National Destruction Event." In the original world of Dia, the historical figure, Zhao Kuangdan, was a great general holding the power of the Hao Chu dynasty. He later led the Qiu Qiao military coup, forcing the Chu Emperor Saidu Sung Huan to abdicate. This event was historically known as the Qiu Qiao Rebellion. The condition for triggering the Qiu Qiao Rebellion event is 1. There must be a general with military power outside. 2. The host must be forced to abdicate in favor of the military general. If successful, the event is considered complete, and 1,000 points will be deducted from the host's national power. After reading the announcement, Dia secretly laughed. This time I bet correctly. I originally just wanted to keep the harem. I didn't expect to trigger the national destruction event. With 1,000 points deducted, my national power must be completely exhausted now. When Lin Jiao heard Dia says that he wasn't interested in power, and even wanted to relinquish the throne, she couldn't believe it was true. She suspiciously thought to herself, "Is there really someone in this world who doesn't crave power? This must be a trick. I can't be fooled." She said to Duya, "Forget it. Whether it's true or false, in the end, you still have to give up the throne to His Highness Du Su. If I kill you so he can ascend the throne, it will be the same. Dia sighed. Why do you still want to kill me? I guess I need to increase the intensity of the trick. So, Dia began a new act. He said, killing me now will only make Du Su carry the reputation of a tyrant. Even if he becomes emperor, his position will be seen as illegitimate. I'm doing all this for the sake of your beloved elder brother, the crown prince. These words successfully struck a psychological blow to Lin Jiao, making her unable to go through with it. Her memories drifted back to when the late emperor was still alive. He had called her over and said, Jiao, I built the Qian dynasty and pacified the northern wars. Do you think I can be considered a good emperor? At that time, Lin Jiao confidently replied, Your Majesty, with your civil and military prowess, decisive in both governance and battle, you are certainly a Shiaj king of the ages. Who would have thought? The late emperor sighed and said, It's a pity that my abilities are only suited for conquering the world in chaotic times. The dynasty after me probably won't need an emperor like me anymore. Hearing this, Lin Jiao was greatly shocked, and she quickly dismissed the late emperor's words. No! The Qian dynasty always needs a ruler like your majesty. But the late emperor's next attitude made her even more alarmed. The late emperor said, No, I know that my days are numbered, but this might not be a blessing for the Qian dynasty. I only hope that my successor, even if they are not as capable as I am, or are lazy and reckless, can at least be tolerant, not fight, and not seek immediate gains. At that moment, Lin Jiao naturally assumed that the successor the late emperor spoke of was Prince Du Su. But after meeting Dia, now it seems that laziness, recklessness, tolerance, and a lack of ambition are qualities that match Dia more closely with the late emperor's description. The faith she had held for so many years was shaken by a few words from Dia, and Lin Jiao anxiously shouted, No, Crown Prince Du Su is the legitimate eldest son of the late emperor, the heir to the great Khan. How could I let a few words from Dia shake my resolve? For now, control him first, bring him to Prince Du Su, and we'll figure out what to do next. She told Dia, If that's the case, then please head to the northern district, Lamhung City, to complete the abdication ceremony in front of Prince Du Su. Dia was delighted, as if about to attend a feast. Great, I just need to see Du Su and complete the abdication ceremony. Suddenly, a figure appeared and ran in front of Dia, shouting, Stop! That person was none other than the shy woman Asha. She stepped forward to confront Lin Jiao, her voice full of authority. Want to threaten the prince? Have you asked the charm in my hand yet? In front of everyone, Asha took out 2 charms, ready to attack Lin Jiao. When Asha appeared, Lin Jiao's thoughts about Dia immediately changed, as she could see that Asha was a master of magic. She frowned and thought, I was too naive. What he said about the meditation posture was just a lie. Just a few words had shaken her, making her want to trust Dia. Lin Jiao was furious with herself, her hand unconsciously tightened around her short blade. At this moment, in her eyes, Dia and Asha were nothing but people with rotten souls. This tyrant really is skilled at playing with people's hearts. But in reality, Dia was hiding behind Asha with a bewildered, confused, and puzzled expression, unable to comprehend what was happening to him. Suddenly, another hand tapped on Dia's shoulder from behind. It was Zhu approaching, and she whispered to reassure Dia, Your Majesty, don't worry, Asha's skills are formidable. Her combat ability is likely on par with that assassin. With her protecting you, the assassin doesn't stand a chance. Zhu's words left Dia astonished, because he didn't need her protection. Nor did he want these women meddling in his affairs with such unnecessary actions. Although Zhu couldn't understand Dia's attitude, she was secretly pleased. As expected, letting Asha act in time was the right decision. With his plans disrupted, Dia was furious with himself, his lips pouting, and his face darkened. The night before Li Tianyuan brought Zhu and Asha into the palace, they had another conversation. He asked them, Do you know what your mission is after entering the palace and approaching Dia? At that time, Asha responded, I know. Find an opportunity to kill the tyrant Dia, avenge our family. Li Tianyuan chuckled, Ha ha, the blood feud of the Kenhuang clan. Du Tianjun annihilated your 2 families. Do you think killing one Dia can resolve it? Your final mission is to cause the downfall of the Kan Empire established by Du Tianjun. Therefore, for now, you must ensure that Dia survives. Upon hearing this mission, both Zhu and Asha were extremely surprised. Then Li Tianyuan explained to them, originally, Dia was the most foolish and incompetent of the princes. Earlier, I took advantage of the time when Du Su was leading troops outside to support him ascending to the throne. The main purpose was to change the dynasty of the Qin Empire in his hands. Zhu quickly grasped the deeper meaning of Li Tianyuan's plan. She immediately said, "You want the two of us to stay by Dia's side, become treacherous consorts, and seduce him into becoming a fallen king." Li Tianyuan was very pleased with Zhu's words. He nodded. "Zhu, you indeed have a sharp mind, you understood immediately. What you guessed is merely the very beginning of my calculations." After Dia ascended the throne, his actions seemed like those of a different person. His previous incompetence appeared to be just an act, making him even harder for me to read. Therefore, you all must observe him closely on my behalf and find any weaknesses. Just a few words, but Li Tianyuan's face became incredibly dark and frightening, causing Zhu, who had been by his side for a long time, to be startled. This was the first time she had seen such an expression on her lord's face. She couldn't understand what this expression meant. Was he excited? Before she could guess, Li Tianyuan called her name. Zhu, you have always been clever. Stay close to him, and adapt as needed. As for Sha, she's skilled in magic and highly capable, but her thoughts are simple. There is just one point you need to remember carefully. You must never let him and Du Su stand on the same side. After a short time by Dia's side, Sha and Zhu noticed strange expressions beneath the disguise. Their lordly was indeed not mistaken. Dia's incompetence was an act. Thanks to the deep thinking of the old man Li Tianyuan, Sha quickly stepped up to protect Dia from Lin Jiao's attack. Contrary to Dia's intent to portray himself as a foolish ruler, Li Tianyuan believed that this time Dia held this bizarre masquerade in the harem mainly to use the opportunity to approach the guards, then link up with Du Su to deal with Li Tianyuan. Zhu thought to himself, "Too bad, your plan was already seen through by Lord Li." Meanwhile, Lin Jiao and Sha were fiercely fighting, causing chaos in the harem, with everyone clutching their heads, exclaiming, "Stop fighting!" Dia was laughing happily at this moment, completely unaware that Zhu's eyes were staring intently at him. He seemed very amused by the fight between Sha and Lin Jiao. But his instincts quickly told him that someone was watching him, and within a second, he turned his gaze behind him. Zhu quickly avoided Dia's eyes, pretending she hadn't been thinking of harming him at all. She held her breath, thinking, "I almost got caught because I was too complacent." Dia himself almost forgot for a moment that both Zhu and Sha were under Master Lia's command. Sha's intervention to protect him and not allow Lin Jiao to approach Dia was part of their plan. Dia thought to himself, "Li Tianyuan wants to make me a puppet, so those women will surely prevent me from passing the throne to Du Su. I must control Sha's actions so that I can complete the surprise event of Qiu Qiao's return." At this moment, Dai Ban announced, "The generals with a powerful army are outside. The host senses a compulsory threat to abdicate. If successful, the mission will be considered complete, and 1,000 points of the host's national power will be deducted." Dia's expression became very excited. He suddenly realized that he almost forgot Sha's weakness again. Taking advantage of the moment when Sha stepped back from Lin Jiao's strike, Dia moved closer, placing his hand on Sha. His other hand wrapped around her waist, holding her tightly and affectionately. As long as she is touched by a man on a sensitive spot, like her chin, she would enter a state of moral collapse, and her protection of Dia would end. He would be one step closer to deducting points. Dia lifted Sha's chin and said, "I am the emperor, how can I let the concubine I love take risks for me?" Just as Dia predicted, with just a light touch on her chin, Sha's entire face immediately flushed. In the following seconds, her gaze became dazed, and her spirit fell into a state of collapse. Seeing that the moment had come, Dia immediately changed his expression to one of intensity. He shouted loudly towards Lin Jiao, "Hurry up, seize this opportunity and capture me." Lin Jiao was bewildered. She didn't understand why Dia was suppressing the person who saved her and then signaling the assassins to take her away. She thought to herself, "What is going on? Is this another scheme of the tyrant?" Lin Jiao's suspicion made Dia so angry he almost spat blood. He urgently shouted, "What are you hesitating for? It'll be too late once the guards get here." Still not fully understanding Dia's actions, Lin Jiao decided to take a risk and just go with it, capture him first and figure out the rest later. This time Dia could be satisfied. Lin Jiao's thoughts were exactly what he wanted. In front of everyone, Lin Jiao grabbed Dia, pressed a short blade to his neck, and led him away. Dia's expression was extremely satisfied. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Without Dia's support, Asha collapsed to the floor. She seemed to lose all consciousness, letting herself fall freely. Dia was gleeful as his plan was about to succeed when Dai Ban suddenly made a new announcement: Zhuge Sha's second hidden attribute, when touched by a man, she will fall into a state of collapse. Meanwhile, a strange aura suddenly emerged from Asha. It turns out that Asha's second attribute is being triggered, causing her to view any woman who the man interacts with as a mortal enemy, leading her to lose control. Lin Jiao probably didn't expect to encounter something this fierce. With her second attribute unleashed, Asha seemed like a different person. She glared at Lin Jiao and said angrily, "How dare you compete with me for a man?" She stood up and took deliberate steps forward. Her aura was many times more powerful than before, facing Lin Jiao without the slightest sign of weakness. As the leader of Kun Wei, Lin Jiao naturally wouldn't easily admit defeat, her short blade ready for battle. Asha at this moment is chanting a spell, the aura around her growing increasingly intense. She is fully focused on reciting the incantation. A yellow talisman appears in her hand. The Samadhi true fire gradually emerges at Asha's summons. After a few hand seals, the Samadhi true fire begins to burn brightly. Asha looks completely different from her usual self, showing an intense determination towards Lin Jiao. This Samadhi true fire astonishes Lin Jiao, leaving her unsure how to defend against it. Zhu holds her breath from one side, hoping her dear sister will succeed this time. Dia was bewildered and surprised, looking at Asha's overwhelming aura, worried in his mind that if Jiao were killed, the plan to bring Jiao back would completely fail. He shouted at Lin Jiao, "Get out of the way!" However, Lin Jiao didn't react. Dia, disregarding the danger, rushed to push Lin Jiao out of the danger zone. Even Asha was shocked, not expecting this situation to unfold. As a result, her Samadhi true fire shot out uncontrollably, heading straight toward Dia. The destructive power of the Samadhi true fire was immense, affecting even a part of the royal palace. Dia and Lin Jiao were unharmed, but after Dia's push, the two accidentally touched lips, completely unintended. A romantic scene, like the male lead in a love drama, just saved the female lead from danger, and demanded a kiss as a fee. Lin Jiao is the leader of the guards, but for the first time, she is taken advantage of by the lustful tyrant, probably furious. Her body was pushed by the force of the Samadhi true fire against the wall. The kiss with Dia earlier was more intense than ever. Needless to say, Lin Jiao's mood was terrible, her eyes filled with resentment. But indeed, this attack from Asha had a huge impact. The two were lucky not to be at the center of the explosion, so they only suffered minor effects. Dia used his body to shield Lin Jiao, holding her tightly without letting go, ending up lying on top of her. Zhu was so surprised that she had to cover her mouth. It was the first time she saw the usually gentle Asha unleash such a devastating attack. Amid the hazy smoke, a figure emerged. No one else but Dia. He still looks quite okay after the heroic act of saving the beauty earlier. Suddenly, Dai Bo's announcement rings out. The host's actions caused the Tranjiao Returns nation's destruction to fail, simultaneously creating the event the new kings circling the pillar, originating from an ancient field, implying a person who only worries about the present and doesn't think about the long term. According to the history in this world, the original Dia, the assassin Jingku attempted to assassinate the new king, Yingjing, in the Great Hall. Yingjing dodged using high-level movement skills. Later, Jingku was hit by a medicine box thrown by the supporting character, the famous Dr. Xiao Wuxia, leading to the failed assassination. After the attack, Lin Jiao collapsed from exhaustion, and the system announced the activation of the Qin Kings circling the pillar mission. 1. There is an assassin in the Great Hall attempting to assassinate the host. 2. During the assassination, there is a third character proficient in medicine present. 3. The third character proficient in medicine intervenes with the assassin. If the host defeats the assassin, it will be considered mission accomplished, granting the host 1,000 national power points. Announcements 2 and 3 are targeting Asha, who is lying on the ground. So after all the effort, Dia unexpectedly fails because of saving Lin Jiao, and the system ridiculously sends him a congratulatory message this time. Duya gritted his teeth in frustration and cursed, "Damn it! This trashy nation's destruction event! Why doesn't it deduct points but instead adds more?" His expression was extremely angry, having devised so many exhausting plans yet not deducting a single point, and instead adding 1,000 more points, causing Duya to scream, his whole body erupting with a terrifying aura. He shouted, and the aura burst out, making Aju struggle to stand firm. Aju looked at Duya in fear. The intense atmosphere terrified her. Moreover, after the two masters fell, he remained unharmed, which was even more frightening. Aju swallowed nervously, thinking to herself, "Sir Lai, I'm beginning to understand your expression when you spoke about Duya." Lin Jiao fainted, motionless, and in Duya's current state, she likely missed witnessing it. It took a long while before she could finally open her eyes and wake up. As soon as he saw her eyes open, Duya appeared and asked, "You're awake?" Lin Jiao's body ached all over. She looked around and asked, "Where is this?" Duya boldly said, "This is my palace." Lin Jiao sat up, her clothes in tatters, her hands still bound by iron chains, and she spoke with deep resentment. "Tyrant! Debauched and depraved!" Being suddenly insulted, Duya was stunned. Lin Jiao continued to shout, "Even if you have my body you still—" Duya knew what she was about to say and immediately interrupted, pointing at her face, "What are you thinking? Without me, you would have already died at Li Tianyuan's hands." It turned out that just moments after the assassination attempt, Li Tianyuan, who was in charge of palace security, had led the guards into the main hall. He led the troops inside, shouting, "Protect the emperor! Capture the assassin!" The assassin was none other than Lin Jiao herself, so the situation was quickly handled. After that, Li Tianyuan knelt before Duya, remorseful. "My negligence put your majesty in danger. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Duya waved his hand and said, "It's fine, the danger has passed." Li Tianyuan added, "I will take the assassin down and find out who is behind this." Lin Jiao is Duya's hope. He couldn't let Li Tianyuan take her away, so he quickly stopped him. Coming up with a reason to keep Lin Jiao was a bit difficult for Duya. In desperation, he boldly said, "This assassin isn't bad. I want to keep her as my concubine." As he spoke, he embraced Lin Jiao, pretending to be amused. Of course, Li Tianyuan didn't like this and objected, "Your Majesty, this assassin is very dangerous. It's not appropriate to keep her." Duya replied, "I like to play with danger." Then he lowered his voice, trying to sound threatening as he spoke. "You think I can't deal with a woman who has lost her weapons and freedom?" Of course, Li Tianyuan didn't dare. He had to yield to Duya and hand over Lin Jiao to him. Duya carried Lin Jiao back to the room and didn't forget to say, "Ah Zhu, you stay and take care of Ah Sha." He then called Zhao's sister to follow him and ordered everyone else to leave. The plot to overthrow the bridge failed again, leaving Duya somewhat unwilling. But in his hands this young assassin's sister still had value. She needed to be taken back to Dusu, continuing the great cause of destroying the nation. Duya's unblinking stare, coupled with his close proximity, frightened the young Lin Jiao, who screamed, "Your face is too close. If you want to kill me or skin me, do it. Just stay away, you scoundrel." She pushed Duya's face away with her hands, shouting continuously, "Tyrant, you'd better kill me now. The messenger you sent to deliver the imperial decree to kill Prince Du-Su has already been killed by me. Sooner or later you'll be killed by Prince Du-Su as well." Duya, hearing what Lin Jiao said, was puzzled and asked, "Order to kill Du-Su? When did I do that?" Lin Jiao scolded, "Stop pretending in front of me. Prince Du-Su is the rightful crown prince designated by the late emperor. If you don't kill him, how could you rest easy on the throne?" Zhao Mei, standing on the side, guessed, "This really has nothing to do with His Majesty. It was done by his godfather without his knowledge." Duya quickly noticed Zhao Mei's expression and guessed, judging by Zhao Mei's look, she knows about this. There's no need to say it aloud. It's obvious that old bastard Zhao Zhe, unwilling to let it go, forged the imperial decree behind my back. But now, all I can do is go along with it, take the blame, and bear the brunt of Prince Du-Su's hatred. Right after this thought, Duya changed his attitude, causing Lin Jiao to back away in fear. Duya pretended to be a tyrant who kills without blinking, laughed loudly, and then claimed the decree as his own, saying, "Ha ha, I remember now, it was my decree. Zhao Mei was startled. She didn't understand why Duya would admit to it. Duya then walked closer to the sword rack in the room. As he unsheathed the sword, he coldly said, "Anyway, he controls those troops. Surely they were left to me by my father." Zhao Mei was bewildered. Why would His Majesty willingly take the blame? Duya's act continued. With a murderous gaze and a disdainful tone, he said, "Now that I think about it, killing him with just a decree is too boring. I've decided to find a more interesting way to toy with him." As he spoke, Duya swung his sword in the air in front of Lin Jiao to intimidate her. Lin Jiao was paralyzed with fear, her whole body stiff as a stone. The sword in Duya's hand slashed a few more times. Lin Jiao closed her eyes, awaiting her death sentence. But after a while, when no pain came, she opened her eyes again. Only then did she realize that the chains on her hands had been cut by Duya's sword. She stammered, asking Duya, "Why didn't you kill me?" Duya replied, "You killed my emissary, so now you will take his place and deliver the imperial edict to Du Su. My father said Du Su was a born war god, and to train him, he was made emperor, appointed as the northern capital king, and commander of the northern army. But I see he only has brute strength. Nothing to fear." Duya smirked with both contempt and disdain. He told Lin Jiao, "Today, I not only want to strip him of his titles as northern capital king and commander of the northern army, but I also want to take away his title, reducing him to a commoner." His words made Lin Jiao tremble in fear. Duya added, "Tell him, if he's not satisfied with my decision, then he can try to raise an army and rebel, to take back what originally belonged to him. I'll be waiting for him in the capital." The more Duya spoke, the more crazed he became, just like a true tyrant. At this rate, he might as well go act in a Japanese film. Even Duya had to marvel at himself, a foolish and arrogant tyrant, willing to provoke death out of jealousy towards his brother. The performance was effortless. At this moment, Dai Ban announced a system reminder. The host's actions will trigger a Level 2 national destruction event, breaking through the Nanbing disaster. Duya was surprised. "Oh? So there's even a Level 2 national destruction event? How is this different from the usual national destruction events before?" Dai Ban quickly provided an answer. In the history of Duya's original world, the Mingjian emperor issued an order to strip the northern Yan king, Zhou Qiang, of his title. This led to Zhou Qiang's rebellion, with the Yan king's army invading Jinling, the capital of the Ming dynasty at the time. Zhou Duanyuan's whereabouts became unknown, and his life or death was uncertain, which was known as the Nanbing incident in history. The conditions to trigger the Nanbing disaster: 1. The northern capital must be held by a royal prince with military power. 2. The host must be an emperor and issue an order stripping the royal prince of his power. If the royal prince raises an army in rebellion, the first stage of the event is considered complete, and the host will lose 1,000 national power points. If the royal prince leads troops to attack the capital, the second stage of the event is considered complete, and the host will lose 10,000 national power points. After hearing the announcement, Duya chuckled to himself. As expected of a Level 2 national destruction event, if both stages are completed, my national power value definitely won't be reduced to negative. Just the thought of being able to return to the modern era thanks to this plan made Duya burst into maniacal laughter, causing Lin Jiao nearby to think, "This tyrant, he's a bit off. But that's good. At least Prince Du Su still has a chance to reclaim the throne." After Duya finished laughing, he immediately let Lin Jiao go, even waving a very enthusiastic goodbye. Zhao Mei, who witnessed the entire scene with a puzzled expression, thought to herself, the emperor not only released the assassin but also intentionally took the blame for her godfather, letting her provoke Duya. But why? After bidding farewell to Lin Jiao, other thoughts suddenly came to Duya's mind. He realized that he couldn't fully rely on these sudden occurrences. Based on the consistent behavior of the system, it might even adjust him and turn penalties into rewards. To complete the task of destroying the nation, he would still have to make good use of the other corrupt officials around him. So he turned to look at Zhao Mei behind him. He chuckled to himself, "That's right, Zhao Mei. And behind her is Zhao Zhe. Wasn't Zhao Zhe always urging me to attend court before? I might be able to use that." Zhao Mei, who was stared at by Duya without blinking for a while, felt a bit guilty and anxious. Immediately after that, Duya loudly called Zhao Mei. "Recently, I have been paying a lot of attention to Ah Zhu and Ah Sha, neglecting you. I am truly sorry. Zhao Mei hurriedly knelt down in panic and responded, Your Majesty, these words terrify this servant. Dia stepped forward to help Zhao Mei up and said, No need to worry, didn't I say before that you could freely report my situation to Zhao Zhe? He leaned close to Zhao Mei's ear and whispered, This time, I need you to pass another message to him. Tell him that I intend to attend court sessions soon, and have him prepare well. Zhao Mei agreed to this on that very night. Soon, morning arrived, and Duya's first court session was about to begin. In the court, officials stood lined up on both sides, waiting for the left chancellor, Lord Zhao Zhe, to arrive. Not long after, the first steps of Zhao Zhe appeared in the court session. The civil and military officials all bowed their heads when they saw him. Greetings, Lord Zhao. Greetings to the chancellor. At that time, Zhao Zhe would smile broadly, then wave his hand and say, all right, no need for formalities. But the officials' expressions showed that few were genuinely enthusiastic about the court session. Zhao Zhe didn't pay attention to that. He was concerned with something else. Li Tianyuan's usual seat was still empty. Someone stepped forward and whispered to Zhao Zhe, Lord Zhao, it seems that Lord Li mentioned earlier that he was not feeling well. Zhao Zhe gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, Li Tianyuan still underestimates my plan. But on the outside, he remained calm and said to the officials, Forget it, Lord Li's health is more important. It doesn't matter if he's absent today. He secretly calculated, I'll deal with that brat Duya today, establish my authority in court, and settle accounts with him later. At that moment, the announcement of the emperor's arrival was heard. The eunuch at the door shouted loudly, His Majesty has arrived. Zhao Zhe had no respect for this puppet emperor. You could tell just by looking at his face. The officials all bowed, but Zhao Zhe remained standing, without any intention of bowing. Dia appeared, and following him was Zhao Mei. From ancient times, the inner palace was forbidden from interfering with court affairs. Dia brought Zhao Mei to the court, and a few people started gossiping. Which emperor has ever brought his concubine to the court? Isn't that against the rules? However, this was exactly what Dia wanted. Seeing the officials gossiping, he chuckled to himself and said, Can't you handle just one person? Immediately, the officials fell silent, each bowing their heads, not daring to look up. But soon, the situation became even more chaotic. They exclaimed in shock, What about these people? By now, not only Zhao Mei was with Duya, but several concubines also entered, creating a scene like a market fair. The officials were terrified, having never seen anyone as bold as Duya. If the late emperor, who had just passed away, knew about this, he would probably die a second time. The inner palace of Duya appeared and immediately swarmed around, playfully tugging on the beards of some officials. They amusedly remarked, So this is the grand court meeting? It seems quite boring. The bewildered faces of the officials delighted Duya, who laughed loudly and said, Ha, I want my beloved concubines of the inner palace to experience the grand court meeting. Surely no one has any objections, right? Zhao Zhe stood motionless, because he was also very surprised. He was still thinking, Is this young man out of his mind? What is he suddenly doing? Some officials recognized their daughters who had been sent to the palace and were standing near Duya. They held their heads and cried bitterly, Our daughters who were sent to the palace are standing up there, truly disgraceful. We only sent them in because we followed Lord Li's advice. Could it be that His Majesty intentionally brought the harem here to humiliate us? In the midst of the chaos, Zhao Zhe couldn't hold back his anger and spoke up, Your Majesty, bringing the harem to the grand court meeting is not in accordance with protocol. I don't know what Your Majesty means by this. Duya, however, responded calmly, There's no need to worry, I have no other intention. I am a foolish and debauched ruler, so bringing the harem to the court meeting is perfectly reasonable. Zhao Zhe was speechless. He wanted to embarrass Duya but was stunned witnessing him embarrassing himself. Seeing Zhao Zhe's expression, Duya smiled smugly and thought, How about that? As long as my shamelessness knows no bounds, what can you do to me? He then loudly ordered the eunuch beside him, Hey, you over there, why don't you quickly go and bring everyone to their seats? Under the command of Duya, the floor cushions were quickly brought out and neatly arranged next to the throne. Duya held Zhao Mei in his arms, laughing and chatting, It's the first time setting this up, so we're a bit inexperienced. Everyone, squeeze in a bit. The concubines? annoyed at having to sit uncomfortably, kept complaining, "Do we have to sit on the ground like this?" Some even went further, saying, "I want to sit on His Majesty's lap on the throne." While pointing and arranging the seating for the harem, Dia received a system notification, due to the ruler's disruption of etiquette during the Grand Court session. 500 national power points have been deducted. Dia smiled with amusement. Causing a scene at the Grand Court session really has an effect. A few more breaches of etiquette like this will make me lose the dignity of an emperor in front of the ministers, leading to even more point deductions. The ministers were indeed very troubled, embarrassed by Dia's behavior. They didn't even dare to raise their heads to look up. Zhao Zhe hadn't yet carried out his plan, so he had to watch Dia's antics closely to make sure he could make Dia look even worse later on. After everything was settled, Dia sat on the throne and asked the ministers, "This is my first time holding court. Do you all have anything to report?" Yes, this was the moment Zhao Zhe had been eagerly awaiting. They secretly smiled. The show is about to start. Minister Zhao is going to make his move against the young emperor. As expected, Zhao Zhe was the one who started the petition. He said, "Your Majesty, I have something to report. Recently, someone discovered an auspicious omen on the far eastern island and presented it to me." Di appeared curious and asked him, "Oh, what omen?" Seeing Di fall into his trap, Zhao Zhe secretly smiled. Then he loudly replied, "The omen is the sacred beast, the Shanlong. I believe it symbolizes the prosperity of our Diqian, so I wish to present this auspicious omen to your Majesty." As soon as Di heard the words prosperity of Diqian, he felt uninterested and didn't bother to think further. Di's bored expression made Zhao Zhe feel uneasy. Why is this brat not excited about the omen? Could he have seen through my scheme? So, the old man continued, "No matter what, your Majesty, how did you view this auspicious beast before?" Whether Dia agreed or not, Zhao Zhe clapped his hands, signaling his people to bring the auspicious beast to the court. The massive beast stepped onto the court, causing the entire hall to shake. The officials were terrified the moment they saw it. Everyone was scared when they saw it. No one dared to approach. Dia was not very interested, only observing silently. Two people entered together, each holding a leash for the beast. The animal was quite large, but in terms of appearance, it was fairly ordinary. Dia looked at it for a while without any reaction. He suddenly remembered that this creature, referred to as the divine beast Thuanglong, looked very familiar. In the modern world, this creature is the Komodo Long Xiang. What kind of strange place is this far eastern island? Zhao Zhe was very proud of the beast he brought, and he said, "Your Majesty, please look. How majestic is the Thuanglong beast." He chuckled to himself. "Now that I've presented this beast, how will you respond?" He eagerly awaited Dia's reaction. At this moment, Dia received a system notification. The actions of Zhao Zhe, the key figure leading to the nation's downfall, have triggered the sudden event. Dia thought in surprise, "So that's how it is. A sudden event doesn't necessarily have to be triggered by me." The system also updated the historical context of the event. During the reign of Qin Ershi, Prime Minister Zhao Chao presented a flowered deer to Hu Hai at court. Then confused right and wrong by calling the deer a horse, with all the officials agreeing. From then on, Hu Hai's imperial power gradually fell into Zhao Chao's hands. The conditions for triggering the Dao Dain Ma lock event: 1. A powerful official presents an animal to the ruler at court. 2. The powerful official publicly lies, claiming that this animal is another species, and forces the court officials to make the ruler acknowledge it. If everyone present agrees with the official's statement, the event is considered complete, and the ruler's national power will be reduced by 2,000 points. Dia had a bit of respect for Zhao Zhe, as he indeed managed to bring him a bit of surprise. Now it's time for Dia's performance. That sacred beast must be very agitated after being tied up for so long, so it's roaring and baring its fangs and claws. It even knows to target Dia and roars threateningly with its mouth wide open. The two men holding the rope are struggling to pull it back, to keep it from getting too close to the emperor. However, the beast's roaring amuses the ministers, probably because they enjoy seeing Dia being bullied by a mere animal and unable to do anything about it. At this moment, Dia finally takes the stage and delivers his first line, "Minister Zhao, why does this creature not seem like a Long Xiang of good omen to me at all?" Zhao Zhe smirked sinisterly, thinking to himself, "This kid has indeed been fooled. Let's see how I can catch him this time." And so he begins his act, turning to ask the men behind him, "Ah, ministers, do you know this sacred beast? Tell me, is it truly a long xiang of good omen?" All the ministers are on Zhao Zhi's side, and as soon as he asks, they quickly reply, "Yes, yes, yes, this is clearly a long xiang of good omen. When I was young and traveled to the Eastern Sea, I was fortunate enough to see one." Someone even opened a book, pretending to be knowledgeable, and asserted, "Indeed, Lord Zhao is well educated. In the sea and mountain classic passed down by our ancestors, this horned long xiang is exactly like the one in the book." The crowd then confirmed, "This is truly a horned long xiang. His Majesty is truly blessed." Of course, this act greatly pleased Zhao Zhi. He secretly laughed to himself. "I openly defied the monarchy, controlled imperial power, and committed such a great act of rebellion. How do you feel about that, boy?" But this reaction from the ministers was exactly what Dia wanted. He grinned and said, "Not bad, not bad. You all coordinated very well." But at that moment, someone loudly went against the crowd and shouted, "That monster looks disgusting." Dia was startled and surprised. "Who? Damn it, who dares to speak on my behalf?" It turned out to be one of his concubines speaking. She pointed and added, "With such an ugly appearance, how could this horned long xiang bring any good omen?" Dia was a bit frightened, fearing he had made another mistake. But luckily, very soon after, he found a way to save the situation. He turned to Zhao Mei and asked her, "Zhao Mei, don't you have anything to say?" Zhao Mei was startled by Dia's direct question, unsure of what to say. Dia looked at her expectantly and said, "I want to hear you speak. That thing below, is it really a lucky omen brought by the azure long xiang?" Zhao Mei's mind was in turmoil. Clearly, His Majesty knows I am a spy for my foster father, yet he always keeps me by his side, and now he even wants me to show my stance here. Thinking it over, it's because he is confident in himself, believing that I pose no threat to him whatsoever. On the contrary, he keeps giving me chances, waiting for me to choose between him and my foster father. Zhao Mei's heart wavered slightly. The image of her and Duya together kept appearing, leaving her very confused. She quietly and seriously thought about Duya and the two women, Ah Sha and Ah Zhu. Finally, she knew which side she should choose. She looked at her adoptive father, Zhao Zhi, and called him to stand up. Seeing his adopted daughter about to speak words of wisdom, Zhao Zhi was secretly pleased. Heh, the timing is perfect. Say it, so that this puppet emperor knows his weight and understands who really holds the power. After a long period of careful consideration, Zhao Mei said, "Something so ugly could never be the sacred beast, Thuanlong." This was completely against Zhao Zhi's expectations. He turned his eyes toward Zhao Mei in shock. At this moment, Zhao Mei even pointed at her adoptive father's face and loudly questioned, "Lord Zhao, are you trying to commit treason, playing with imperial authority?" Zhao Zhi was furious. He couldn't believe that even his adopted child could betray him. Duya was equally surprised. He had bet on Zhao Mei, not expecting her to betray her adoptive father and join his side. According to Duya's plan, this wasn't supposed to happen. He screamed internally, "What is Zhao Mei doing? She was supposed to help Zhao Zhi betray me. You're betraying the wrong person." But then, to his surprise, Zhao Mei nodded at him, indicating that he could trust her. It didn't stop there. She even rallied the rest of the harem. "Sisters, tell me, am I right?" Under Duya's helpless gaze, the powerful harem collectively responded to Zhao Zhi, "Yes. This is clearly a four-legged snake, what long xiang. Yes, yes, yes. There's no such thing as an ugly long xiang like this. Zhao Zhi has committed treason, His Majesty should eradicate his entire clan." The harem simultaneously chanted, "Eradicate his entire clan! Eradicate his entire clan!" Zhao Zhi lost power, unexpectedly becoming the underdog. He turned to look at a high-ranking official below and asked, "Minister Ha, the one who called for the eradication of my entire clan, is she not the concubine you brought into the palace? How do you usually teach her?" This official was embarrassed by Zhao Zhi's words. Failing to teach his child was a shameful matter. The old man, fuming with anger, started rolling up his sleeves. Just as Zhao Zhi intended, the official pointed at his daughter and scolded, "Insolent! How have I taught you? How dare you be disrespectful to Lord Zhao?" Who would have thought a retort would come back immediately? "You're the insolent one." The official's daughter, pointing her finger at her father's face, questioned, "Does this world belong to His Majesty or Zhaozhe? From the beginning, you disrespected His Majesty when he first ascended the throne and used me as a pawn by sending me to the palace. From that moment on, all ties between us were severed." The official was stunned into silence by his daughter's words, unable to utter a single word in response. Zhaozhe and the other officials were also quite surprised, looking at the official's state helplessly. The official was so shocked that he collapsed to the ground, still muttering that his daughter was a rebellious child. Fortunately, a sympathetic official caught him as he fell, and they hurriedly called for help. "Someone, help! The official is coughing up blood." The consorts, rarely in agreement like this, exchanged warm glances. After that, several other concubines loudly accused their own fathers, with one saying, "Your Majesty, I also wish to accuse my father of ignoring the lives of the common people and embezzling relief supplies." The next one accused, "My father seized land from the local people. My father has degraded morals, visiting brothels daily." Then there were others who accused their fathers of treating human lives like dirt. Zhaozhe and the court officials had never imagined they'd be betrayed all at once like this. Zhaozhe then realized, the reputation we court officials have in the imperial court has been destroyed by this harem. Li Tianyuan was right, this boy is indeed not easy to provoke. He cast a glance towards Dia. Standing behind the harem, his presence seemed to grow stronger than usual. Dia's face was somewhat cold, and the sword in his hand was quietly being drawn from its sheath. Zhaozhe was terrified. He didn't know what this boy Dia intended to do to him. Dia took large strides towards Zhaozhe. The old man was visibly tense, sweat started pouring out like a stream. For some reason, at that moment, in his eyes, Dia appeared to have the posture of a great long xiang, the bearing of a mighty king. The sword in Dia's hand made the old man wonder, could she be using this woman's power to kill me? Fear echoed in his mind, impossible. Absolutely impossible. By now, Dia had almost reached him, the sword raised high above her head, as if leaving no escape for her target. Zhaozhe stood frozen, his eyes wide as he followed every movement of Dia's sword. The court officials were also stunned, their hearts pounding, legs trembling. The once noisy concubines fell silent, their eyes fixed in astonishment, as they watched Dia step forward. The blood-stained sword, the long xiang's neck fell before the astonished eyes of everyone at court. Dia slowly approached Zhaozhe and called out, "Minister Zhao. For a monster like that, damaging the harmony between the ruler and his subjects is truly not worth it." Dia grinned, pretending to be a fool. He even mimicked his earlier action. "Whether it was an auspicious sign or not, I just cut it down with a single stroke. Like this." While speaking, he swung his sword in the air. Afterward, he leaned in close to Zhaozhe and whispered, "What happened in court today? I will pretend it never occurred. Minister Zhao, what do you think?" "Minister Zhao?" Zhaozhe, terrified by Dia's intimidating demeanor, his whole body tensed up, still unable to calm down. When he finally heard Dia repeatedly calling him, he stammered, Your Majesty, you're right." And so, Dia's first court session ended with the complete defeat of Zhaozhe. After that, Dia returned to his room. This commotion has resulted in a quality notification for him. The system has completed the resolution, considering that the host has disrupted the event of fortune twisting caused by Zhaozhe in the court. The destruction of the event has shocked Zhaozhe and the court officials, further consolidating the host's royal authority. Once again, congratulations to the host for gaining an additional 1,000 national power points. Hearing the announcement, Dia's fists clenched and trembled. He had just lost 500 points, but now he has gained 1,000 points. All his efforts have once again gone to waste. Zhao Mei had been by Dia's side the whole time. Since returning from the morning court session, she had noticed Dia's constant irritation, even though he had successfully exposed Zhaozhe. She worriedly thought, His Majesty clearly surprised everyone in the court, so why do Zhaozhe and the officials not seem happy? She hesitantly asked, Your Majesty, were you satisfied with Zhao Mei's performance in the court earlier? Dia coldly and slowly turned his head to look at her. He forced a smile and replied, it was passable. If you could understand my intentions more accurately, it would be even better. Zhao Mei's face was full of confusion. She thought to herself, as expected, I didn't take the initiative to understand His Majesty's intentions before. I had to be reminded before stepping up. His Majesty is not pleased with my performance. She made up her mind. Next time, I must be more proactive to keep up with His Majesty's thoughts. Meanwhile, Duya, seeing her determined expression, had a bad feeling in his heart. He recalled Zhao Mei's behavior during the morning court. Now that she's openly opposing Zhao Zhe, it has caused his reputation to plummet. They can no longer be relied upon to help him complete his mission of destroying the nation. Duya had run out of options with Zhao Zhe. Now, he could only hope for old Li Tianyuan. So he called Zhao Mei over and said, "Come. Help me draft an imperial decree." Zhao Mei curiously asked, "What decree does your Majesty wish to draft?" I want to promote Li Tianyuan to the position of Grand Chancellor." Duya responded coldly. He then turned to Zhao Mei and asked, "Is there a problem?" Of course, Miss Zhao dared not voice any objections and immediately sat down obediently at the table to prepare to write the imperial edict for Duya. As she wrote, Miss Zhao thought, the Grand Preceptor is a position ranked above both the left and right chancellors. Since the founding of the Qian Kingdom, apart from the official in charge of legal affairs who held this position 100 years ago, it has remained vacant. Now that Zhao Zhe has lost his power, His Majesty wants to appoint Li Tianyuan as Grand Preceptor. Does he intend to take action against Li Tianyuan and Zhao Zhe? Is that why he is using this imperial edict to separate them? She kept thinking as she wrote, and within 5 minutes, the edict was completed. Duya took the jade seal and stamped it, making the edict officially effective. As the jade seal was pressed down, a voice from Daiban echoed in Duya's mind. System reminder, due to the host's arrangements. Crown Prince Du Su, who guards the northern border, has mobilized the northern army. The first phase of the pacification campaign is complete, deducting 1,000 national power points from the host. This news is extremely good for Duya. He laughed maniacally. Aren't the points added in the court now coming back? Truly worthy of me. Looking at the imperial seal in his hand, he laughed savagely, causing Lady Zhao beside him to shudder. According to the system's announcement, Du Tu's uprising in the northern army has begun. Half a month later, the southern army guarding the northern border was defeated by the Imperial Guard of Qian Capital City at a location 80 miles north of Qian Capital, capturing numerous supply carts. Each of these supply carts, after being seized, was inspected by cutting through the sacks. Inside the supply carts, there was nothing but white rice. As soon as the sacks were cut, the rice spilled out. After completing the inspection, they found that all the vehicles were of high-quality military supplies. They shouted to the soldiers, "It's all provisions, no need to worry about reinforcements this time." Leading this army is none other than Duya's elder brother Du Su. Riding on a white horse, donned in a red battle robe, he looked incredibly valiant. Next to him, a general was riding up. This person is Wang Zhan, deputy commander of the Northern Frontier Army. As soon as he reached Du Su, he knelt down to pay his respects. He began to report, "Your Highness, our army has marched south for more than 10 days without encountering any of King Ken's forces on the way. The march has been smooth. But the recent battle with the Long Xiang Guard was too easily won, which makes me suspect there might be a plot." "Oh? What was unusual?" Du Su asked. Wang Zhan replied in a deep voice, "The responsibility of the Long Xiang Guard is to protect Canjing, and the command usually lies with Li Tianyuan. Though their combat strength doesn't match the Northern Frontier Army, they are still considered elite. But just now, they fled without engaging our troops, abandoning their supplies and heavy carts. It's clear they intended to lose to us." Du Su nodded and said, "General Wang is right." At that moment, a girl appeared, Lin Jiao, whom Duya had released. She approached Du Su and said, "Duya is cunning and despicable. He's in cahoots with Li Tianyuan. And there must be a plot behind this." Du Su gave a sinister smile. He raised his ambitious eyes and said, "Of course, I know he did it on purpose. How could I not understand the thoughts of that brother of mine?" He remembered a long, long time ago. When the late emperor was still alive, Du Su was just a child. He was taught with great care by the late emperor, who personally checked his lessons. One day, the late emperor asked him, "A friend from afar arrives, what is the next line?" Du Su scratched his head and stammered, "A friend from afar arrives." He kept stuttering, and the late emperor patiently waited for him to answer. Finally, Du Su enthusiastically shouted, "I remember now. If a friend comes from afar, even if distant, he must be killed." The late emperor's face turned pale upon hearing that, and he even spat out his saliva. He angrily knocked on Du Su's head and scolded, "As the crown prince, you have no brains at all. How can I entrust Dai Qian to you?" One would think the person whose head was knocked would feel pain, but Du Su's head was so hard that it made the late emperor's hand red and sore. Du Su even proudly said, "Brains? Father, you don't know this, but my head is very tough. Yesterday at the training ground, I had but several Long Tuong soldiers." The late emperor was not pleased to hear his story. He coldly turned away and said, "Today, you are not allowed to eat. You must copy today's lesson 100 times. After saying that, the late emperor left the study. Du Su was locked up to study and copy the lesson again. He lay slumped over the table, sighing wearily, "I'm so hungry, I want to eat." Suddenly, a rock flew out of nowhere and hit him on the head, startling him awake. He looked up and saw that it was Dia. He climbed through the window looking for his elder brother. At this moment, with a proud face, Dia asked, "Got scolded by the old man again? I don't get it, you're clearly the crown prince. Why do you live a life harder than mine, a deposed king?" Du Su glared and replied, "That's why I envy you so much. Father has high expectations of me, he wants me to be a wise king remembered for eternity, that's why." While Du Su spoke, Dia had already climbed down through the window. He grabbed onto the bookshelf and began gesturing wildly, saying, "Pfft. If I can't enjoy life freely, I don't want to be the emperor." Du Su responded sadly, "I don't know anything about governing the country, I just want to lead soldiers into battle, but what can I do, I'm a Du. As the eldest son of the family and the crown prince of Qian Kingdom, I basically have no choice." Dia didn't understand the heavy responsibility that Du Su was bearing from what his elder brother said. He innocently blurted out, "It's simple, I'll just take the emperor's position from you later." Du Su widened his eyes in astonishment, looking at his younger brother. Du Su even pointed and continued, "I also want to erase your surname so that you can live the life you want." These things happened a long time ago, but Du Su still remembers them clearly. But now, to him, his younger brother seems like a fool. He began to gallop his horse swiftly forward, giving the command, "All troops, advance directly to Imperial Palace." The mighty army began to march forward with a thunderous roar. Nightfall begins to descend. We return to the palace of Duya. At this moment, Li Tianyuan arrives seeking an audience with Duya, but Zhao Mei blocks the entrance, refusing to let him in. She says, "Please, Lordly, go back. His Majesty is not available to see you right now." With a stern face, Li Tianyuan responds, "The Northern Army left the Northern District and headed south 5 days ago. They are now only 800 miles from Imperial Palace. I must meet His Majesty." Zhao Mei calmly replies, "His Majesty is already aware of this. He trusts that with Lord Li's abilities, you can handle this matter well. After all, the Longxiang Guard is currently in your hands. The responsibility of protecting Qian capital naturally falls upon you. Moreover, as the Grand Chancellor, you should share His Majesty's burdens." Zhao Mei's reasoning is undoubtedly correct, successfully shifting the responsibility to Li Tianyuan. He is, of course, not pleased at all. This is clearly forcing him to take the blame for Duya. He still refuses to leave and continues to stand outside the hall, saying, "Your Majesty, you overestimate me. Du Tu is called the God of War, and the Northern Army is the most elite force of Daikan." Zhao Mei responded softly, "Lordly, there is no need to worry. His Majesty knows that the Northern Army is powerful, so he said you can stay behind the lines to strategize without risking your life on the battlefield. Moreover, as long as our Longxiang army displays courage before the enemy, even if we retreat, it will still be an honorable defeat." Li Tianyuan was stunned to hear that as long as the Longxiang army went into battle, it didn't matter whether they won or lost. He had no idea what the emperor's intentions were with this strategy. Zhao Mei saw the old man's face and knew he had no way to escape responsibility, so she turned around to leave, saying, "His Majesty awaits good news from you, Lord Lai." With that, she quickly stepped into the room and slammed the door shut. Once inside, she breathed a sigh of relief and stretched, saying, "Acting in front of that old fox Li Tianyuan is so exhausting. Dia had been waiting in the room for a long time, and as soon as she entered he asked, "Zhao Mei, have you dealt with that old scoundrel?" Zhao Mei replied, "Your Majesty, I followed your instructions. Not only did I stop Li Tianyuan, but I also made him lead the Longxiang elephant army out of the city to block the northern army." Dia was naturally delighted. He lay back, leisurely biting into an apple without a care in the world. However, Zhao Mei was still quite puzzled by Dia's intentions. She asked him, "I just don't understand. Once the Northern Suppression Army reaches Qian capital, the consequences will be unimaginable. The danger is imminent. How can your Majesty be at ease letting Lord Lai lead the troops out of the city, and even say that winning or losing doesn't matter?" Dia leisurely replied, "Winning or losing? Of course I care." In Dia's mind, he was still afraid that his Long Tuong army would lose. Although the combat strength of the Long Tuong army is not equal to that of the Northern Suppression Army, they are still the second elite force of the Qian nation. If they really fortified the city of Qian capital, it's hard to say whether the Northern Suppression Army could breach Qian capital. That's why he let them leave the city for a field battle to confront the enemy, offering their heads first. Although the old fox Li Tianyuan is insidious, he is not good at leading troops. Letting him lead the Longxiang army, they'll be easily defeated, their combat strength will greatly decrease, and provoking Du Su by taking the initiative to attack will only make things worse. This way, the difficult military crisis can be resolved easily. Dia calculated all of this, and as long as he succeeded, he wouldn't have to work so hard anymore. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, and Dia laughed out loud in delight. In Zhao Mei's eyes, Dia's smile seemed somewhat sinister. She thought to herself, with this smile, Li Tianyuan is bound to suffer greatly this time. This time, Lord Lai is out of luck. Li Tianyuan is leaving the palace, his mind in turmoil. He's thinking, Dia relinquished command and let me lead the army to intercept the northern troops. Saying he doesn't care about victory or defeat. There must be a deeper plan behind this. As he's brooding, a shout suddenly rings out. It's the old man Zhaozhe, panting and running with his chubby body. He runs up to Li Tianyuan, grabs his collar, and angrily demands, "No wonder you pretended to be sick and didn't attend court that day. You had already conspired with Dia to deal with me, didn't you?" Li Tianyuan, furious, slaps Zhaozhe's hand away and shouts, "What madness is this? When did I ever plot with him against you?" Zhaozhe yells into his face, then explain this. "Why, the moment I lost face in court that day, did he turn around and make you Grand Chancellor?" Li Tianyuan loses his temper, shouting back, "Use your brain for once. He's just trying to drive a wedge between us. Du Su is already advancing on the capital, and you still have the mind to bicker with me over trivialities like this?" Zhaozhe, hearing those words, became more enraged and continued to shout, "Don't think I don't know, the two women you placed by Dia's side. One was appointed as his national advisor, and the other manages his treasury. Do you truly intend to join Dia?" Zhaozhe's argument this time was indeed more profound, making Li Tianyuan fall silent for a moment. Seeing this, Zhaozhe took a deep breath and cursed further, "I also know that those two women are descendants of the criminal you took in years ago. You wouldn't want Dia to know their true identities, would you?" Li Tianyuan didn't expect Zhaozhe to threaten him like this, and of course, he was very angry. But in an instant, Li Tianyuan exhaled sharply. He suddenly lowered his voice, making Zhaozhe bewildered, and said, "I understand, Minister Zhao. Perhaps some of my previous actions made you misunderstand, and I feel I must resolve this misunderstanding." As he spoke, he reached into his pocket, searching for something. Zhaozhe thought he was about to draw a weapon and stepped back anxiously. "What do you intend to do?" In the next second, Zhaozhe's worried expression was replaced with one of surprise, because Li Tianyuan was holding the tiger tally in front of him. He was so shocked that his mouth dropped open, unable to believe it. The tiger tally, which was in Dia's hands, now lay in Li Tianyuan's. At this point, Li Tianyuan began to explain, "This is the Longxiang General's tiger tally. With this command tally, you can mobilize 30,000 Longxiang soldiers in Qian capital. Now I entrust this to you, Minister Zhao. Please do not refuse." Seeing this tiger tally reminded Zhaozhe of the past, when the late emperor was still alive. When the late emperor was alive, Zhaozhe and Li Tianyuan were the left and right prime ministers, helping the emperor manage Diqian. Considering the balance of power, the emperor entrusted these two important items to them. Zhao Zhi is the left prime minister, who holds the imperial seal, is responsible for conveying imperial edicts, and manages the officials. Li Tianyuan holds the Tiger Talisman, commands the elite Longxiang troops, and is in charge of protecting the capital. Therefore, after the previous emperor passed away, these two were able to maintain surface peace and jointly recommended Duya as the puppet emperor. However, Li Tianyuan and Zhao Zhi did not expect that because of Duya, or rather because of His Majesty's machinations. Zhao Zhi gradually lost his backing and has now been cornered. Li Tianyuan knows that as the holder of the Tiger Talisman, he has become the only powerful official in the capital and a threat to His Majesty. Thus, he thinks, although Duya ostensibly appointed him as Tai Sui and gave him command of the Longxiang Guard against the Northern Pacification Army, in reality, it's a death trap. The Tiger Talisman has now become a hot potato, so he thought, it might be better to temporarily use it to appease Zhao Zhi and prevent him from becoming desperate. Therefore, at this moment, he took out the Tiger Talisman to regain Zhao Zhi's trust. However, today Zhao Zhi suddenly seemed smarter than usual. When he saw Li Tianyuan hand him the Tiger Tally, instead of taking it, he looked at him with eyes full of resentment and asked, "You're also trying to trick me, aren't you? I received word that if I accept this token, I will have to lead the Long Tuong Guards to fight against Du Su's Northern Frontier Army, won't I? That madman Du Su fights recklessly. I can't defeat him. If you want to go to your death, then go yourself." Zhao Zhi shouted as he forcefully tossed aside the Tiger Tally that Li Tianyuan handed him. Li Tianyuan gritted his teeth, realizing that convincing Zhao Zhi would be more difficult than usual. He didn't rush to reveal his cards, but instead began to persuade him with a tone that was both gentle and threatening. He said, "Lord Zhao, is it because of my earlier mild attitude that you've misunderstood your own situation?" At this moment, his aura was like that of a fierce lion. Li Tianyuan's eyes were slightly dazed, but they were filled with a resolute gaze. Zhao Zhi was momentarily swayed by Li Tianyuan's demeanor, unsure of how to respond. Li Tianyuan continued, "You hold the broken imperial seal. You've lost all your authority in front of the court. Even Zhao Mei has betrayed you. You have nothing left in your hands." This move seems to have struck right at Zhao Zhi's weak spot. With a face full of unwillingness, the old man stammered, You, are you threatening me?" Li Tianyuan slowly approached the Tiger Tally. He picked up the tally and coldly replied, "I'm merely stating the truth. Although this command token burns in your hand, it's the only card you have left, Master Zhao. You said I play petty tricks, but in fact, I'm using righteous strategies. You are still the left chancellor, and with this title combined with the Tiger Tally, you can command the Longxiang Guards. So this is the last chance I'm giving you, out of respect for our past ties." Having said that, he forcefully shoved the Tiger Tally into Zhao Zhi's mouth without waiting for any further reaction. He turned around and left gracefully, not forgetting to remind Zhao Zhi, "Make sure to seize this opportunity." Zhao Zhi knew clearly that he shouldn't accept the Tiger Tally, but after Li Tianyuan left, the tally was still in his mouth. He slowly took out the tally, thinking, "Damn it, leading troops into battle is surely a death sentence." But Li Tianyuan wasn't wrong, I'm out of moves. Yet the hidden enemies are not few. Duya, Du Su, and even Li Tianyuan. After a moment of anxious thought, Zhao Zhi finally smiled mysteriously as if he had figured out a way to deal with it. He chuckled to himself, "Humph, so that's how it is, don't blame me." Not far from Qian capital, the battle raged on continuously. Villages and hamlets were occupied, then set ablaze. The elderly and children had no way to escape, they could only hold each other and cry. They watched helplessly as every valuable in their homes was taken by the soldiers. Within a few days, all the villages around the capital were looted by the Longxiang Guard led by Zhao Zhi. Not a single place was spared. Some were so desperate that they clung to the soldiers' legs, begging, "General, without food, how will we survive the winter? Please leave us a little." Zhao Zhi witnessed the entire process of his own destruction, and when he saw the pleading, he only felt disgust and said, "So much talking, where's the Longxiang Guard? They can't even handle something this simple. If I hadn't ordered them to burn the villages, who knows how long it would have taken to find these supplies." A moment later, someone came to report to him, "Master Zhao, the supplies have been fully confiscated." This man is the commander of the Longxiang Vanguard Army, named Yuan Tianxiu. After reporting to Zhao Zhe, he didn't immediately leave but instead knelt down and continued. General, I respectfully request to speak. We are to attack the rebel army, yet we haven't even engaged in battle and have already started looting food around Qian capital. He took a deep breath, as if the following words would be difficult to hear. He loudly said, the military rations confiscated are the winter supplies for our citizens of the Great Qian. This not only damages your reputation, sir, but also lowers the morale of the Longxiang Vanguard troops. Yuan Tianxiu is a commander whose words carry weight in the Longxiang King army, so naturally, his words also influence the soldiers below. Hearing this, Zhao Zhe pulled the curtain aside to look. Yuan Tianxiu swallowed, waiting to hear the response of the old man in the carriage. Zhao Zhe calmly walked out in front of Yuan Tianxiu and asked, Commander Yuan, are you questioning my decision? Yuan Tianxiu bowed his head and replied, I wouldn't dare. He was about to continue, but Zhao Zhe interrupted him. Morale. But even if your Longxiang troops are full of morale, could they possibly defeat Du Su's Northern Defense Army? Yuan Tianxiu naturally wasn't sure about this, and remained silent upon hearing the question. Zhao Zhe continued, So, I am merely increasing the chances of your victory. As long as we can avoid a direct confrontation with the rebel forces and build fortifications, burn all the fields around Qian capital, cut off their food supply routes, we can buy time until Du Su dies. Yuan Tianxiu tried to persuade, Sir, the people you're leaving in desolation are our own citizens of Daiken. Unexpectedly, Zhao Zhe sternly rebuked, precisely because they are the citizens of Daiken, they must be prepared to sacrifice for His Majesty. He even pointed at Yuan Tianxiu and said, This is your honor. After saying this, he turned back to his carriage, clearly showing that Yuan Tianxiu's objections were in vain. Sitting in the carriage, Zhao Zhe thought with satisfaction, Li Tian Yuan, thank you for your imperial guards, but leading troops to clash with Du Su is unnecessary. I will stockpile enough provisions to avoid the attacks of the rebel forces, and leave this chaotic capital to you. I don't care if you fight to the death. This vast empire has plenty of places to settle down. Clearly, the old man has found a way to exploit the people for his own gain, then flee from the capital, escaping the war without losing anything. This perfect plan made him laugh so hard the carriage shook. After the failed opposition, the soldiers looked at Yuan Tianxiu in disappointment and asked, Commander Veen, what should we do now? Yuan Tianxiu replied solemnly, Lord Zhao holds the tiger tally, we cannot defy his orders. However, he didn't finish his sentence, secretly formulating another plan and quietly whispered it to his close aides. In a forest not far from there, Lin Jiao's figure appeared. She quickly ran forward, then perched on a high branch, looking towards the burning village nearby. She assumed that this tragic scene was caused by the tyrant Duya. Anger welled up inside her, and she gripped the tree trunk tightly. At that moment, she heard a rustling sound nearby. Alert, she shouted, Who's there? A man in armor appeared. Seeing Lin Jiao, he raised his hands to show he was unarmed and said, You're the scout from the northern troops, aren't you? Don't worry, I mean you no harm. I'm here on the orders of the commander of the Long Tuong Guard, waiting for you. Lin Jiao cautiously drew her dagger and asked him, Waiting for me here? What is your purpose? The soldier replied, The Longxiang Guard has no intention of opposing His Highness Du Su. Previously, the commander left food for you as a gesture of our stance. Lin Jiao suddenly recalled the previous battles where the enemy forces retreated quickly. She said, Food? So your defeat was intentional. The soldier glanced at the burning village nearby, his eyes filled with sorrow and anger. He said, Unfortunately, that food was all taken from this village. Lin Jiao asked, Was it that tyrant who did this? The soldier quickly waved his hand, saying, No, it wasn't. It was Zhao Zhe. He holds the tiger tally now, and the commander cannot resist him. This answer finally resolved Lin Jiao's misunderstanding. The soldier continued, He plundered the area around Kenjing, leaving the land barren, intending to exhaust the northern army by avoiding direct confrontation. So the commander secretly arranged for me to stay behind to support the northern army. Lin Jiao coldly replied, I understand. Right in front of the soldier, she jumped off the branch. Then she brought her hand to her mouth and whistled a long note. Immediately, an owl with bright eyes appeared. The owl, following Lin Jiao's whistle, flew over and perched on her hand, Then she said to the soldier, "What you just said, I cannot judge its truthfulness. But I will deliver it to His Highness, and he will make his own judgment." After saying that, she quickly tucked a piece of paper onto the owl's leg. Then she released the owl, completing the message delivery. The soldier asked in surprise, "Aren't you going back to report this yourself?" Lin Jiao replied, "I have other tasks to attend to. Perhaps we'll meet again soon." After saying that, Lin Jiao disappeared into the darkness. At the same time, Du Su's army approached Qian capital. They set up camp right outside the city of Qian capital. Groups of men were assigned tasks and kept strict watch. At that moment, Di observed from the city walls, nodding continuously, saying, "Good, very good. Finally, it's settled. The Longxian troops have been taken away by General Zhao Zhe, leaving less than 1,000 troops capable of fighting within the city. My good brother, won't you hurry and come kill me?" Du Su's soldiers stood in neat rows in front of the city. Suddenly, in an instant, Dia felt that something was wrong. He thought to himself, didn't they say he had 100,000 northern border troops? Even though there are many soldiers under the city, it doesn't look like 100,000. Is my big brother splitting troops just to fight a useless person like me? At this moment, Du Su, riding a white horse, approached the city gate alone. Dia sighed, "Why don't you just go ahead and fight? Why come so close alone?" Suddenly, he was startled as a soldier on the wall aimed his bow at Du Su. In panic, Dia ran over and shouted at the soldier, "Stop immediately for me! Who told you to shoot? Put it down!" This scene was noticed by Du Su. Dia pinched the soldier's cheek. He was so worried he almost fainted, fearing that a single arrow would kill Du Su, leaving him unable to destroy the Qian kingdom. Du Su saw his younger brother and smiled faintly. He called out, "Duya! Have you now agreed to become a tyrant?" Hearing the call, Dia poked his head out to look. Du Su's voice echoed, just like before, seeking pleasure, foolish and ungovernable, disregarding the law. These bad habits Dia didn't deny and smiled willingly, accepting them all. But the next words from Du Su turned him to stone. He said, "Put on those clothes and play the role of a tyrant. Hiding your kindness." He never expected Du Su to see through his act. The flag of the Qian kingdom fluttered in the wind. Then it lowered again. Dia was standing in shock, bewildered by the comment. He couldn't believe someone could expose him. The words kindness seemed to pierce deep into Dia's heart. He didn't want to believe that the person Du Su was talking about was him. It took a long time before Dia's mind started working again. He thought to himself, standing alone outside the city, speaking such shameless flattery, he must be using the Chui Dan technique on me. He didn't want the northern army to suffer, so he stood up alone, boldly trying to deceive me into surrendering, making it easy to capture the city. Surrendering directly might meet the conditions for peace and war, but there's no way to end it today. Then Duya regained his composure, and laughed loudly, saying, "Truly worthy of being called a battle god. You have to shout before fighting to get that ceremonial feeling, huh?" Du Su had dismounted and was looking up at the fortress. He shook his head and sighed, saying, O Emperor, you're always so verbose." As he spoke, he drew his sword from its sheath. Of course, Dia witnessed the whole scene, but he said nothing. Du Su raised his sword high and continued, "Speaking of ceremonial feelings. Now comes the main point." After saying that, he signaled the troops to raise the flag, leaving Dia stunned. Deep down, he had a certain anxiety. Du Su shouted loudly, "Signal! Advance!" Immediately, the soldiers above shouted, "Kill Zhao Zhe! Cleanse the capital!" Then the soldiers below echoed, "Kill Zhao Zhe! Cleanse the capital!" Under Du Su's command, the soldiers shouted in unison, "Kill Zhao Zhe! Cleanse the capital! Kill Zhao Zhe! Cleanse the capital!" Du Su looked at his younger brother and winked mischievously. Dia was almost overwhelmed by the grandeur of his elder brother, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. And instead of chanting "Kill Dia," as he had hoped, they were chanting "Kill Zhao Zhe." In Dia's mind appeared the image of the old man Zhao Zhe, who was saying, "Sorry, puppet emperor. I can't help you destroy this country. I have to die now, the task of destroying the nation is up to you." The fall of Dia. All the calculations awaiting Du Su's appearance to seize the throne have only ended in failure. He asked Du Su in a deep voice, "You call me king? Does that mean you acknowledge my throne?" Du Su replied, "Of course, this time I came to the capital to congratulate your majesty on ascending the throne." After all, 10 years ago, we had an agreement. Staying in the capital as emperor, how could that be as enjoyable as waging wars outside? Reflecting on the time spent trapped in the palace. For Du Su, becoming emperor was always worse than death. Even this surname is a shackle for him. But now, Du Su is very happy. He has finally fulfilled the promise from that year. He has finally broken free from that shackle. The warhorse beside him, the soldiers under his command, and the battles they've fought recently are all very satisfying. Dia feels like crying when he hears this. He covers his face with one hand, points at Du Su with the other, and shouts, "I'm not. I didn't. Don't falsely accuse me." Then he calms down and asks a different question. "Let's not talk about that for now. Do you really want to kill Zhao Zhe?" Seeing Duya's devastated expression, Du Su couldn't help but burst out laughing. Looking at his younger brother with a sorrowful face as if it were a victory, Duya didn't smile or speak, just stood silently waiting for an answer. Du Su finally replied, "Of course. Zhao Zhe forged the imperial edict with the intent to harm me and stole the Longxiang general's military tally to commit evil deeds. I ordered my subordinate, Wang Zhan, to lead 80,000 northern frontier troops and divide the forces to attack Zhao Zhe. Once we obtain Zhao Po's head, it will be presented as a gift to celebrate your Majesty's ascension." Just when he showed a fierce and determined expression, Du Su looked up and realized Duya was nowhere to be seen. He puzzledly wondered, where did he go? Humph. I practiced a long time to get that imposing aura right. By that time, Duya's figure was no longer visible on the fortress. Instead, he was opening the city gate and walking out, leaving Du Su in astonishment. Still surprised, Duya unexpectedly stole his brother's horse and rode off at full speed. He smirked, racing alone. "I can take a shortcut. Wang Zhan, what do you have to challenge me with? No one is allowed to take Zhao Zhe's life except me." He spurred his horse forward, shouting as he went, "Zhao Zhe is mine." And with that, Duya dashed into the night. Somewhere at a base, the sound of a whip cracking echoed through the night. The soldiers witnessed the beating, their faces filled with anger. They gripped their spears tightly, trying to calm themselves. Zhao Zhe, holding the whip, struck repeatedly, saying, "You've been hanging here for half a day and still haven't uttered a word. Truly a resilient one." But secretly colluding with Du Su's men. The whip continuously lashed against Yuan Tianxiu's body. Zhao Zhe continued to beat him while saying, "You're ungrateful, conspiring with the rebel army. Traitor of the great Qian, you have betrayed the emperor's trust. Your entire family must be executed." Zhao Zhe shouted. He gathered his strength and struck Yuan Tianxiu with a powerful blow, making the commander groan in pain. After the intense torture, Zhao Zhe was exhausted and wiped the sweat from his brow. At that moment, a soldier rushed in, shouting, "Commander!" Zhao Zhe smirked. "You couldn't hold back any longer, could you? Do you think this is a place where you can just barge in?" The soldier looked at Yuan Tianxiu's back, covered in wounds, and felt heartbroken. Zhao Zhe shamelessly made an excuse. "Commander! Your men infiltrated the military base. Aren't they here to kill me and seize the camp?" The commander gritted his teeth in pain. He took a deep breath, trying to endure the pain, and shouted at the soldier, "Yuan Hu, this is none of your business." The soldier's eyes were filled with indignation, wanting to seek justice for his commander, but he hesitated to leave. The commander had to shout forcefully, "As a Longxiang army soldier, seeing the tiger tally is like seeing the emperor. Are you trying to rebel?" The soldier was angry but didn't dare to disobey. At this moment, Zhao Zhe pulled out the tiger tally, flaunting it in front of them, saying, "That's right. The tiger tally is in my hands. Disobeying me is equivalent to disobeying the emperor." The commander, afraid the soldier would suffer like him, urged, "You've heard that clearly, now get out of here quickly." However, Zhao Zhe's voice rang out, stopping the Yuan Hu soldiers from leaving. The commander's heart felt as if it was being strangled. "Leaving just like that? Do I look that kind-hearted to you?" Zhao Zhe smirked. He began to accuse Yuan Hu, breaking into the camp, clashing with the officer, plotting rebellion. Sentencing to death, right? Or perhaps execution? Let me think. He started listing a few gruesome methods of execution: slow slicing, flaying. But looking at his mouth, those two weren't the end. The method he chose was beheading. The sword was raised high into the air with a ferocious face. Just as it was about to fall on Yuan Hu's neck, a hand suddenly stopped it. A shadowy figure was holding on to Zhao Zhe's hand, preventing him from striking down. Yuan Hu looked up in surprise. Even the commander had to endure the pain and glance over to see who it was. Zhao Zhi's breath quickened as it echoed in his ears. Then the haunting, furious face of Dia appeared. He was the one who stopped Zhao Zhi's sword. Amid his heavy breathing, Dia began to speak each word. "Are you looking to die?" Dia shouted, in an instant making Zhao Zhi feel like he was being subdued by a long xiang. Zhao Zhi starts to feel tense, sweat dripping down. The old man stammered, "Did you save my life?" Suddenly, his face is grabbed by a hand. It's Dia pulling his face and shaking him. "Master Zhao, look!" Dia turns Zhao Zhi's face toward the outside of the military camp and then asks him, "What do you see?" Zhao Zhi confusedly responds, "I don't see anything." Dia shouts at him, 8,000. 8,000 northern troops are coming to destroy you. Do you know what they are shouting?" He mimics the soldiers' chant in his tone, "Kill Zhao Zhi. Cleanse the court." Zhao Zhi's entire body felt icy cold, as if his muscles were about to shatter like ice. He muttered in panic, "Am I about to get myself killed?" At that moment, Dia turned to cut the ropes binding the commander. While cutting, he said, "At this critical moment, you've managed to chill the hearts of the soldiers. Lord Gao's talent for self-destruction is truly unmatched. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have been beyond saving." Zhao Zhi remained silent. He stared at the ropes binding the commander, unable to let go. His eyes wide, he muttered again, "Impossible, impossible." Finally, the last of the ropes was cut. Suddenly, Zhao Zhi let out a savage laugh. Dia was also surprised by the old man's unstable state of mind. With both hands gripping his sword, Zhao Zhi spoke, "I get it now. I almost got scared by you. You're here out of the goodness of your heart to save me? The capital must have been breached. And you fled, which is why you're here." Dia froze in place. Zhao Zhi sneered and continued, "As if you'd really help with the restoration. You want to kill me? Du Su wants to kill you first." Zhao Zhi shouted as he swung his sword wildly towards Dia. Dia was momentarily stunned, not knowing what to do. Just then, Yuan Hu from behind rammed into Zhao Zhi with great force. The commander fearfully shouted Yuan Hu's name. Zhao Zhi, as large as a 200-pound giant, wasn't knocked down by Yuan Hu's small frame, but it only made him angrier. The sword changed direction, slashing Yuan Hu's body, and blood instantly dyed the scene red. Dia widened his eyes in horror at the terrifying sight before him. Yuan Hu fell down. Tears still streaming from his eyes, he died with them open. Dia was terrified, unable to look directly. Zhao Zhi placed the sword against Dia's neck and said, "Obey me. Just wait until we're out of the military camp. Handing you over to the new emperor will not only save your life but also bring great merit." Dia's face turned grim, and his voice grew cold. "Zhao Zhi, you speak with your mouth." But Dia's eyes remained fixed on Yuan Hu's body lying on the ground. Hearing Dia call his name, Zhao Zhi smirked and replied, "Me? What about me? You may call yourself the emperor, but aren't you still at my mercy right now? After handing you over to the new emperor, I'll personally deal with each one of your people, one by one. All those concubines who ruined my plans in court will die, but don't worry. Those women were just tools I used to get close to you. Especially that used-up Zhao girl, I've already given her to countless men." With each word from Zhao Zhi, Dia became more terrified. He didn't stop but continued, "Disobeying the master's orders, a tool loses its value. There's only one outcome. Destruction." As he finished, a cold aura emanated from Dia's entire body. He spoke in a deep voice, "Zhao Zhi, oh Zhao Zhi. Zhao Zhi, oh Zhao Zhi." He spoke while turning back to look at Zhao Zhi. It seemed as if Dia was about to unleash his killing intent, but to everyone's surprise, his face was now covered in tears. He cried bitterly and said through his tears, "Why have you brought this upon yourself for my sake?" Zhao Zhi was utterly confused, his face full of bewilderment. Dia lowered his head in sadness and said, "I've clearly cared for you so much, trusted you, and worked in sync with your actions. Why did you? Why do you always turn a blind eye and never give me the results I want? Clearly, everyone has a bright future. Clearly, I had high expectations for you." Dia shouted in frustration. Zhao Zhi looked at Dia with a confused expression. He pointed his sword at Dia and asked, "Are you crazy?" Dia sighed and said, "I get it, it's all my fault, I was too roundabout. I'm not the real Dia, I'm someone from another world who came here. He said while pointing at the ring on his hand. Do you see this? This is a system that appeared when I came to this world. The system gave me a mission to destroy the Qian dynasty under certain conditions. As long as I can destroy the Qian dynasty, I can leave this boring world. I can do whatever I want here. Duya's words left Zhao Zhi bewildered. Seeing that the old man didn't understand what he was saying, Duya sighed and continued, a few words can't explain it all. Come with me to the capital, and I'll explain everything in detail. Just then, Zhao Zhi said, I understand now. Duya thought Zhao Zhi had finally understood his situation, and his face visibly brightened. However, Zhao Zhi pointed his sword and said, just as expected. You brat, you're not what you seem. Even now you still think that using crazy words can fool me? Duya spoke a whole lot, only to receive an utterly disappointing result. You're only at that level. A fool without ambition. Zhao Zhi shouted angrily. He cursed Duya as worthless, which reminded him of his time in the modern world. Zhao Zhi continued to scold, trash, lazy, people like you should obediently be the emperor's puppet for us. Duya couldn't take it anymore. He directly punched Zhao Zhi in the face with his bare hand. The old man's body collapsed. Fresh blood gushed from his nose and mouth. Duya, with an angry and murderous expression, started cursing back. You fat man, you're too much. Whether it's talking or acting, you're equally out of line. He began shouting Zhao Zhi's name. The old man suddenly became extremely frightened. It's understandable that he was scared because Duya then landed a few more punches on him. Each punch was accompanied by loud curses. Damn it, I transmigrated, damn it, my mission. Damn it, my system. Duya's final move was a kick to one of Zhao Zhi's testicles, making him feel as if both had just shattered. He clutched his lower region in agony, rolling on the ground. His expression became more and more fearful as he looked at Duya. Duya rolled up his sleeves, speaking as he moved. What did you say before? Tools that don't suit their master should be destroyed, right? As soon as Duya finished speaking, he threw off his coat, clenched his fists, as if preparing for a new attack. The camp was silent. You could hear Duya's voice from outside. He punched as he spoke, because I was afraid that leaving descendants would lead to the downfall of the country. I could only rely on physical training every day. A punch like thunder struck directly at Zhao Zhi's head. The soldiers guarding the gate heard the noise but didn't care, probably hoping Zhao Zhi would get beaten even more. Duya took a deep breath and continued to cosplay. I haven't slept for 3 days straight, drawing design sketches that none of them turned out right. I also want to learn the writing of this world. Each time he finished a sentence, he delivered another blow to Zhao Zhi. For someone like me, can you call me useless? Duya asked, following it up with a punch. With a thud, Zhao Zhi was punched, blood splattering continuously. His whole body was aching, and after falling, he didn't want to get up. He didn't understand what Duya's words meant. He didn't even have time to figure it out. An army clad in armor appeared before him. He thought he could command these soldiers, and he tried to lift his face and said, What are you waiting for? Protect me. The soldiers looked at him with disdain. Then they coldly turned away, clearly having no intention of saving this despicable old man. Zhao Zhi's inner world completely collapsed. After a satisfying fight, Duya put on his long xiang robe and stepped out of the barracks, with soldiers lined up neatly on both sides. Zhao Zhi, with his swollen face, remained completely silent. He looked at Duya, and all he could see was the anger on Duya's face. Zhao Zhi stammered, I was wrong, Your Excellency, I was wrong. He knelt down, cowed out in front of Duya, and loudly admitted his fault. Your Excellency, I know I was wrong. Duya coldly asked him, You were wrong? Were you really wrong? Zhao Zhi replied tremblingly, I shouldn't have taken command without permission. Duya's hand suddenly placed on the old man's head, making him extremely nervous. Under Duya's glaring eyes, Zhao Zhi confessed, I shouldn't have fled without fighting. I shouldn't have plotted to seize power, he said as tears streamed down his face. Duya spoke, wealth, rights, army and even the throne. These things to me mean nothing. The words pierced Zhao Zhi's ambitions like a dagger. Duya continues, the ones I value, all have betrayed me. Betrayed? Betrayed you? Zhao Zhi asked in astonishment. Duya gritted his teeth and ordered Zhao Zhi, say it louder for me. The soldiers around them witnessed the scene. Zhao Zhi trembled and repeated, I betrayed you. Dia angrily punched him again and shouted, louder, I can't hear you. Zhao Zhi, aggrieved, began to cry again. Seeing Dia grab his hair again, he hurriedly shouted, I betrayed the emperor. I betrayed the late emperor. I betrayed the Qian dynasty. I betrayed the people of the Qian dynasty, plunging them into a boiling cauldron. The soldiers all looked at Zhao Zhi with eyes full of resentment. Even Duya began to regain his composure, listening to Zhao Zhi's confession. I am the sinner of the Qian dynasty. I am the sinner. He sobbed, knelt down, and bowed his head in apology. At this moment, Duya was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, just as dawn was breaking. Duya looked up at the rising sun, took a deep breath, and exhaled, saying, I'm tired. Zhao Zhi is still kneeling on the ground. But his expression suddenly changes. There's no remorse, but instead, a murderous intent arises as he speaks. Me guilty? That's a joke. Duya turns back in surprise to look at Zhao Zhi. He pulls a knife from his pocket, and while Duya is turning away, he lunges at Duya, shouting, Die! Once again, blood splatters across the screen. However, Duya's face remains calm, clearly showing that he wasn't struck by Zhao Zhi's knife. The one losing blood here is actually Zhao Zhi, who didn't notice the figure behind him. A man in armor who struck him, causing him to spit blood. Duya looked at the person and called out, Jiao. You had to take action after all. It turns out the one who took action wasn't Duya but Lin Jiao, who, after hearing Duya's call, removed her hat to reveal her long hair. It's unclear when she arrived. But fortunately, she was in time to save Duya. When Duya saw her, he wasn't surprised at all, nor did he resist when Zhao Zhi attacked. This made Lin Jiao think Duya already knew she had been hiding in the army all along. Duya remained silent, using the system's information scanning capability. Lin Jiao is the trusted bodyguard of the late emperor, known for her skills in stealth, theft, and assassination. She was previously loyal to the commander of the Northern Army, Shang Su, but now her allegiance wavers between Du Su and Duya. Her stats are Scheming 41, Cunning 65, Ferocity 93, Conquest 85, Seduction 85, Reflex 40. At this moment, Zhao Trak suddenly collapsed, his chin hitting the ground, eyes closed. Lin Jiao spoke, He's not dead, just unconscious. What do you plan to do with him? Duya replied quietly, What to do? He seriously contemplated everything. Afterward, he looked at Zhao Zhi's face and thought to himself, I always placed my hopes on someone like you, Zhao Zhi. But I was wrong, I should take control into my own hands. In the end, he decided to leave the old man's life in Long Xiang's hands. Then he turned away coldly and said, I no longer know how to make use of him. At the same time, the system announced that the host had eliminated an important character in the event of the nation's destruction, Zhao Zhi, gaining 5,000 national power points. Duya's plan failed once again, with the total accumulated points now reaching 10,900. Duya had left, and Lin Jiao couldn't help but look at him differently. She had never thought he could come here alone, subdue Zhao Zhi, reclaim military power, and avoid a civil war. Look at Duya now. He doesn't resemble a tyrant at all. Instead, he exudes a bit of the graceful demeanor of an emperor. Lin Jiao was truly moved. She didn't know what Duya's true nature really was. At this moment, General Long Tuong's army had also approached near Zhao Zhi's camp. The leading general shouted loudly to the soldiers, Ahead is Zhao Zhi's army, prepare to form ranks. But just as he finished speaking, a soldier ran up, pointing ahead and said, General Vang, look quickly. General Vang looked in the direction the soldier was pointing. As soon as he looked, he was astonished, eyes wide open. In front of Zhao Zhi's camp appeared a very tall stake. The face of that old man appeared with his long tongue sticking out. He was hanging on that stake, exposed to the sun and wind, about to become sun-dried pork. Scene transition. On a dark night, Zhao Mei is being pursued by countless voices calling out from nowhere behind her, Zhao Mei, coward, wretched girl, help us! Terrified, Zhao Mei runs barefoot aimlessly, hoping to escape the eerie voices. As she desperately tries to run faster, suddenly a cold hand grabs her foot, causing her to fall and hit her head on the ground. Sister, why do you ignore us? The voice continues to echo. Have you forgotten us? Why won't you avenge us? In front of Zhao Mei, countless dark shadows and horrifying human skeletons appear. These skeletons reach out toward her as if trying to capture her. Following that, numerous other terrifying faces appear, screaming in anguish, "Kill Zhao Zhe! Kill Zhao Zhe!" They grabbed her arms and legs, preventing Zhao Mei from escaping. She screamed in terror and helplessness. Ah! But then, something even more terrifying appeared in front of her. It was a giant toad with a mouth full of fangs. The toad's face resembled Zhao Zhe's, and it called out, "Zhao Mei! You betrayed me!" The toad's legs were covered in sores as it slowly approached Zhao Mei. It opened its wide, black, fang-filled mouth, trying to devour Zhao Mei, groaning, "Tools that betray their master meet the same fate as them." The same fate as those terrifying skeletal faces behind Zhao Mei, the vengeful spirits of those who Zhao Zhe had used and killed. Just as she was about to be swallowed, the toad suddenly exploded. Zhao Mei was engulfed in dust and smoke. When she looked back at the grotesque toad, she saw a sword had pierced its head without her noticing. Terrified, she collapsed to the ground. The heroic figure who killed the toad turned out to be Duya. At that moment, she shifted from fear to surprise, mumbling the words, "Your Majesty." Tears fell from her eyes, and suddenly she heard a voice calling, "Sister." Zhao Mei awoke from the nightmare. A woman was running in from outside the door, calling, "Sister. His Majesty has returned safely. He is preparing to summon the court at the main hall." The woman spoke with great excitement and added, "And also, Zhao Zhe has been executed by His Majesty." Zhao Mei was astonished. She probably didn't think that the dream she just experienced would resemble reality so closely. Tears streamed down her cheeks as the terrifying battle with Zhao Zhe finally came to an end. The next day, Duya returned to Qian capital after dealing with Zhao Zhe, receiving formal congratulations from Du Su. Of course, Duya was not pleased at all. His face showed fatigue and disgust as he thought, "Extinguish the nation. Extinguish the nation. What have I destroyed during this time?" He was sitting on the throne, with Zhao Mei beside him, and the court officials lined both sides of the great hall. He wasn't focused on the matters in the hall, but was sorrowfully thinking, "Now the harem is utterly loyal to me, and there's no more chance for a beauty to bring ruin to the country." Besides, Du Su was determined to protect his throne. Li Tianyuan also completely concealed himself after the death of Zhao Zhe, and the civil and military officials in the court remained stable. A bunch of actions as fierce as a tiger, but the national score only increased by 15,000. How can I rely on these people to destroy the nation? The gloomy and sad expression on Duya's face caught the eye of Li Tianyuan. He was thinking, just after exterminating the traitor Zhao Zhe, Duya had sincerely submitted. Yet there was no sign of joy on his face. He didn't understand, what exactly was Duya planning? At that moment, he suddenly felt a chilling presence behind him. Turning around, he saw Du Su looking at him with terrifying eyes. Du Su stared at him intently, even making a throat-cutting gesture. This action made Li Tianyuan think of Duya's unhappy expression, guessing that it was because he was still alive. Clearly, the relationship between the three had ended. Du Tuo submitted to Duya, so he's already on one side. Now, my ambiguous attitude towards the new emperor makes me the most incompatible factor here and also the target Du Su most wants to deal with. He knows that at this point, he can no longer remain silent. He must speak up. As Duya's face still showed disinterest, not wanting to hear anything, Li Tianyuan began to speak. "Your Majesty, I have heard that you have shown great divine power and personally executed the traitor Zhao Zhe. How satisfying it is to the hearts of the people. However, it was indeed Zhao Zhe who secretly stole the military talisman from Xiaxin's hands, causing chaos among the people. Our carelessness in not guarding against this is also a grave crime." The cunning old man spoke, pretending to be deeply regretful for not being vigilant. He said, "I am willing to accept punishment, and I ask your Majesty to relieve me of my position as Grand Chancellor to set an example for everyone." "Please, your Majesty." Duya heard the old man say that his face was pale. He abruptly stood up and shouted, "Stop! I have no mood to listen to you talk about these things right now. I'm truly exhausted lately." While he said that, he was actually thinking, "Damn it, flipping like a pancake and even throwing your own responsibilities onto the dead." Just by looking at him, I can tell he's a master of dark arts, having practiced for decades. Duya couldn't immediately think of a way to make himself a tyrant again, so he said, "I've decided to disguise myself and travel through Qian country. The matter of dismissal can wait until I return." Li Tianyuan was a bit puzzled and wondered, the court has just stabilized. What trouble does he want to stir up now? To prevent Dia from continuing to plot against him, Li Tianyuan boldly said, Your Majesty, please reconsider. Dia angrily shouted, Are you trying to teach me how to act? Li Tianyuan, his face full of fear, stammered, Your servant. No, I wouldn't dare. Dia bit his lip and thought, hoping for this bunch of civil and military officials to destroy this country is truly hopeless. Thankfully, there are still many powerful external forces. The Lang merchant tribe on the northern plains has invaded the northern part of Qian country many times. Even Du Su, who guards the north, has clashed several times with the Khan of Taobashan. In terms of combat power, they are evenly matched. To the south is the state of Chu, separated from the Qian dynasty by a river. The ruler of Qian, Chu Lai, was skilled in both civil and military affairs. During his lifetime, the former emperor launched several campaigns against Chu but failed each time. There is also another covert force. They are hidden throughout Dai Qian, calling themselves the Followers, numbering in the millions, known as the Hongtu Army. A rebellious group formed by fanatics. They have long been the greatest hidden threat. The first two forces are too distant. The main objective of this covert mission is to connect with the Hongtu Army and use them to destroy the nation. The Emperor of the Qian Kingdom acting as a spy for rebellious forces to bring down the nation. Dia's plot is truly not to be underestimated. He even felt proud of himself, laughing quietly. Li Tianyuan, seeing his previously gloomy face now inexplicably smiling, couldn't figure out what Dia was thinking. In the night illuminated by torches, what we are seeing here is the headquarters of the Hongtu Army. Inside, a group of people wearing bizarre masks are gathered, dancing and shouting. A figure is meditating in front of the candles. She is receiving good news from her subordinate. The good news is that the new emperor, after 3 months on the throne, has quelled the court's unrest, and it seems that the Qian Kingdom still has a prosperous destiny. The person sitting before the candles is a woman named Wu Dongxian. After hearing the good news from her subordinate, she immediately wants to ask about the bad news. But we do not get to hear that news, so let's leave this place and move to a street in the Qian Kingdom. The street is filled with mysterious figures. As you walk by, there are always eyes assessing you if given the chance. Dia, dressed as a commoner, is patrolling the street with Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao, walking close to Dia, speaks softly. The Longhung region borders the northern grasslands. The situation there is chaotic. Even Crown Prince Du Su is deeply troubled by it. Dia tiredly complained, I get it already. We need to be careful and stay alert, right? You've said it about 800 times on the way. He walked while observing and thought to himself, something is very strange. Longhung is clearly the place where the Du family built their empire. 500 years ago, the ancestors of the Du family came to the north and beheaded a giant Long Xiang here. Since then, the Du family has held the destiny to conquer the world, eventually establishing the Qian Kingdom. This land was named Longhung because of that. But nowadays, although it still nominally belongs to the Dai Can, it has long been occupied by other forces, especially the Hongtu Army, which has even set up camp here. Logically speaking, whether it's that damn old father or Duya's crazy older brother, they should be very concerned about controlling the power in this land. Yet, with all their prestige, they let the Hongtu Army station troops here. Du Su insisted that Lin Jiao accompany him, saying it was to ensure his safety. It would be one thing if Du Su ordered Lin Jiao to follow him. But there were a few familiar faces quietly following behind as well, and when Duya turned around to look, they quickly found ways to turn their faces away. The person following behind was Li Tianyuan, who suddenly noticed Duya turning his head to look at him, causing him to feel a bit uneasy. He said to the person next to him, It seems like His Majesty just turned back to look at us. Are you sure our disguise is really effective? A woman's voice replied, I specifically used a technique to conceal our aura. Even Jiao wouldn't be able to detect it. This person was none other than Ah Sha. She quietly followed Li Tianyuan, observing Duya. However, she still didn't quite understand and asked, But lordly, His Majesty hasn't relieved you of your position as Grand Chancellor. You were supposed to stay in the capital to manage state affairs, yet you used the excuse of illness to retreat and secretly follow His Majesty out of the capital. Is this really appropriate? Li Tianyuan replied, His Majesty is deeply shrewd. By keeping me in the position of Grand Chancellor, He's actually trying to put me in a difficult situation. Moreover, Du Su stayed in the capital precisely to intimidate me, warning me not to repeat Zhao's mistakes. So, the capital is the most dangerous place for me. The best solution is to stay away from it and secretly follow His Majesty. Hearing this, Sha nodded and said, I don't quite understand, but it seems very impressive. Li Tianyuan told Sha, you don't need to understand. As long as we can maintain a perfect disguise, that's enough. But he underestimated Duya. No matter how they disguised themselves, Duya had already noticed them from the start. Seeing them following him continuously, Duya grew tired and decided to find a way to lose them, but eventually just let them follow if they wanted to. Suddenly, Lin Jiao pulled Duya's hand and shouted loudly, Your Majesty, stand behind me. Duya looked ahead in astonishment. A group of rough-looking people with no decency at all were blocking their way. Moments later, more people appeared behind them, blocking their escape. Duya guessed that this group was the Hongtu army. A shirtless man carrying a large saber approached them and said, I've never seen you around town before. Are you from the south? You're not spies for the imperial court, are you? Lin Jiao didn't answer but quietly drew a short saber, ready to fight. Duya quickly told her, Hold off for now. Right now, I'm feeling quite lucky to have encountered this Red Army gathering. Couldn't find them anywhere on the road, and suddenly they just show up at my door without any effort. Didn't expect them to come so quickly, so without hesitation I asked them, Where is your boss? I don't know what they exchanged after that, only that not long after, Duya and Lin Jiao were led to the Red Army's headquarters. They were directly taken to meet their leader. The system worked diligently, quickly providing Duya with information about Wudong Xian. Wudong Xian is the leader of the Red Army, proficient in magic, skilled at controlling people's minds, and has recruited exiles from all over the world as his followers, plotting to overthrow Dai Qian, and is known as the Master of the Way. Power 90 Cunning 90 Ferocity 90 Conquest 60 Charm 90 Reflexes 100. She is not like ordinary people, even snakes and scorpions can be her food. Seeing Duya come all the way to meet her, Wudong Xian wiped her mouth and said coldly, You're quite brave, Duya, come to Longheng Town. While Lin Jiao tensely gripped his short sword, Duya confidently responded to Wudong Xian, saying, Isn't the Red Army's principle to open its doors to exiles from all over the world? What need is there for courage to come here? Wudong Xian showed no expression and coldly asked, By the looks of you, you're not an exile, are you? Even though you're dressed plainly to conceal your identity, that aura can't fool anyone. Your name, Tai Tung, at first glance, it's clear you're someone who often roams in the shadows, with hands stained in countless blood. You're no ordinary person. Wudong Xian finally turned to look at Duya with a judgmental gaze. Indeed, when looking at Lin Jiao, no one can mimic the icy aura she exudes. Duya applauded, as expected from the revered master of the Hongtu army, Your eyes are indeed sharp. I didn't expect you to see through me. He suddenly changed his tone, claiming a different identity, which left Lin Jiao stunned. He said, To be honest, I am a secret envoy of Daiso, ordered by His Majesty to seize the opportunity while the Qian Kingdom is in turmoil. Specifically, I've come to seek cooperation with the Hongtu army. With a clatter, the teacup was shattered. Duya was shocked that Wudong Xian confronted him like that. She responded, Seeking my cooperation? Well said. Now that you've revealed your identity, what else is there to hide? She spoke as she stepped closer to the two of them. Duya? As she got closer, she gave Duya a probing look and asked, Could it be that you also have designs on the long can of Dai Qian? Duya didn't respond, so she raised her voice and demanded, Why are you being so secretive? Are you here for the long can of Dai Qian too? Duya was surprised, as this wasn't part of his plan. He couldn't believe it. The Qian kingdom still had the dragon's root. He feared his identity might have been exposed, but Wudong Xian suddenly slapped him and said, You think I don't know? The dragon's root, which will rule the destiny of the world, is about to appear. You're here from the state of Chu because of it, aren't you? Duya held the side of his face where he had been slapped, looking puzzled. It all started with a legend that every 500 years, a golden long xiang would appear. If someone could cut off its head and steal its long xiang essence, only those who possessed the aura of the golden long xiang, the charisma of an emperor, could rule the world. The last time the golden long xiang appeared, Du family's ancestor, Du Tianxia, after slaying the Long Xiang and seizing its essence, gained supernatural power and became invincible. In reality, the golden Long Xiang had already fallen to Du Tianxia and his sworn brother, the Lord King. But the Lord King, aside from enduring severe injuries, gained nothing else. The two close brothers who once entrusted their lives to each other began to harbor resentment, ultimately leading to their separation. After their separation, each established their own domain in the north and south, joining the struggle for supremacy among the powerful forces in a time of chaos. Thanks to the golden Long Xiang's might, the north unified, and a great Qian kingdom ruled the north, expanding its territory. Although the Lord family unified the southern Wulong River region, its national strength was no match for Qian kingdom, and it could only rely on the treacherous terrain of the Wulong River to struggle in defense, content in its corner. Now, the 500-year cycle has arrived, and a new golden Long Xiang is about to be born, changing the course of the world. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Dia's mind. The keyword Golden Long Xiang Aura has been detected. This keyword can activate a major national destruction storyline. The system suggests the host should gain the favor of Nodong County and work to develop the factors that will drive the storyline. Dia, filled with hope, thought, a major storyline? Disguising myself to spy on the Hongtu army was indeed a wise move. With intense excitement, Dia asked Wudong Xian. Wu's answer mentioned the aura of the yellow Long Xiang. Could it be that you also want to seize control of the world? Wudong Xian shook his head and replied, I was born with a rebellious fate, so I have no interest in becoming an emperor. Unlike your Chu kingdom, after 500 years of longing for it, are you all going mad? As she spoke, she moved closer to Duya and whispered, This land is under my control. With my help, your chances of obtaining it are much higher. But on what basis should I help you? What price will your kingdom have to pay? Wudong Xian's words carried many implications, and Duya felt fortunate that he had learned about her beforehand, so he had some understanding of her past. Wudong Xian was originally from the Tan kingdom, but when she was young, her village was caught up in the chaos of the Qian kingdom, leading to its destruction, turning her into a refugee. While in exile, she encountered an immortal, learned medicine and magic, and used it to treat those with a similar background to hers. She accumulated prestige, was called the Grand Master by the refugees, and eventually established the Hongtu army, aiming to overthrow Daiken. Before her soul crossed into this world, Dia had seen many such Red Army uprisings in history books. Most of them were pitiful people driven to desperation by war and oppression. And Wudong Xian was one of them. Although her action of stroking her cheek and chin made her seem like an unpredictable pervert, Dia knew this was just a facade to survive in chaotic times. Deep inside, she was merely a simple idealist, and the things that could move her were very basic. So, faced with her question, Dia confidently replied, Grand Master, you need not worry about this. This time, I come under the command of the nation's ruler to discuss cooperation with you, bringing two promises. First, of course, is the destruction of the Qian kingdom. In this aspect, we and you surely share the same stance. Wudong Xian coldly said, You want to unify the world, so destroying Qin doesn't count as a promise at all. Dia naturally knew this, which is why he prepared the second promise. He said, Our ruler is determined to become a wise monarch for all ages, so he promised to reform the laws and build a perfect earthly kingdom. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Wudong Xian's expression immediately changed. She was somewhat swayed by this second promise. Dia could tell right away, so he carefully added, Then let me briefly introduce the ruling philosophy of our ruler. Yes, this was the moment when Dia used his extensive experience as a modern-day keyboard warrior to give these ancient people a little modern shock. He began to boast, speaking with flowery promises. The act of disguising himself, then contacting Wudong Xian of the Red Veil Army, and the process of spreading Dia's ideas, all of this was observed by Li Tianyuan. But the distance was too far for him to hear anything. He turned to Ah Sha and asked, Ah Sha, can you use your magic to let me hear what His Majesty is saying? Ah Sha took out a piece of paper. She was a bit cautious because that Wudong Xian was also a magic expert, fearing that casting a spell from such a close distance could cause problems. So she tried to keep it a bit farther away. The paper in her hand quickly folded into a crane. Ah Sha used a stealth technique, cast a spell on the paper crane, and sent it flying towards Dia. The crane swiftly flew to a tree near the speaking area. It quietly hid itself on the tree trunk. Duya's words began to be transmitted: development of people's livelihood, land for people to farm. Commerce promotes the circulation of resources, establishes education, and advances technological revolution. This content was transmitted through a piece of paper folded by Asha. However, the transmission was frequently interrupted, which displeased Li Tianyuan. Asha had to explain that it was due to the long distance. Nevertheless, Li Tianyuan could still grasp the basic content. He thought, is this about politics? Although he couldn't fully understand it, there were many accurate insights, but too vague and impossible to implement at present. Asha listened carefully, every word resonating with the idea that all people are born equal, making her feel delighted. She couldn't help but imagine a world where everyone lived in equality. The thought was truly romantic. While she was immersed in these flowery words, Asha was startled by Li Tianyuan's shout. He was yelling, absurd. Back then, the laws of punishment were torn apart just because they touched the interests of the nobility. If he dared to say everyone was equal, even 100 punishment laws wouldn't be enough to tear him apart. And now, His Majesty himself proposed it. If it fails, there won't even be a scapegoat to find. One wrong step, and the entire Diqian will fall into an abyss. It's truly terrifying. Li Tianyuan's face was full of fear. He began to look around cautiously. He was looking at Duya with an enthusiastic expression, talking to the Scarlet Banner soldiers. He was radiating an intense aura of passion, which left Li Tianyuan speechless. His eyes suddenly became embarrassed. In front of Asha's surprised gaze, he said, truly ashamed, while Zhaozhe and I were still bickering with His Majesty over a bit of power, His Majesty's vision and level of understanding had already encompassed the entire world, aiming to create an equal society. At the same time, Duya's words seemed to receive a lot of positive reactions. He spoke continuously, only daring to pause and take a careful breath after expressing all his thoughts. Speaking for so long and so much left him quite tired, and one of the Scarlet Banner soldiers even thoughtfully poured him a glass of water. Wudong Xian, after hearing Duya's speech, started clapping enthusiastically and said, "Your description truly moves me. If the Qin Kingdom could be ruled like this, it would create an eternal and everlasting nation." Duya proudly responded, "Absolutely." Before he could even savor the moment, Wudong Xian's eyes widened, and she loudly exposed him. "But I have one question. Do you really take me for a fool? Saying such things to deceive me? The Qin Kingdom could never implement such policies, nor promise such things." Duya's face froze in shock. Wudong Xian didn't believe his flowery words and began loudly questioning him. "Speak! Who are you really?" She pointed at Duya and said, "You're not from the Qin Kingdom? When Prince Chu founded the nation, there was no imperial Longxiang spirit to support him. Reluctantly, he had to compromise with the Jiangnan nobility, promising them joint governance of the Qin Kingdom. But in the current situation, even the emperor doesn't dare to touch the nobility's interests. Would Qin Kwok really cut off its own two hands to exchange for our happiness?" Duya, in a moment of excitement, bragged too much, but the policy he mentioned was so advanced that it seemed absurd. When questioned by Wudong Xian and the Hongtu army, he couldn't find any words to defend himself. At this moment, Duya became frightened and started to think he was about to get punched. However, Lin Jiao's voice rang out, pushing Duya behind her. She drew a short dagger and warned the Hongtu army, "Stay away from him." Wudong Xian immediately asked, "What if I refuse?" She sneered at Duya and Lin Jiao. With an arrogant face she said, "This is my territory. If you don't reveal your identity, all of you will die." At this point, Duya no longer hides it and directly admits, "I didn't expect you to see through me. In fact, I am from Qian Kingdom." Wudong Xian smirks and says, "Just as I thought. You're from Qian Kingdom, the people I hate the most." Before she could attack him, Duya loudly stops her. He starts pleading, "Although I am from Qian Kingdom, I am like Dao Tu. I want Qian Kingdom to be destroyed." Knowing that his identity has been exposed, and he is being threatened, Li Tianyuan is also somewhat worried about this emperor. Asha looked at the elder with scrutiny and asked, "Sir Lai, His Majesty is in danger. Do we need to save him?" Li Tianyuan replied, "We must trust His Majesty. If he dared to confront Hong Tu Quan alone, he must have a way to handle it. The elder didn't want to intervene because he was curious about how His Majesty would persuade Wu Dongxian in such a difficult situation. On the other side, Dia was slowly confirming his identity, word by word. He said, "The Grand Chancellor of Qian Kingdom, Li Tianyuan. You didn't expect that, did you?" Even Li Tianyuan, who was eavesdropping, didn't expect this. He was so shocked that he almost spat out all his saliva. Wu Dongxian still seemed quite skeptical. She suspiciously asked, "Are you really Li Tianyuan?" Dia nodded and replied confidently, "Yes. Even in my dreams, I wanted to overthrow the rule of the Du clan and build a harmonious society. That's why I've always been a workhorse for that old demon Du Tianquan, but in the end, he grew tired of it." Wu Dongxian, who had some understanding, said, "I know this. Not long ago the emperor passed away. The powerful minister Li Tianyuan allied with Zhao Zhe to support a useless prince named Dia to ascend the throne, intending to control the court. Perhaps you didn't expect that the useless emperor you're talking about is standing right in front of you." She sighed and continued, "Unfortunately, at the crucial moment, Du Su returned to support Dia's ascension." Seeing Wu Dongxian starting to waver, Dia nodded in agreement with her words. Yes, who knows what got into Du Su?" Wu Dongxian continued. Later, Zhao Zhe was killed. Although Li Tianyuan was not dismissed, he also withdrew and lost contact. I even thought he was secretly eliminated after being placed under house arrest by that Duya. Duya responded with a helpless and sorrowful expression. He indeed wanted to kill me, but fortunately, under the loyal protection of the Death Guards, I escaped from Qian capital. Wu Dongxian listened and then pondered for a while. She said to Duya, "I have also received quite a bit of intelligence before, saying that Li Tianyuan was well educated, exceptionally strategic, and the #1 mastermind under the late emperor. The excellent strategy you just presented is very much in line with that assessment." But right after that, her expression changed, becoming very serious. She started speaking with a doubtful tone. "But I've heard that Li Tianyuan is a middle-aged man, isn't that right?" Dia immediately found an excuse. "Because I have a technique to look younger, haha, but that's not the point." He began speaking in a low, authoritative tone. "The point is that the foolish and incompetent little Emperor Dia of the Qian Kingdom, as long as he stays on the throne, my governance ideals will never be realized." Wu Dongxian looked at Dia with suspicion and asked, "Do you want to imitate the Weixing law? Then what? Do you want to borrow my power to seize the Longxiang essence, absorb the power of the Imperial Longxiang, and become emperor yourself?" Dia hurriedly waved his hands to explain, No, I'm not interested in the throne. My goal is the same as Du Su's, I just want to destroy the current Qian kingdom." Seeing Wu Dongwan's untrusting expression, she still wasn't convinced by Dia's proposal for cooperation. In response to Dia's anticipation, she coldly said, "We'll discuss cooperation later." She started turning around, looking towards Li Tianyuan and Asa, who were eavesdropping, with bloodshot eyes. At that moment, she looked no different from a ghostly woman, and she said, "I'll deal with the rat hiding over there first." Asa was startled. Fear began to rise in her heart. Had she been discovered? If so, would she and Li Tianyuan be doomed? In the midst of extreme fear after being discovered by Wu Dongxian, she suddenly walked right past Li Tianyuan and Asha, seemingly not targeting them. But in the next second, she stopped right behind Asa and said, "Eavesdropping is quite fun, isn't it?" Knowing that she was exposed and had no way out, to save her life and Li Tianyuan's, Asha had no choice but to pull out a teleportation talisman. She threw the talisman towards Wu Dongxian with the fastest speed she could muster. However, Wu Dongxian, with decades of reputation as a Taoist master in the martial world, easily dodged the attack without any expression. Even Wu Dongxian herself was a bit surprised that Asa was also a master of sorcery. However, to someone who has been learning sorcery since childhood like her, Asa was nothing more than an ant. She quietly used 2 fingers to summon her power. In the blink of an eye, the sky darkened, and the lightning technique summoned by Wu Dongxian flashed across the sky. The power of the lightning, summoned from all 8 directions, now concentrated in the palm of Wu Dongxian's hand. With a loud boom, Asa's hat was blown off. Li Tianyuan stood stunned, looking at Asa in her pitiful, tattered state. It was clear that Asa was no match for Wu Dongxian. With just one move, Asa was left in a devastated condition. At that moment, before Li Tianyuan could recover from his surprise, a cold hand was placed on his neck. Wu Dongxian put her arm around his shoulder, slowly approached him, and said, "You have a pretty decent subordinate. Having such powerful subordinates to protect you, you must be an important person, right? Today is my lucky day, running into 2 big shots at once." Wu Dongxian caught Two Tails following him. Dia noticed it. She is even questioning Li Tianyuan's identity. Dia is terrified, thinking this time he's in big trouble. Over there, Wu Dongxian grabs Li Tianyuan by the collar and yells, "Who exactly are you?" Dia, trembling, thinks to himself, "I just impersonated you, you wouldn't impersonate me back, would you?" "Don't be stupid, the ages don't match at all." Faced with the threat from Wu Dongxian, Li Tianyuan begins to move his lips, preparing to reveal his identity. Dia watches, sweating, straining to listen in fear. In Li Tianyuan's mind, he was recalling his late father. That day, his father asked, "Tianyuan, why do you read books?" At that time, Li Tianyuan was very young. His father was a scholar, and from an early age, books were what he was most exposed to. He simply spent his days with books as his companion, but had never thought about why he was reading them. When he heard his father ask this question, he just replied simply, "I just find reading interesting," never thought about the purpose. At that time, his father answered for him, "To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a life for the people, to continue the teachings of the saints, to bring peace to the world. This is the way the sages taught us to become readers. However, I, your father, am not as noble as the sages. Whether it's establishing a heart, life, or continuing the teachings for peace, those are just means to an end." Li Tianyuan at that time did not fully understand the meaning behind those words. His father directly expressed his wish for his son. He said, "I want you to be recorded in the annals of history." To a child like Li Tianyuan at that time, being recorded in history was something so distant that he had never considered it. At that time, his father was the one who instilled this noble ideology in him, saying, "Life is so short, in just 100 years, it will fade and turn to dust. Only those whose names are recorded in history and praised by future generations can have their existence endure forever." From that day on, although his father's words about eternal fame made Li Tianyuan somewhat repulsed, they gave him a vague direction in life. The peace did not last long, as the sound of chaotic horse hooves echoed through the place where Li Tianyuan lived. The village was quickly seized and brutally devastated. Everywhere he went, traces of war horses were visible. It was then that Li Tianyuan realized the so-called pride of the reader in front of him was nothing more than a joke. A belief shattered, he began to have new thoughts in his mind. That day, he encountered a refugee, who, upon seeing Li Tianyuan, groaned for help, "Save me, I haven't eaten anything for 3 days, please give me some food." The man staggered as he walked, his face gaunt and pitiful, unable to stand any longer, he had to lean against a nearby tree. Li Tianyuan, feeling pity, took out a half-eaten bun from his pocket and handed it to the man. The man, upon seeing the food, quickly grabbed it and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing voraciously without even saying a word of thanks. Li Tianyuan looked at the old man with sorrowful eyes and said, "Eat slowly, no one is going to take it from you." But as soon as he finished speaking, he was startled by the cold stares. A group of fierce-looking commoners, all seemingly refugees in a state of starvation and dehydration, just like the man before. They saw Li Tianyuan with food and swarmed like flies. Someone weakly asked, "Do you have any food left?" "Any food left?" The ones in the back weren't as calm. One of them rushed forward and shouted, "They still have food on them." And so, the crowd lunged at Li Tianyuan, demanding to snatch the food, even though Li Tianyuan didn't respond. Their weak cries of hunger echoed around Li Tianyuan's ears. Finally, the weak cries turned into howls, demanding Li Tianyuan hand over all the food. Just when it seemed like he would be devoured by the starving crowd, a man rushed in to block them, protecting Li Tianyuan. He had doubts in his heart. Why is that so? In the end, his father pushed him down the cliff. Thanks to that, Li Tianyuan escaped, but his father then suddenly became food for those people. At that time, Li Tianyuan understood his father's teachings. At that time, he said it was just tricks. Reading books is not for the people. Not for hundreds of families. Just because I want to leave a stroke in this world. Not becoming someone else's leftovers. The youngest prime minister in the history of the Qian kingdom, Li Tianyuan, became a ferocious beast that controlled the lives and deaths of thousands of people. Old Emperor, are you dead too? It's clearly such a useful pawn. As for you, if the imperial physician cannot cure His Majesty, what use is there? Li Tianyuan was right now, holding everyone's life and death in one hand. He ordered, on the day of your great funeral, no blood can be seen. Bury them along with your Majesty. His methods are cruel and his heart is cold-blooded. This is the result of his childhood tragedy. Zhao Zhe wondered, the Emperor's will for Du Su to ascend the throne, what to do next. The first Emperor is dead, the rest are just passers-by of history, leaving at most a magnificent coffin in the world. Now the opportunity holds in our hands. I want to stand at the peak, holding the world of Qian Kingdom. What are you doing, I'm asking you? Who are you anyway? Wudong Xian was asking Li Tianyuan. Dia stood on the side extremely worried. I just impersonated him, he won't come back and impersonate me. Don't be silly, age is completely inappropriate. But the answer that Li Tianyuan gave made Dia even more frightened. He identified himself as Emperor Qianyuan, Du Tianquan. This made Dia and Kun Wei extremely happy. Are you directly impersonating my father? Why don't you say you're Qin Shi Huang? Dia was dissatisfied, but Li Tianyuan was so immersed in his role that he forgot the way back. He pretended to be the emperor but was not dead. Dong Xian angrily grabbed his neck and said, Are you kidding me? Li Tianyuan continued, The world knows that Wudong Xian hates Can Kwok to the core, and wishes he could make Emperor Can go to pieces. If it weren't for the fact that I had no way out, I wouldn't have risked my life to tell you these words. Hearing that, Dong Xian also shook his heart. Li Tianyuan continued to play his role. I hate that bad boy of mine Duya, causing me to fall into my current path. That disobedient boy was as ambitious as a wolf, had a deep heart, and always disguised himself as a liar, a predator, and lustful, making me think that he was the most hopeless person among the many princes. On this side, Kun Wei's eyes got hot when he heard that. How dare you say bad things about someone who belongs to me? If you dare to go beyond your duty and take the title of immortal emperor, you are the one who is as ambitious as a wolf. On this side, when Li Tianyuan finished acting, he said unexpectedly, he was always secretly colluding with courtiers in the court, plotting to usurp power. Over the years, his influence has infiltrated the court and the army, and even left Prime Minister Zhao Zhe has become his man. Wudong Xian was surprised. Are you telling me all this nonsense in the court today? Fortunately, Tianyuan was loyal to me. Faced with Dia's manipulation, he pretended to submit, secretly always scheming for me. However, Dia's power was established. I had no choice but to pretend to die to abdicate, while Tianyuan remained in the court, disrupting the relationship between Dia and Zhao Zhe, creating an opportunity for me to recover throne. Unfortunately, my plan was only half successful, despite Zhao Zhe and Dia's drastic turn. But another loser, Du Su, went to help Dia destroy Zhao Zhe and stabilize the dynasty. Kun Wei saw that this guy was playing too much, abusing his power and claiming to be emperor, defaming the royal family, and even daring to set up His Highness Du Su, breaking so many taboos at once. You have touched His Majesty's wrath. Over here, Dia is preparing to have a fit. You should expect to end up like Zhao Zhe. Wudong Xian asked again, So you immediately ran to me like a bereaved dog? He turned to Dia regardless and said, Tianyuan, all this time you have been playing the role of a traitor, and just now you went against your will and scolded me, really wronging you. On this side, Kun Wei saw that Dia was angry and was very happy. He immediately pulled out his weapon and prepared to play. Just wait for an order from your Majesty. I will immediately beat you to death. Who would have thought that Dia would act even more deeply, turning towards Li Tianyuan to play the same role? I reluctantly scolded your Majesty. It is truly a crime worthy of death. This development caused Kun Wei to suddenly become a clown. Hearing that, Wudong Xian threw Li Tianyuan to the ground. So what? It's a pity that Qian Kingdom and I swear to each other, you guys ran to my area and fell into my hands. You probably didn't think you could still retreat with your whole body. I am just a waste who has lost his throne, and no doubt who wants to kill me easily. But I dare to come to you because I know killing me is not the best choice. No matter how the Qian Kingdom still exists, if you can kill the previous Qian Emperor so easily, you won't be able to enjoy the pleasure of revenge, right? Wudong Xian admitted, yes, how could killing a heavenly monarch like you be enough? Of course, we want the entire Du family to be broken to pieces, killed to the point of losing our country and destroying our families, and killing the absolute best. Li Tianyuan looked at this expression and was also scared. Only the nephew who reported Du Ye's life was extremely interested. Li Tianyuan, impersonating his dead father, is betting on Wudong Xian's deep hatred for the Qian kingdom, not simply killing him, but also wanting to use us to stir up internal rebellion in the clan. This not only saved his life, but also incited the Hongtu army to overthrow the Qian kingdom. As expected of a talented person, I entrusted him with the hope of destroying the country. Wudong Xian asked again, so you all ran here, except to get the power of the yellow dragon in the dragon vein. Do you still want to receive the support of Hongtu army? That's right, after all, within the Qian kingdom, the Hongtu army's power is considered number one. With your supporters we can also. Before he could finish speaking, Wudong Xian said, don't dream. Even though I'm happy to see the clans slaughtering each other, wanting our Hongtu army to help the enemy is a bit wishful thinking on your part. Li Tianyuan looked at Du Ye, who was excited like crazy, and suggested, what if you don't help me but help him? Oh my god, this time it's Du Ye's turn to be so surprised. Having gone through that disobedient incident, I have long hated power. My biggest wish right now, other than getting rid of those two losers, is to entrust the country to someone trustworthy. For example, Li Tianyuan was very good. Hearing the story go further and further, the melon-eating crowd sat down to watch the drama in boredom. Wudong Xian also no longer has enough patience. Isn't it just empty talk for half a day? I'm tired of playing. Come here, pull it and feed it to the dog. Verify your identity, this is easy. Li Tianyuan continues. This is the heirloom jade sister. All should be left to my heir and mother. Hearing the word national mother, Du Ye felt overwhelmed. Is what they say true? Wudong Xian was moved. Du Ye was still standing frozen in place before this unpredictable development. A slender hand was draped over his shoulder. Not bad, not bad. It seems you have come up with a proposal that makes everyone satisfied. Wudong Xian was amused. I greatly appreciate the ideal of governing the country that you put forth earlier, worthy of being my man. Then things can't be delayed, let's go straight to the room. Wait. It's too late to object now. Wudong Xian gave him an immediate elbow to the back of the head. Kun Wei was worried, but Wudong Xian said, don't worry, I won't mistreat your master. Or should I say, do you also want to enter the common room? Hearing this, she blushed in fear. You bitch, your ideas are really low class. Your Majesty, I have bet everything on you, become a true dragon. Li Tianyuan silently thought. Don't let me down, you must go further than the immortal emperor, you must leave your name in the history books. And so a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Du Ye was gassed until the next morning. Only Kun Wei had to stand outside and guard the door. At this time, I only saw Wudong Xian alone coming out from inside. Then Du Ye crawled out, leaving only a shriveled skeleton. He was scared. He was almost sucked into a dry corpse. But to destroy the country, this little sacrifice was worth it. That guy Li Tianyuan, even the Jade sister dared to take it out of the palace, and even sold it to me. The future is worth looking forward to. The future is worth looking forward to. Don't reminisce anymore, go back to the headquarters to discuss how to plunder the dragon weapon. Wudong Xian gave the policy. Don't start directly, what's worth discussing? Du Ye wondered. Then they immediately set out. Everyone lit torches and went into a cave. Coming to this place makes Du Ye feel like nothing good will happen. After walking for a while, Wudong Xian said he was here. Is this the headquarters of the Hongtu army? Wudong Xian replied. No, this place is too crowded, there are basically no Hongtu army people. There are people from the Shanhe Guild here. Huangtian Guild. Jui Ming. Wu Fengshan. Hai Sha Guild. Seeing this, Kun Wei explained, this place is full of traitors from all over the Qian kingdom, many of whom have been dealt with by our Kun Wei. Hearing that, Du Ye felt extremely excited. Oh my, I have rushed into the traitor nest. Look closely at this group of traitors. This person is stronger than that person. These are all important resources for treason. He couldn't hide his desire. However, in Li Tianyuan's eyes, he was extremely appreciative. As expected of His Majesty, despite being in the enemy camp, his steps were still very steady, even showing a happy expression, worthy of being of immortal emperor blood. Could it be that he foresaw that if the dragon vein appeared in this world, many traitors would gather, so he wanted to conquer them all? There was a muscular guy who came up and asked Dia, "This brother is so strange, which family's insurgent is he?" "I am Prime Minister Li Tianyuan, exiled Xian Kingdom. This is Du Tianquan, the previous formal emperor." Hearing that, he happily said, "This brother's story is not funny at all. What he said is not a joke, it's true." Wu Dongxian came from behind and spoke up. When the rebels saw this, they respectfully paid homage to their ancestors. Wu Dongxian asked Dia, "Are you a little disappointed? I thought that last night we had completed a deal with us, and could receive the full support of the Hongtu army to compete for the dragon weapon. I didn't expect that Hongtu army would not only support you. I once said that I am a business person, and when doing business, I will not put all my eggs in one basket." At this point, Dia realized that he had been used. Wu Dongxian declared, "I do not want to be emperor, but everyone who dares to sit on the dragon chair, I am willing to bet on him. This time, take the competition for Dragon Chi as an opportunity and welcome everyone to compete freely." Li Tianyuan understood. This woman used the dragon vein as bait to gather all the traitor forces, wanting to use this opportunity to choose the person to destroy the Qian kingdom. As expected, that was Wu Dongxian's thinking. No matter who wins in the end, I am not at a loss. A woman with such a mind and calculation, can your majesty really cope with it? Tianyuan was worried. However, Dia once again exceeded Li Tianyuan's expectations. He happily walked forward and said, "It's okay, the more competitors you have, the happier you will be. Anyway, the end result is only one. Whoever causes the Qian dynasty to perish is the same to me." Hearing that, Wu Dongxian appreciated even more. "I like the feeling of relaxation the most. It's no one else but you, as expected of the person I chose. Even though there are so many spare tires here, probably no one can compete with you. I'm afraid that the only person who can compete with you is the person from the South Force over there." Dia heard that and was surprised. Did South Force really intend to dip its feet into this murky puddle? Wu Dongxian said, "When you impersonated them before, they never thought that back then Chu Ti's descendants were really not greedy for the dragon vein?" Wu Dongxian said, calculating the time. The South Force people were probably about to arrive. At this moment, a very powerful-looking young man appeared, along with a wild man and a beautiful girl riding on top, playing the flute. Wu Dongxian saw them and immediately questioned, "Chen Ximing? Didn't I send someone to pick you up at South Force? Why did you come here by yourself?" Tran Tu replied, "Going to pick them up is an order from my ancestors. I don't dare to disobey them. I have brought you back. Is one head enough?" Then he threw it towards Dia. Wu Dongxian was angry. "Chen Ximing, I told you to respond to the South Force Special Envoy and participate in the fight for Huanglong Jiqi, but you responded like that?" Chen Tu is not afraid of Wu Dongxian's anger. "Who said this guy can't practice immortality? Since he was young, people have looked down on him, but he has always practiced secretly." In his heart, he clearly understood that only strength could help him step onto the pinnacle of the cultivating world. Not a weak person, he was just waiting for an opportunity to explode. Every step he takes carries an iron will, determined to become the strongest. Heaven and earth rotate, the way of heaven is unpredictable, but he believes that as long as he has a strong will, he will overcome everything. "You can't blame me for this. Who said he was too weak?" After speaking, he crushed his head. "I know you are always dissatisfied with me and want to see my top position. But is it too urgent to cause trouble at such an important time?" Looking at the tense atmosphere at this moment, everyone was worried. Only one other person was covering his mouth and secretly laughing. That was Dia. In his heart he was extremely happy. "Is now," Chen Ximing calmly said, "I am unjust. I am extremely loyal to my ancestors." He wanted to destroy the Qian kingdom and pacify the war, but he did not want to declare himself emperor. As subordinates, we need to replace our ancestors and choose people who have the qualifications to unify the world. Chu Zidao is royal blood of Qing Kingdom. What is the name of the first fierce general Jiang Nan, the unstoppable leader of Pelanging? He represented the Qing Kingdom to compete for the dragon weapon. But the whole group was destroyed by his friends from the steppe. Steppe? Hearing this word made Dia feel strange. The girl behind spoke up, "They were all done by Arana. This is Ah Sha, the steppe Saint Beimang, the big name is Heya, the warrior slave of the steppe saint, what does she consider South Force? Just a bunch of weaklings. Everyone was talking loudly. I once heard that a certain holy woman appeared in Beimang, claiming to have magical powers to connect with the steppe ghosts. Just a wild dog from the north. You dare to come to my mainland to kill people. They also dare to compete with the dragons Chi without measuring their strength. Wild dog, are you talking about us? Compared to the prosperity in mainland, it is indeed a bit worse. But I want to ask, if mainland is so good, everyone's life must be happy and fulfilled. So you guys risk being sentenced to death, and want to raise your flag to rebel. Is it because you like treason? I went south to fight for the dragon weapon, to end division and struggle and unify the world. If everyone wants to dedicate themselves to the great cause of unifying the world, they can consider joining us. Unifying the world and pacifying war. Wudong Xian was shaken when he heard these words. Unifying the world, leaving a lasting name in history. This time it was Li Tianyuan's turn to be affected. His eyes were no longer clear. Dia looked back and everyone had a fascinated expression. No, this girl, why can't the system see her attribute data? Look at her talking endlessly. Dai Vai remembers that in modern times, when forming a fighting team, the recruiters often have a familiar phrase. We only accept elites, not trash. Oh my, how did he know this line? Ah Sha was surprised. Dia felt in danger, this line was too familiar, he couldn't help but continue. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm trash? A dissatisfied person grabbed her neck. It has nothing to do with me, she wanted to say it, I just helped her say it. So you think I'm trash? He turned to question Ah Sha. No, I'm not aiming at you. I say everyone here is trash. Arrogant bastard, how dare you call us trash? Everyone is angry. They could not control their anger and rushed to attack. Ah Sha now ordered her war slaves to be slaughtered to calm the situation. The war slave immediately followed suit, rushing forward and mercilessly slaughtering the group of heroes. Witnessing this scene, Dia decided to be a hero and hide. A wise person does not stand under a wall that is about to collapse, he should just dodge first. But he was discovered by Ah Sha. She ordered the slave to kill that man first. This woman, I just accidentally received a kiss from you, there's no need to be so petty as to chase and kill me. Dia is dissatisfied. You alone are not affected by my powers. In the scenario of becoming my heroine, you are definitely the strongest boss of the middle period. So her war slave opened a bloody path and rushed to Dia. At this moment, Wudong Xian rushed in and used lightning to kick the war slave's head down. In the territory of Quan Hong too, if you want to kill, kill. This is too disrespectful of Dong Xian. Calm down, we are not enemies. Ah Sha replied calmly. We all have the same goal, eliminate the Qian kingdom. This sound then kept ringing in Dia's head. He felt such a headache. That voice kept echoing in his head. Was it that woman's ability? If you want to eliminate the Qian kingdom, first destroy the former emperor of the Qian kingdom. Hearing this, Li Tianyuan was extremely scared. Ah Sha laughed coldly, still surprised, the Qian kingdom king is also here? Dia here has already guessed what the saint's abilities are. In every person's heart, there are countless attachments. While that woman's ability is to magnify the obsessions in each person's heart. Seducing with language makes the other person become a puppet controlled by attachment. But I have clearly seen her abilities, and I have long seen through all the loopholes. After thinking about it, Dia reached out his hand to stop Wudong Xian. He is no longer the Qian emperor. Killing him cannot destroy the Qian kingdom. Wudong Xian paused. Dia understood that since it had to rely on misleading language, it was enough to break the logical loopholes in the language. On this side, the extremely angry saint, Wudong Xian, destroying the Qian kingdom is her lifelong wish. Now that the goal is right in front of your eyes, what are you still hesitant about? Has your determination wavered? Wudong Xian was once again agitated with killing intent. She used her palm to hit Duya, causing him to be in danger. Duya was scared. Just by using all your strength, relying on strong abilities, can you emit strong murderous aura? Unfortunately, your ability still has a second loophole. Duya spoke up again and told Wudong Xian, Tu Tian army is all dead, will you be satisfied? In the end, is her true wish still to destroy the Qian kingdom, or to turn the mainland into a lost land without fire and war? Lack though. Hearing these two words made Wudong Xian pause. On the other hand, the saint pressed her again. The obsession in each person's heart is not necessarily unique, such as Wu Dongxian's obsession. Although destroying the Qian kingdom is an obsession in her heart, her greater obsession is to build a prosperous and peaceful world. Her ability cannot choose a specific obsession to magnify. Currently, the obsession to build a peaceful prosperity in her heart is still stronger. How come you understand me and Wu Dongxian so well? Duya heard that and took a deep breath. Then pointed to their faces and shouted, Wu Dongxian! If you were controlled by that woman and forced to face the invasion of the northern barbarian tribe, and the miserable situation in the main land, then tell me, who would you save? When two thoughts in the heart conflict, they cannot be reconciled. Wu Dongxian immediately suffered internal injuries and fell down. Dia confidently declared, with his existing keyboard warrior skills, in terms of bragging, he is the strongest powerhouse roaming across online platforms and forums. It's you, why do you want to fight me? But no one around responded to Dia. The holy woman called He up. She spoke, it's okay not to kill the former Qian emperor for now. Anyway, later he will go towards Asham to the mainland, so he can survive like a chess piece. As for you, I will not forgive the crimes you have committed. Today is the day you pay the price. No matter what happens today, I have to kill you. Although she couldn't control Wu Dongxian, her two great obsessions clashed, and she was temporarily eliminated. If we cannot stop her fighting power, we must rely on Heiya's strength. Here, no one can stop him. At this moment, Kun Wei and Asa stood up to stop him. They are ready to face the monster in front of them. Right when it was about to hit Duya, the arm immediately stopped. Because Kun Wei used his two swords to smash its hand. Heiya screamed in pain. Then he took a few spells right in the face. Heiya fell backwards in pain. The force was so strong that Heiya flew past the saint's face while she was so surprised that she still stood motionless. Asha doesn't understand what the hell is that. What's wrong with those two women? Asa wants to take advantage of this moment to defeat Asha. But Kun Wei stopped him. Wait, don't be reckless. Because things are not done yet. At this time, the system sounded a warning, the system reminded, and the demonization increased. The system reminds you of Heiya points, demonizing to the limit. System prompt, do you want to suppress demonization? Heiya rose up strongly, his whole body radiating great power. Then turns into a giant bloodthirsty wolf. Then it immediately jumped up to attack. Kun Wei had to struggle extremely hard to resist. The holy woman stood by and observed and commented, Heiya was originally raised as a wild wolf, with a violent bloodthirsty personality. Thanks to my control, he did not go crazy. But you dropped the seal in my eyes. Worth it. Looking over there, Kun Wei was seriously injured. She angrily cursed it as too much, as difficult to deal with as a mad dog. But this is clearly a crazy bitch. It roared once and then bit hard on Kun Wei's shoulder. On this side, Asa slowly stood up. And Kun Wei was beaten and shot back. Asa felt that it was completely not at the same level as before, too strong. This beast's strength and speed are both superior to mine. We can only rely on some witch's spell that can set fire. But when I turned back, Asa fell unconscious because of being touched. Kun Wei saw this and immediately panicked. Yesterday Wu Dongxian used Thunderbolt, but today he was beaten by a dog. Could it be that he is about to die? Then she remembered His Highness Du Su. Maybe I have to die here. Suddenly, a group of people came and stopped in front of us. A bald old man spoke up, when can the group leader take the dog for a walk? If this chaos continues, the dignity of our 5 great sect leaders will not be maintained. It's time to end this. A meaningless farce. Let's start with this animal. Old people need dog skin to keep warm. Sect master, go up, kill him, kill them all. The disciples were extremely happy and cheered. Here comes the sect leader of the traitors. Dia was extremely happy. So you are saved. Let's go up, kill him. The 5 great heads of the sect are extremely powerful. But life is not like a dream, the werewolf only slapped him once. The 5 great sect leaders flew away like a kite with its string cut off. Then ascend to heaven. Seeing this scene, Asha laughed until tears flowed from her eyes. Dia was so angry that her eyes were exploding. You guys, what are you doing here? Just as the werewolf was about to harm Dia, Kun Wei pushed him into Dia's arms. Hurry up and kiss this woman. Dia immediately followed suit because he understood that Zhu Ge-sa could collapse after coming into contact with men. Zhu Ge-sa would then list the men he had come into contact with. Life and death are great enemies. She was exploding now. Who wants to steal men from me? Kun-wei saw this and immediately ran away. But Asa blew black fire to attack. She lured the black fire that Asa shot towards her. Then quickly dodged it so it shoots towards the werewolf. A huge explosion rang out. The saint was worried about Heiya. At this time, Kun-wei appeared behind her. Dare to touch my man. Asa is still chasing the target, Kun-wei. However, Kun-wei was standing next to the saint, so she was also a target. Heiya also sensed the danger and rushed to protect his master. It used its whole body to block Asa's terrifying attack. After the extremely heavy blow, Heiya laid down. Kun-wei quietly approached Asha. Kun-wei used a sword to threaten his neck. You must not say a word, otherwise I will cut out your tongue. Saw all the traitors destroyed. Dia felt a pain in her heart. He angrily turned to look at Asha. She is being controlled in place of Kun-wei. Dia noticed that there wasn't even a basic system, so it was definitely not a key figure in destroying the country. Thinking like that, Dia suddenly wanted to kill. Don't blame me, I'm not the key figure to destroy the country, my skills are still so cunning, plus that dog. Completely destabilizing our mission. Suddenly Asha cried and read a sentence, Marquis Ma burned the wine. How many layers of rice can a frog carry? The sword in Dia's hand stopped. Dia was surprised, are they from the same family? Asha cried, hugged his leg and said that's right. I'm also a time traveler here. Hearing that, Dia told Kun-wei that it's okay, don't act hastily first. Let me talk with her for a while. Please explain clearly what happened. At this moment, Wudong Xian also woke up. Then she saw Asha. Wudong Xian was angry, you actually controlled me. Wait, her life is mine. Dia stopped. You don't even spare women from other races? We've already taken care of her, so it's only right that she be left to us to handle. Wudong Xian couldn't argue when he heard that. Forget it, you saved me once, so I don't owe you anything. Is there a soundproof room? I want to talk to her. I will prepare it for you. Is she jealous? The two were then taken into a torture room. There are a lot of scary things in here. Which is hot coal? And there's this creepy chair. Seeing them made Asha tremble in fear. Wudong Xian seems to have misunderstood my intention? However, to be cautious, it's best to confirm the other person's identity first. A strange change meets a strange turn. Why is the badge so familiar? Then they replied with extremely incomprehensible things. Palace bar, 180 drinks. Quan did not see the waters of the Yellow River coming from above, flowing towards the thousands of thousands of thousands of thousands of thousands of thousands of rivers, a sea of sea. This old man was born as a crazy teenager. He doesn't need sugar to cure kidney failure. I sat up in shock, feeling like I was about to die from illness, and had used up my entire toll card. Suddenly a spring breeze blew. The Noxian guillotine asked me how much sadness I had. I was super good at rapping and playing basketball. It seems that we are both people who have traveled through time, and we are also people from the same world. Dia asked, why did you travel here? That was a long time ago. That day I asked a question online, asking which dynasty do you want to travel to the most. As a result, there was an idiot named Dichi Emperor who directly mocked me, saying that modernity was so good that if I wanted to go back, I would be mentally retarded. I couldn't help it, I directly have a fight with the Emperor. As a result, she was so excited that she spilled her milk tea. Then immediately went through space. Suddenly returning here turned into a child who couldn't take care of himself. It's all real, inexplicable. Hearing the name of the Night King made Dia startled, isn't that idiot me? However, Asha's soul passed through the baby? Dia continued asking, how do you know I was reincarnated? When you caught me, you told me before, everyone here is trash. Only modern people say this sentence. Dia heard it and found it reasonable. I say, fellow countrymen, let's cooperate. Aina suggested. Cooperate? How to cooperate? The person now is Li Tianyuan, isn't that right? But even though you are an important minister, do you want to adapt to such an uncomfortable ancient life? Who says it's not? Used to play games, drink coke, and surf videos every day. Now I eat, go outside, and sleep like a torture. Knowing that I am a time traveler, I relaxed my vigilance towards me. I don't even know if I hit him with my skills, but I still have to be careful of him. That's right, do you have any skills when you travel to space? Don't say any more, just one system, nothing else. Hearing that, Asha said, "Your time travel experience is indeed not very good. It's just that you're lucky to meet me. Do you want your sister to take you there?" Dia was surprised. Just now he was still acting like a dog. Why now does he think he's okay? "Do you want to destroy the country?" Asha plans to play the psychological manipulation game again. "I told you before, you want to destroy the Qian dynasty and become your own king, right? Do you really think of me as the Tian Yuan? I want to return from my mission. Who wants to stay with you in this strange place?" Wait, did I just get led by her? Dragon veins can also be given to others, as long as you listen to me. How's it going? If you agree, I can think about letting you lick my feet. Haven't licked it yet? Duya was so angry that he was shaking. Immediately grabbed her with his hand. Then used a towel to tie her mouth. Duya was angry, established himself as king, took the dragon vein. Is this what I want? Since time travel, everyone has thought for me. Others don't count, but don't you understand my feelings? Asha couldn't believe why his powers were lost. Let me tell you what I really want. Then they came out from inside. There were a lot of people waiting there. Look at Asha's red face. Everyone thinks Dia is so promiscuous and shameless. As expected of His Majesty, relying only on his body to subdue Wudong Xian and the demon girl, for the Qian kingdom to eliminate two great hidden disasters. Not good, this old brat is starting to imagine again. Don't misunderstand, I brought that thing to him just to seal her ability. Don't misunderstand, the usage time was faster than ours last night. Suddenly someone came to report that the insurgent alliance had finished gathering, just waiting for the Patriarch to give the order to start searching for the dragon vein. Just leave it alone, wait until it's over and we'll handle it ourselves. There's not much time left, it's time to go to the dragon vein. Then Wudong Xian led them away. Dia felt that this woman had some talent. If the rebels came on their own, they would definitely get lost. First set up a headquarters near the dragon vein, so anyone who wants to find the dragon vein cannot escape the scope of her power. Suddenly Wudong Xian stopped. She said, "We are here?" Before their eyes was a scene of devastation. Dia doesn't understand what's going on. Is there a dragon vein in this desolate plain? Patriarch, has something happened? Are you kidding us? How can there be dragon veins here? Tell me, Dao Su? Before they finished speaking, a golden light appeared from behind the cave. Then from the ground emerged an extremely brilliant golden palace. There was no doubt that this was the dragon vein. The rebels excitedly rushed forward. Only Duya remained calm. "You guys rob it, quickly steal it, steal the dragon vein and then help me win big points in the Qian kingdom. Dragon veins are related to the fate of the nation, so how can a group of traitors compete?" Kuan Wei got angry. Dia told her, "I'm not in a hurry, what are you in a hurry for? That's right, if you rush in now, maybe it will stimulate some organs. Your Majesty has a good reputation." Li Tian Yuan misunderstood again. You understand again, we have enough time, let's go in." Then they went inside. Dia didn't know who built this dragon vein. It was truly a great work. There was a scrambling sound inside. "Mine, it's all mine." Looks like something happened. Inside there's countless gold that makes everyone fascinated. With these things, what else are you looking for? Looks like there are a lot of rooms there. Go away, these weapons and weapons all belong to the Sahai Bang. Are you asking for a hut with mold and a red tray? A group of people are fighting over weapons. Moving to the secret room, an old man was happy. If I had seen these things earlier, I wouldn't have wasted my time practicing martial arts. Wudong Xian was depressed. If you want to be recognized by the dragon vein, you must have adequate energy. Attracted by a little benefit, he is only worthy of being a supporting character. It seems that this is the first test of the dragon vein. This path cannot be taken lightly. We have realized this little trick a long time ago. Wudong Xian praised Dia. Such a simple test can be seen in the face of wrongdoing you. But as soon as she finished praising her, her expression immediately changed. Wait for me, what are you holding in your hand? Who would have thought that Duya was the greediest, and took all of his aunt's pussy? Wudong Xian was angry. Did you hear me? This is a dragon vein test. But Duya ignored her and rushed in to find the treasure. As the king of a country, what treasures have you never seen before? Why are your short-sighted greed for wealth revealed time and time again? If this is a dragon vein test, if I show a bit of greed for money, I can definitely deduct a lot of points, right? Dia looked at the group of people rolling on the ground. Was it that bad because of a little bit of damage? These things are no better than those in our country's treasury. The only thing that can attract me is my cell phone. Dia told everyone to wait for a long time. I brought you a gift, I really can't bear it, please share it with these people. Kun Wei picked it up and looked at it. As for Li Tianyuan, he was given the long Van sword. With the dragon's trust, even the immortal emperor would not treat me like that. Asa and Wudong Xian were also satisfied with the gift given to them. And Ah Sha didn't understand what the gift was. Duya's eyes showed murderous intent and said, keep it for me, we will use it later. I thought Li Tianyuan had some imperial aura. Maybe I saw it wrong? Suddenly the ceiling fell down. Many people were crushed to death. The treasure rooms all collapsed. Dia collapsed, many traitors died, all of them were crushed to death. A total of 158 people entered the hallway before. There are currently less than 50 people left, and nearly 70% have been eliminated in just one level of testing. A voice rang out, Imperial Dao School, the first test. Dia recognized this familiar sound. Daiban system, is that you? But the bracelet on his arm did not react. That voice continued to resound, obsessed with worldly things, making small profit but forgetting the great cause, without the imperial power, eliminated. The people's hearts and minds are as calm as water. The Emperor's energy is first formed and passed. Some people who pass the test breathe a sigh of relief. Having said that, even though I survived, there is no way to continue the test. Please let me go, or should I go on my own? The light shined on Duya, then the sound rang out, the good man is in things, buying people's hearts, pleasing people, plotting with people, using people to form words and actions. Great atmosphere. When Duya heard that, he was stunned. Oh, what the heck. His face was ashen, and he couldn't believe what he had heard. Only Li Tianyuan couldn't hide his joy. He ran quickly forward. He placed his hand on Duya's shoulder, and shouted loudly, worthy of being Li Tianyuan. Duya's eyes were red with anger, and she turned to look at him. And Ah Sha here is also dissatisfied. They are all time travelers. I am only in the second layer, and he is in the atmosphere. Li Tianyuan was so terrifying. Everyone was talking. Who is this? It is said to be the anti-god Qian kingdom. No wonder he has the status of an emperor, and his extraordinary behavior. Dia just stood there confused, shining in the whispers of everyone. Then he wanted to escape the limelight. But how can I escape? Dia was bitter. What kind of joke is this? I'm so shocked. Don't show off to me anymore. Congratulations to the host. The host has achieved the best result in the recent Dragon Vein test, receiving Dragon Vein support and the Emperor's halo. What the hell is the Imperial Aura? Can it increase my fighting power? Sorry, the Emperor's Aura doesn't have this function, but it can make the host and the crowd pay more attention like a normal emperor. Isn't that no use other than drawing out hatred? Forget it, do whatever you like. Because among the competitors there was someone who reaped the Emperor's glory and soon launched the next trial. The Emperor's long uniform tested his strength. After that, they changed into military uniforms and entered the military camp. Suddenly someone came in to report to the marshal. Please begin to assemble the three armies. The goal of the contest is to lead the Muyang army to capture Songdu Citadel. You need to try your best, the dragon veins will follow you. At the southern tip of the map, there is a large Lam Thuong river. Duya is a marshal, leading the Muyang army, stationed on the north bank of the river. 20 miles away from Yang army camp in the north, a huge citadel was built. This was the citadel of Songdu they wanted to attack. Songdu Citadel stationed 5,000 troops, Muyang army 20,000. The troops on both sides were extremely well supplied, able to withstand the battle of attrition for several months. If the army of Muyang and Songdu Citadel only looked at the number of soldiers and equipment, defeating Songdu Citadel, although extremely difficult, would not be absolutely impossible. But Marshal, our army is infected with the plague. Currently, there are nearly 5,000 people who are unwell, vomiting and having diarrhea. There was no way for military doctors to help. And the general's morale was low. What to do next, please decide, Marshal. Duya and Li Tianyuan both listened attentively. The contest of strength must be a test of one's ability to conquer the world. There are no other people here, which proves that the dragon veins have divided us into a camp. Isn't this so-called trial a war-themed copy quest? Muyang Quan Marshal Duya, haha, this long MO knows how to play. But this difficulty. Kunwei spoke up. I once followed the immortal emperor and his highness Du Su, and also understand a bit about military service. If you want to successfully attack a city, you need 10 times more troops on the attacking side than on the defending side. Our military force is already very reluctant. But now we add this plague. Dia heard that and exclaimed, "Great, this hellish opening is my favorite. If you can't fight, then the mission is unbeatable, and when you think about it, you'll be happy. But something is not right. The other competitors' tasks are the same. If their mission also fails, and the overall assessment is still mine the highest, then what should I do?" Li Tianyuan observed Dia's expression constantly changing, thinking in his mind. Looking at his face, His Majesty also thought that he could take advantage of the epidemic. Turn defeat into victory, and defeat Song Du. It's just that that method is too sinister. Your Majesty is probably hesitating whether to use it or not. If that's the case, then let the gods do the job of being bad people. Li Tianyuan made up his mind.